A loud ringing sound was heard throughout the area, which meant a new battle. The black-haired boy began to reluctantly get up from his bed. Our main character was named Enkrid, who was demoted due to constant failures. He didn't have any special powers or anything like that. Each of his achievements is due to the hard training that he went through every day. Daily grueling battles increased his experience, making him a commander. Well, and good comrades who occasionally helped out in difficult times. Constant fatigue and failures greatly increased morale. Time after time, our hero had to get up and once again enter into a difficult battle. He was not special in any way. All his dreams remained unfulfilled. But he sincerely hoped that if everyone would laugh at him, and to say that this will not happen. As long as he has a sword in his hands, he will be a knight. However, everything comes to an end, just like his dreams, which were not destined to come true. While bleeding on the battlefield, he tried to see the one who would save him. But the eyes stopped seeing clearly, the body became weak, and the hearing became dull. Never in his thoughts could he even imagine that he would die so easily. Feeling some strange feeling, he began to open his eyes. Not having seen the surrounding environment right away, the boy did not want to give up so easily. But it was all over. The body became light, and the world around disappeared, leaving only emptiness. Suddenly, the cry to get up was heard again. Could it really have been a dream? His comrade repeated the already familiar words about there being someone in his boots. It was a beetle that fell on him, frightening the long-haired one. Watching this, the black-haired protagonist was horrified, because this had all happened before. He was haunted by the thought that this might have been déjà vu. He didn't understand what it was, but everything happened absolutely precisely. He was completely sure that this had already happened to him. That same blade pierced his throat again, causing him to feel that same pain. Time after time, everything happened the same way. The second and third time, nothing changed. For the fourth time, this day again began with a cry to rise. The feeling of pain in his throat did not go away, but it was whole. Enkrid accepted the truth in horror. After all, the enemy strikes him in the neck. He feels a burning pain, choking on his own blood. Time after time, everything repeated itself. Absolutely nothing changed. The same knight with a blade in his hands killed our main character. Everything was repeated exactly according to the same pattern. Nothing changed. This sword tip flashed before his eyes for the 17th time already. And this meant the 17th death and the beginning of the 18th day. Time after time, the pain did not become easier, but on the contrary, only increased. Feelings of hopelessness consumed our hero. He could not understand what was happening. The only thought he had was that he had trained too little in his life. They made him feel his self-hatred, making him scream. Finding himself in a rather familiar place, he thought he could avoid death. Suddenly a voice was heard asking him if he really thought so. They forced our hero to open his eyes in order to look around. With the last of his strength, through pain, feeling disgust at himself, he tried to get up. While that heavy voice continued to talk about how he was trying so hard and giving up so quickly, he also said that Enkrid is unable to overcome this wall. These words about his own helplessness made him angry. He was in a rage. Suddenly he heard a familiar sound indicating a rise. Opening his eyes, our hero remained immersed in his own thoughts for a few more minutes. And as soon as he stood up, his comrade noticed that he had risen too early today. Looking towards the boot, our hero suggested to his subordinate that there was a bug in it. He began to peer inside in confusion, thinking that it was a joke. However, a second later, a beetle fell out of him, and the long-haired man immediately screamed, starting to press on him, still making the same dissatisfied cry. Looking at the crushed beetle, our hero thought that he was seeing it for the 18th time. This meant that he had already experienced 17 deaths. He didn't understand how much more pain he had to go through before it would all end. Since his childhood, he trained with the sword, trying to become the strongest. His teacher was a former mercenary soldier. He ended up in the village by accident. Our hero remembered the words his teacher said on the last day of training. It was after these words that his dream of being able to become a knight was born. Every day he trained with his thoughts to become a knight who could single-handedly take on 1,000. A knight who can turn the tide of battle, an invincible hero. The knight who ends the war, people will call him the Knight of the End. So he left the village to become the knight of his dreams. The boy remembered the laughter of the men who laughed at him. After all, he was afraid of the mongrels, although he shouted at every corner about the knight. While the black-haired man bandaged his wounds, he listened to these insults in silence. He understood that his talent was not that special, but it was too early to give up just because of one mistake. After all, hard work must pay off one day, the young lad continued to think. He believed that since he had no talent, with time and effort, our hero gained experience and earned recognition from those around him for his strength and endurance. He couldn't stop thinking that he could become a knight, because he was becoming stronger every time. But this firm hope was shattered into pieces one fine day. Without any effort, his opponent was able to knock the sword out of his hands, and then deliver a precise, powerful, and fast blow with your weapon. It was a child from the village he was staying in who challenged him to a duel. He was only 12 years old, and he had taken the sword 6 months ago. The black-haired man had rubbed his hands raw and trained for over 10 years, but he turned out to be pathetic in front of this boy. It was at this moment that he realized that all these efforts were in vain. He was haunted by the thought that there was nothing that could be done about this. He couldn't let go of his dream of becoming a real knight. The guy thought that they could humiliate him and say that everything was pointless. But he sleeps and eats several times less than the others, so that he can have his free time. Train with all your might, over and over and over again, to one day become who you wanted to be. It was these thoughts that made him rise again and again and take up the sword. Thoughts about that loss to the boy did not leave him, making him angry. Each training session ended with trembling hands that could barely hold the sword, and sweat covered my entire face. My breathing was ragged. It was even hard to stand on my feet. The black-haired man trained almost all night after that loss, looking with exhausted eyes at the rising sun. Our hero began to grasp his sword again. He wanted to become stronger. Once again, swinging his sword, he began to train, because he still had to become the strongest. The training continued again, thoughts of chivalry making him take up the sword time and again, and hatred for his own talent made him shout to the whole world. But at some point, he realized that if he couldn't become a knight, he could become an experienced soldier. 3 years later, in the division of Cyprus, there were 4 platoons, 4 companies, and 4 detachments under them. Our main character became the commander of the so-called second-rate detachment, the best he could get after endless training, but it was better to be a regular soldier than a wandering mercenary. Turning to one of his charges, he asked him to take his place on duty today. Reluctantly, the subordinate agreed, until the long-haired man said that this guy had the habits of a cat. And then Enkrid told his comrade Rem that he wanted to try the beast's heart again. These words made the long-haired man think. Smiling, Ram asked if the boy had given up last time. The battle between Narulilia and Aspan began again. In this battle, he died again. I came back to life, and now I live this day over and over again. Even though Rem taught him how to receive the beast's heart every time, he still couldn't get his eyes on the tip of the sword that would bring him death. But today, this time, on this battlefield, for the 21st time, our hero has learned absolutely everything, every incident that happens. After all, this was already the 21st battle. Even without wanting to, it was possible to learn. Even the smallest details that happened around him were imprinted in our hero's head. Those who killed him time after time, with a slight deviation from the script. Dodge the spear from behind, then the guy's attack from in front using a shield. And one of the squad members who is about to die in battle, from a flying arrow from their opponents in this fierce battle. The guy would have died already. But our hero lives through this fight an infinite number of times. None of his comrades could believe that their commander was able to notice this arrow. But our black-haired man was able to protect the other members of his squad. It worked. Even though he blocked the first arrow last time, he was dying because of the bastard behind him. The first goal for today was successfully accomplished, and now again. The same knight who kills him time and time again by piercing his neck. Cries of pain echoed throughout the battlefield, as did the smell of blood, which filled absolutely the entire area. Looking in his direction. Our hero thought that every time it all ends with him. And then again, noticing our guy, he began to approach him. While Enkrid stood there, replaying his attacks in his head, the thought that this knight had pierced his neck 21 times did not leave him. But today, our main character was sure that everything would be over. He was going to survive because Rem had trained with him. Our hero, when faced with danger, closed his eyes in fear, accepting his death. Swinging and attacking his commander with lightning speed, Ram was going to prove it to the guy. And so it happened. At the very last moment, our hero closed his eyes. The long-haired man told the boy to be braver and not to panic, because that was what was making him lose his head. He told the boy to become someone who has no idea what death is. The one who will be called the most real fearless beast. After all, this is exactly what the heart of a fearless beast is. Looking at the approaching blade, our boy wondered, is he afraid of death? Realizing that no, he was able to successfully dodge this attack. After all, with each death, he only became stronger. His heart began to beat faster. And the knight stopped in surprise, not understanding how his opponent had managed to dodge. Looking at this reaction, the black-haired man was glad, because on the 21st attempt he succeeded. He was able to dodge the very attack that killed him time and time again. Enkrid was about to take advantage of this by swinging his weapon. But his opponent also came to his senses as quickly as possible, having delivered a similar stabbing attack straight into the throat of the black-haired man. Once again, that same pain echoed throughout our hero's body, causing you to choke on your own blood and lose consciousness. The hatred of his own failure began to consume the boy again. And already for the 22nd time he heard a rather familiar sound. A terrifying voice spoke of the boy being trapped in this never-ending day. The guy was in despair. The black silhouette told the guy to get into the boat, accepting his weakness. However, the answer was immediate. Enkrid refused this offer. With the same face he had when he died, he added that this would not happen, because he could. After all, he saw the tip of his weapon with his own eyes and was able to dodge it. And again, he heard the words that he woke up too early. But he didn't pay any attention to this, thinking that he was moving forward step by step. Our boy was going to fight for the 22nd time. Time after time, everything happened almost identically. Only a few things changed. And already for the 33rd time, the black-haired man saw this blow clearly, dodging before his sword could reach his neck. However, this knight was too fast, so his pressure could still be felt, as well as some attacks, which somehow, but still reached our hero, once again making you feel pain and choke on your own blood. Falling to his knees, the black-haired hero seemed to have lost all hope. The necklace around his neck was also damaged this time. The thread holding it was cut. Looking at him, the boy remembered how he worked as a mercenary. He took several orders to destroy monsters near the forest. It wasn't that he was obliged to carry them out. He just happened to come across a village where they asked him for help. And the reason he decided to help them was his dream of becoming a knight. After all, protecting the weak is the direct duty of a knight. And that is where the old man extended his hand. That same amulet or necklace of bright color. It was a funny reward for the fact that he risked his life. However, the old man insisted that he would reward him with what he was praying for so much. Looking at him, our hero thought that it was perhaps because of him that he returned every time on the same day. And all this just so that he could become a knight, because that is what he prayed for all his life. The knight, approaching our hero, said that he would be merciful to him, because he was now in pain. At that very moment, with a horrified face, our guy was thinking about shoving his mercy up his ass. Raising his head with the last of his strength, our hero was able to look at the face of this knight, seeing not a pitiful face at all, but on the contrary a terrifying smile. That same smile that meant he enjoyed killing. And again that same sound was heard, signifying a new day. Getting out of bed, our hero told Ram that he had put the bug in his shoe. His cry was interrupted again by our black-haired one, who told him to teach him the heart of the beast. A few minutes later, the training was in full swing. Ram attacked our hero with the intention of killing him so that he would feel fear. But this time, Enkrid did not close his eyes at the last moment. By looking at the blade, he was able to dodge the attack without closing his eyes. Seeing this, Rem was quite surprised, not understanding how this was possible, because just recently he was afraid. He asked the boy what he did to make his heart stronger. Our hero understood that the man was right, because by his standards, he learned it quickly. However, our hero had to die several times in order not to be afraid. Approaching the weapon, our hero found a sharp blade to take, and then he turned to his friend and asked to have another sparring session. Looking at this serious face, Rem began to smile, because it was interesting. Even if the beast's heart is simply killed while mastering it, it will not be able to strike back. Dodging blows was not enough, because to win a fight, you had to attack. Rem shouted, asking if his commander was afraid to attack. Hearing these taunts, the black-haired man's face changed dramatically. He understood that the only technique he currently possessed was the sword technique of the mercenary Valen. Ram continued to shout to his comrade to quickly go on the attack. No sooner said than done, our hero had only this technique, which many consider weak, but in his arsenal it was worthy. In order to win, having taken a swing, our hero went on the attack. Seeing this, Rem immediately stopped, feeling a terrifying aura. Our hero used the same technique that killed him several times. He thrust his sword forward and pushed off the ground with all his might. But the bare-chested man easily pushed his commander's weapon aside. Leaving him standing unarmed, our hero was surprised. After all, even if only for a moment, he was able to imitate that bastard's blow. Enkrid suggested that since he had died from his blow several dozen times, his body remembered it. Embarrassed, Rem interrupted our hero's thoughts, saying that there should be a little blood from this. After all, among what he showed him, this blow was worthy. He also spoke about his hand being made to bleed. He also added that his commander doubts himself too much. After talking a little more with his comrade, the black-haired man thought that he had drawn some conclusions for himself, because the difference between his punch and that bastard's punch is uncertainty, which, time after time, made me feel the taste of blood in my mouth. Lack of confidence in his own sword was what made our hero lose. Playing over the picture of what happened in my head, our hero knew perfectly well whether to kill or be killed. He must strike with the intent to kill in one attack. With a cry, he rushed forward again, intending to strike at Rem. However, this time too, his weapon was successfully thrown aside. The face of that bastard who spoke about mercy did not let go. Every time, everything was the same. With an insanely happy face, he said the same words. With each revival, our hero returned to training, with the thought that even if it's just a quarter of a step, he will move forward. Then the victory will be his. These are the thoughts that made him live through this day. But on the 111th day, nothing changed. Another death. Just like on the 223rd, Enkrid heard all the same words about mercy. Each time his opponent's sword pierced his throat, causing him to choke on his own blood. The 124th day arrived, which meant the same amount of training. With the same attack, he attacked the attacking Rem, wanting to force him to retreat. And finally, everything worked out. Enkrid managed to throw him aside. With pride, confidence, and without any fear, point the sword forward. Rem asked the commander if he had gone crazy. After all, his hands were exhausted, and blood began to cover the handle. He also didn't understand why he was laughing like crazy. In his head, he was only going through one thought. This one a little faster. And that you need to attack with the intent to kill. With the same thoughts, he rushed towards that very knight. The tip of his sword slid across his opponent's helmet, making a ringing sound. However, the knight immediately went on the attack and successfully pierced our main hero's neck once again. The first attempt at striking failed. Our hero tried not to blink. He didn't want to let go of his sword. All his thoughts were that there had to be a victory today. Everything that happened, from every strike of their swords to this maneuver. However, the black-haired hero was unable to stand on his feet. And again, the words he had heard 100 times came to him. Words about that very mercy with a terribly satisfied smile. But our hero interrupted him. These words made the knight think. After all, our hero said in a terrifying tone that he would kill him tomorrow. However, a few seconds later, a smile appeared on the knight's face again. With her, he said that the dead have no tomorrow, and then pierced the body with his sword. Again the amulet, that same dark room and that same dark silhouette. And here is that very disgusting buzzing of that very insect. Our hero immediately crushed it before it could fly into Ram's boot. The long-haired man looked at this in surprise, not understanding what had just happened. As Enkrid left the tent, he asked Rem to take over his security duties. He didn't understand why the black-haired man was ordering him around so habitually. The 125th day arrived. Our hero turned to the big-eyed one, telling his subordinate to get him armor, a shield, and a dagger. He also added that he would pay later. The red-haired man agreed to this only because he was his commander. Everyone around noticed the strange behavior of their commander. After all, the guy had never been as tense as he was today. Every time he feels incredible pain, absolutely every time he dies. However, this same pain forced him to take his sword in his hands. He did not want to give up just like that. What if he can never win, even after 1,000 or tens of thousands of tries? What if he doesn't find a way to avoid the hit and survive? Maybe he should sleep. Now he is stronger than he was before. Isn't that a reason to rejoice? The guy continued to think. Suddenly he threw all these thoughts aside, saying that they were not about him. He had to overcome this huge wall that broke him every time. He had to learn to deliver a blow that would change the tide of battle. He didn't want to give up his dream of becoming a knight, because he had already done a lot. In order for it to be fulfilled, he considered these resurrections as blessings that would help him become stronger. As soon as they brought him the equipment, he immediately began to put it on, still playing the entire upcoming battle over in my head. The thought of moving forward forced him to once again go out onto the battlefield. And again, that same howl, signifying the beginning of a new battle, which before meant another death. However, today, Enkrid wasn't going to die. He was going to survive. He considered himself a man without skills who could survive this battle thanks to 3 things. Namely, preparation, luck, and maximum calm in the midst of battle. On the 46th day, his shoulder was broken by a spiked mace. And on the 47th, he turned to dodge the mace, but someone smashed his head. On the 71st day, a soldier cut off his head, so he couldn't do anything to the bastard. Each time he learned something new, consolidating it in a real fight. Thus, destroying opponents, with incredible reactions, as his comrades believed. On the 89th day, his head was split open by someone throwing an axe. If he leaves him alive, he will interfere with his fight with that knight, so leaving this fighter alive is not an option. He had been practicing throwing weapons for countless days, so it wasn't difficult now, as well as helping comrades who also died in these endless battles. Moving at incredible speed, he saved his subordinates from death. And once again, the time has come to face that huge wall, which, during all this time, has never broken under him. With the terrifying looks of their commanders, the 2 opponents met eyes. At that very moment, they stopped noticing anyone, seeing only the target in front of them. A target that needs to be eliminated, otherwise the fight will end in their favor. Dodging and striking by themselves do not give any chance of winning. Our hero understood that this was an ordinary soldier, but even so, he was strong, almost at the level of a gifted one. It looked like he was attacking him, but instead he just blocked the blow. But he lacked experience in real fights, so our hero could easily surprise. The sword technique of the mercenary Valen, with its many variations, is effective against him, our guy continued to think. So, using his strong legs, he threw sand into his face. Intending to take advantage of this situation, Enkrid immediately rushed into attack. but his opponent immediately came to his senses and also went on the attack. The two fighters flew past each other without striking. This angered the knight in the helmet, causing him to immediately switch back to attack. But our hero was not going to stop, because now he knew absolutely everything about that very blow that killed him time and time again. Throwing his sword behind his back, he was about to kill him and end the day. And then the swords touched each other, and such a loud sound was heard that he flew across the entire battlefield, but the knight's sword broke. One of the archers noticed this situation and immediately switched to our main character, launching an arrow at him with incredible force, which flew through several hundred fighters, while the knight stood motionless, not understanding how he lost. Remembering all the suffering he had endured, it was not enough, so Enkrid swung. He already felt the taste of victory, because he was standing unarmed in front of him. Ram, as soon as he noticed the arrow approaching towards the commander, immediately launched his axe. Thus preventing the death of his commander, he broke it. And our hero at this time pierced the throat of his opponent, causing him to choke on blood this time. Ram ran and shouted that he would kill that bastard Claw, while our hero continued to press his blade into the enemy's throat. And then he took it out. He wanted him to feel all the pain he felt every time he died, feeling hopelessness. While he was kneeling, the black-haired man was completely immersed in thought. Screams and the smell of blood filled the entire battlefield. The sun began to set. He lowered his gaze, intending to look at the facial expression. The same face that smiled every time with the joy of another murder. Raising his sword, our black-haired hero was about to end it all, having spoken the very words that he had heard hundreds of times, words about mercy. And then with a light swing of the sword, the head was separated from the body. At that very second, a smile appeared on our boy's face. He was happy. After all, he was finally able to break through this wall that broke him every time. Suddenly, something threw him to the side, some incredible blow. Some creature appeared right next to him, moving with incredible speed. Our hero immediately began to scream in pain, because his bones were broken. Hearing this, his comrades rushed to help, intending to save their commander. And that creature gradually began to stand up straight, getting ready to finish off the black-haired one. It was a frog that had incredible physical strength. With just one blow, she was able to break several of our hero's bones. She said that she couldn't believe that his chick could be defeated. After all, he put much more effort into teaching him. Could this really be another death? Our dark-haired man thought. After all, the frog had already raised its hand, telling him to die faster. With incredible speed, she began to approach Enkrid. However, this time Rem managed to run up and save our hero. He was filled with anger and put all his strength into this blow. However, this creature managed to block it by thrusting its axe across it. But the long-haired man understood perfectly well that if they couldn't defeat him, they would lose. Just as the frog itself appreciated Ram's strength, it had no intention of leaving him alive. A real meat grinder began between the two fighters. At this time, one of the fighters ran towards our hero, intending to finish him off. However, this was not to be, because the red-haired man arrived at the last second, cutting off the enemy's head. Rem, seeing that his comrade was starting to catch up, exhaled. After all, he will be able to fully concentrate on the frog right now. The two of them looked at each other, waiting for each other to take action. Ram spoke first, smiling and saying that if he wanted his commander's head, he would have to kill him first. Hearing this, the frog was surprised that their commander was this weakling and not the long-haired one. At that very moment, Ram thought that the warrior race, the frogs, were born to kill. He was going to kill him. The frog itself did not understand why this long-haired warrior was here, since this was an insignificant battle. After all, if he wants to defeat him, he will have to put his life on the line. But the amphibian also understood that this battle was not worth it. After thinking a little more, he straightened up, raising his head proudly. Turning around, he began to walk away without looking back at Rem. Looking at the back of the departing frog, our hero's comrade only said that he was a coward. At this time, the red-haired man was already dragging our hero on his back across the entire battlefield. The freed Rem came running to them and began to chop down the regular fighters again. But the number of opponents exceeded them. They jumped from all sides, because they found out who the commander was. But gradually the entire Enkrid detachment began to pull itself together, who effortlessly repelled attacks on his commander. A few seconds later, the entire squad was already assembled. They were going to carry out the commander. The black-haired boy was completely immersed in his thoughts at that moment. Suddenly, a rather wild howl was heard, followed by cries that they were retreating. Hearing this, Enkrid simply closed his eyes and stopped breathing. Faintly, he heard screams and the loud clatter of running soldiers. Suddenly I heard the familiar sound of water. Opening his eyes, he heard a nasty voice that said that he was simply destined to live this day, and that's it. He also added that the guy will not be able to cope with the walls that will be in his way. After all, he is destined to despair and give up. Hearing these words, Enkrid immediately began to stand up with all his might, thinking fate. What wall? What fate? The black-haired boy continued to think. Standing up, he said that walls exist to be overcome. One was already broken, and he could handle the rest as well. Seeing this look, the creature began to smile, saying that it would wait for the moment when these eyes, filled with ambition, would finally lose their shine. After these words, the boy opened his eyes already in his tent. But looking around, he realized that he was not at home, but in the infirmary. Rem, who was sitting next to him, said with some displeasure that he had slept for 2 days. Casually, the long-haired man said that he saved him from the frog. At that very second, the black-haired man's chest began to hurt. He didn't understand how he managed to survive after that blow. After waiting a bit, Rem asked if he remembered him, his best friend. Turning away, Enkrid replied that he never told him they were friends. At that very second, he grabbed his mouth with his hand, saying quietly, and then he carefully looked around so that no one would hear. For a few more minutes, they decided who was a friend and who was a stranger. A new day of the so-called today, our boy was finally able to survive. The red-haired man said discontentedly that the commander now owed him 3 times more. Listening to this, our hero thought that he was surprised, because an ordinary soldier cannot get into the hospital. Our hero interrupted his subordinate's discontent by asking where he had been during the battle, since, as always, he was nowhere to be seen. But he immediately switched over, saying that he would give him a discount, so he only owed him twice as much. His calm was interrupted by another member of the squad, Jackson, who entered the tent. Seeing him, the boy immediately asked what was going on and let him get straight to the point. After looking around a bit, he threw something to the man lying there, and after leaving, he told him to apply it twice, during the day and in the evening. Seeing the ointment, Enkrid didn't understand why he gave it to him, because the guy doesn't like it when his things are used. Well, and then again there was crying from a comrade sitting next to him. It was also a member of the quarter detachment, Auden. Our hero again asked him to leave because he was not dead yet. Night fell, and our hero was still immersed in his own thoughts. Our hero wondered if they really worked in shifts, since each one was on duty near him. He even suggested that they might be worried about him. The boy was about to go to bed when suddenly another member of the squad entered the tent. The 2 guys' gazes met. Enkrid waited until the last moment for the first words from the yellow-haired one. And so it happened. He asked in surprise why the one in the infirmary, this yellow-haired one, was also a member of the 4th squad, Ragna. Closing his eyes, our hero even smiled, because Ragna was behaving as usual. Besides him, there were 2 other wounded soldiers in the hospital. One platoon commander from another company, who entered into battle with our hero. And another, a soldier whose name he didn't know, who spent his time forever staring into space. Our hero thought he looked like a low-ranking soldier, not understanding how he ended up in the hospital. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a noise. Likewise, the other 2 also paid attention to the fighter who had entered. Enkrid immediately noticed the long ears, which meant that he was an elf, just like the weapon, wrapped in green mass. But as soon as the guy looked closer, he saw a rather beautiful girl, who immediately asked which of them was the commander of the 4th detachment. Our hero naturally did not answer immediately, falling into thought. There was total silence in the infirmary. The guys didn't know each other, so they didn't know who the commander of the 4th was. The short-haired man was the first to speak, asking if she was really a fairy. She immediately interrupted him, asking which group he was from, to which he replied that he was the commander of the 3rd platoon. The girl immediately asked angrily if this was really how they taught people in their unit to talk to a superior officer. The man lowered his head and apologized to her at that very second. From their conversation, Enkrid realized that the new commander of the 4th company stood before him. At that very moment, he introduced himself to her, saying that he was the commander of the 4th company. She immediately said that she had heard that he worked well with difficult members of the squad, expecting assistance from him. And then, turning around, she began to leave. Our hero did not understand why she had come at all. Just before the exit, she stopped, glancing towards the ladder. After asking his name, the long-haired guy immediately asked her again. But realizing that she was serious, he began to utter some incomprehensible sounds in a trembling voice. Observing this, our hero thought that the behavior in front of the commander was terrible, assuming that he was a nobleman. She looked at the boy carefully for a few more seconds, and then, as if nothing had happened, she headed out again. Our hero watched her actions closely, still not understanding why she came at all. The sun began to set again. Our hero once again survived another day. Looking at his hand, he thought that most of the pain had gone away, which meant that he could return to training. The commander lying nearby asked where he was going, to which Enkrid replied that he was going to the training area. In the back of the black-haired man, he only said that he was an idiot, because the guy was only a low-ranking soldier. Their 3rd companion watched the whole situation in silence. Sometime later, the boy reached the training area. Raising his sword, He thought he needed to remember the last battle. After all, this is one of the most useful methods. He spent a lot of money to master it when he was young. Our hero did not understand where it was better to invest his efforts. The black-haired man began to remember the movements of his comrade, Rem. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a voice that said that he was working hard. Looking, he saw the same nobleman who continued to speak. He talked about how just recently his hands were shaking with pain, but now he was holding a sword. Our guy explained that it was to train his grip strength. He didn't understand why the guy was muttering something about a battle, to which our hero replied, so as not to screw up at the right moment. Exhaling heavily, the boy asked what the boy wanted to become while keeping his life. Hearing this question, Enkrid immediately thought that as soon as he spoke about his dream, everyone would immediately collapse with laughter. However, our hero, proudly raising his sword, simply said, "Knight." Hearing this answer, the guy even got lost in his gaze for a second. Seeing such a reaction, Enkrid was actually quite surprised too. He said that this was the first time he had seen such a reaction, because the guy didn't laugh after his words. Standing up, the yellow-haired boy exhaled heavily, saying that he simply forgot, because he remembered something. After looking at it, he realized what he needed to do. Looking in the direction of the guy leaving, our hero still did not understand what he meant. Our hero heard not laughter but support for the first time. It was his first time. The next day, the soldiers, who had already recovered, sang a song about the hero of the battle. The commander lying nearby was shouting something about how they still hadn't given him breakfast. Enkrid took a short leisurely walk instead of going to the training area. Passing by Jackson, he thanked him for the ointment, because it worked. He only told the commander to return quickly. Another night has come. Our hero has lived through another one today. The long-haired boy even said goodnight to Enkrid, which is what our hero did, also wishing the boy goodnight. On this day, our hero went to bed early, because tomorrow would be a new today. He considered the days spent in the hospital to be senseless days. Early in the morning, our hero was again awakened by the cries of the heroes of the battle. The commander sitting next to me again shouted that there was no breakfast, because everything was exactly the same as yesterday. And at that very moment he realized something that horrified him. Sweating, he mentally begged for this not to be so. While he was going for a walk, Jackson stopped him again, who also asked about the commander's wounds. And then he asked him to return to them quickly. Now he was sure that this was the same day as yesterday. The dark silhouette spoke of another wall that would leave him here. At that moment, our hero realized that while he was sleeping, he had died without even noticing it. I died more hopelessly than when I was being hit by a sword. The feeling was shitty. But this makes him even more determined in his actions. After all, this is yet another new test, a new wall that must be overcome. And so, just like last time, night came. Even the candle was still burning. All day long our hero thought about who killed him, because the enemies would have to get through all their defenses to get here. And this is only possible for knights, but it was unlikely. So the guy assumed that it was an assassin. The more he thought about it, the more he thought about the girl who came to see them. After all, the quiet and light step of a fairy is ideal for stealth murders, and the reason she came that day was to gather information. Enkrid needed to see to confirm his own suspicions. There was only one entrance to the infirmary, and he could prevent it by screaming and waking the other soldiers when he saw her. All that was required of him was to wait for the assassin, and literally a few seconds later, he felt a burning pain in his throat. Assuming that it was a poison dart that was stuck into him. He didn't even notice how the killer entered their infirmary. He immediately began to toss and turn in pain. Having fallen out of bed, he realized that he could not move or speak. It was a powerful, paralyzing poison. Now he understood how he died. Turning his attention to Vergans, he saw that he was already dead. Therefore, he immediately turned his gaze to Krang, over whom the assassin was now standing. Clutching his throat and choking on his own blood, he tried with all his might to scream. After all, there was an assassin standing in front of him, but nothing was working out for him. The sleeping yellow-voiced boy was pierced with a blade. Blood flew in all directions. Our hero clenched his teeth in anger, because he was helpless again. Suddenly he heard the tent being cut with a sword. And then another silhouette in a cloak appeared, this time in red. Observing this, our hero concluded that he was not working alone. With all his might, he tried to look closely in order to see the traitor's face. Having carefully examined the assassin who appeared, he understood that his guesses before this were completely correct, because it was her. It was the company commander who came to them to collect information. And again the next day came, or rather the previous one. But today, again, those same cries, singing about the hero of the battle, that is, about Cypriot. Sitting on the edge of the bed, our hero thought that this was already the third day today. He didn't even close his eyes, but still couldn't feel the presence. After all, even if he manages to stop the killer, he will have to immediately face the commander. He felt a complete sense of helplessness in this situation. Same fucking feeling as a few days ago in battle, with the same knight who made him live the same day 100 times. But despite this, he was still able to defeat him. Our guy continued to think. He tried with all his might to find a way to destroy this wall. He understood that he couldn't give up, but had to act. So I immediately went to my neighbor who was lying nearby. While his neighbor was angrily shouting at him, our hero realized that the killer had not yet infiltrated their base. The short-haired man continued to insult our hero, calling him by his nickname, Soldier Loser. As he left, Enkrid thanked the commander for worrying about him. After these words, the man embarrassedly insulted the boy several more times. However, he didn't pay any attention to him until Krang asked if they were arguing again. Both of our heroes greeted each other while the short-haired one turned away. Looking towards the long-haired man, our hero thought that given how closely they were watching him, he was sure that he was their target. So our hero wondered who he really was. After all, the guy is behaving strangely, but he didn't want to pick on the person. He had no intention of acting like those crazy bastards, but thanks to him, he was drawn into the murder, so he had to ask. Turning to the guy, our hero immediately asked him who he was, to which he looked at him in fear, without answering him. Seeing that scared look, Enkrid thought that his communication skills were no different from Rem's. However, his thoughts were interrupted by Krang, who looked away, said something, but then fell silent. And then he added that he could not answer this question. Our hero asked again why, but he still reluctantly said that it was a very long story. Hearing this answer, the black-haired boy again fell into thought. Their awkward silence was interrupted by the commander of the 3rd platoon lying nearby, who shouted to Enkrid that if he was satisfied with such an answer, then there was no need to ask, and also assumed that the boy was a spy from a foreign country, because he had completely different manners. Hearing this, the long-haired man immediately glanced towards the short-haired man, saying that he had never betrayed and would never betray the kingdom. Watching this, our hero thought that it was clear from his eyes, as well as from his actions, as well as his aura. They were similar to a real knight. Having come to his senses, the man immediately began asking Krang how he spoke to a superior officer. Our hero immediately discarded the thought that he was a knight, because he was helpless in front of the killers. However, Enkrid was definitely sure that the guy was hiding something. And again, that same candle, Krang again wished goodnight to our hero, as did he to his so-called comrade, while the man grumbled discontentedly. However, the fact that he was not grumbling so much somehow puzzled our hero. He even thought that the man was afraid of Krang. Casting a glance at the entrance to the infirmary, our hero began to think again, that if the murderers had broken in here to them, they would all have died. After waiting for everyone to fall asleep, he got out of bed and took up his weapon. The commander of the 3rd company woke up from the rustling sounds, asking what Enkrid was doing, to which our hero spoke about what was supposed to happen today. Hearing this, he looked a little more towards the black-haired guy. Turning away, the short-haired man said that he was crazy. At that moment, Krang was sleeping carefree, not paying attention to them. Our hero was generally expecting this reaction, but suddenly he was interrupted. He was horrified, heard a voice, and was about to react. However, nothing happened. Something flew right through the fabric and cut his throat. It began to fly apart in different directions while Enkrid tried to look back. He didn't understand when he managed to do this, but he noticed it right away. How the assassin had already attacked the commander of the 3rd platoon, thrusting a spike into his throat, and a moment later he attacked Krang, plunging his sword into him. Falling to the ground, our hero could not believe that this had happened. And now the 4th day has come, and this meant the 4th attempt. Approaching one of the commanders, our hero tried to ask him for help, but nothing good came of it. In this case, he would have to fight alone. He hid better, waiting for the killer. He was going to try to do something that would help him. Realizing that everything would happen any second, the boy held his breath. But the attack came from where he didn't expect it. The sword pierced our main character's throat right through the wall. He didn't even have time to shout anything. The blood began to fly in all directions. And just a second later, that same assassin appeared again. They were too fast. The next day, our hero hid in another place, intending to catch them by surprise. However, as he generally expected, nothing came of it. Another attack, another death. Again, our hero was drowning in his own blood. Enkrid didn't understand how to fight an enemy he couldn't see. But they could see everything. He couldn't even guess their location. He had to learn to avoid poisoned darts. And so another morning came with cries about the hero of the battle. It was the 20th morning, but our hero still could not do anything with them. It was not just 20 days, but 20 deaths with hellish pain. Enkrid was completely lost in his own thoughts, his face depressed. However, just a second later, a joyful smile appeared on his face. The thought that this was only 20 times did not leave our hero, because this was a wild little thing. Compared to last time, he had to think of a way to dodge the darts first. These thoughts were interrupted by the sitting Jackson, who immediately caught the attention of the black-haired man. Looking at him, Our hero immediately remembered a moment from the past, where I asked Ram why Jackson is called a perverted wildcat. Taking a break from his training, Ram asked again, to which the commander replied that that was what they called him. He immediately replied that the guy was acting like a fucking dirty pervert. After all, he never fights the enemy directly, preferring to strike in the back and run away. These memories were torn away by Jackson's voice, which addressed Enkrid. Looking at him, our hero thought that he should easily defeat the killers, but he still couldn't take him with him because the black-haired man didn't have enough authority. Even if he could, he would have to climb that wall himself. In that case, he just needed to become Jackson to attack as well. Turning to the guy, he asked, "If someone like you stabbed me in the back, what should I do?" He immediately thought about it, because the question was not easy, and a few seconds later, in a sullen voice, he replied that he didn't even know, because no one had ever survived. Hearing this, our main character immediately felt some strange panic that excited him. Several days passed, and at some point our hero managed to repel the attack. He even stumbled out of fear, falling to the ground, silently looking towards Enkrid. This time his face was far from fearful, he was terrified. After all, this time, our hero understood that he was no longer a faceless death for him. The assassin even spoke up, saying that our hero was a fucking rat. He rushed towards our hero, intending to kill him. Seeing these attacks, our hero understood that he was not as good as that knight. He knew he could handle it, but he was interested in the others. Looking first at Virgins, he saw that he was already dead. However, Krang was still alive. He woke up, grabbing his weapon. Enkrid understood that even with such a weak opponent, he could not let his guard down. After all, standing in front of him is a very experienced killer, a dark assassin. At this time, the assassin himself was fighting quite intensely. He felt hatred. One of the attacks still reached our main character. He was able to wound him, and then instantly switched to the boy, because he was the target. At that moment, the same company commander appeared, also moving quickly. Seeing her, the boy realized that he could die now, so he immediately rushed towards her. The girl stood silently in place, not quite understanding what was happening. While the assassin was attacking, he shouted asking if there were any guards here, launching several hundred poisoned darts in different directions. Krang's whole appearance showed that he would not be able to dodge. Our hero noticed this too, and he understood that he wouldn't make it in time. The company commander immediately jumped over our hero, rushing towards Krang. In an instant, she was next to Krang, blocking all the darts. Seeing this, our hero did not understand, because he thought that she was in cahoots with the killer, and she came to save them. Be that as it may, Enkrid was going to take advantage of this chance. With incredible force, he pushed off the ground, thrusting his sword forward. The assassin understood that this attack would most likely be his last, but somehow he managed to reflect it, redirecting the sword upward. And then he immediately started running, realizing that he would not survive here. Looking in the direction of the fleeing man, Enkrid understood that he would not catch up with the assassin, but it was hard for him to accept the fact that he had missed it after so many deaths. Krang approached and told Enkrid that this assassin had come for his soul. Hearing that our hero thought so, the guy asked again in surprise. The black-haired man explained that no one would hire an assassin for their miserable lives. While putting the weapon away, a girl standing nearby noticed the guy's intelligence. Looking at her blade, our hero thought that she had helped the assassin before, and that meant that no one was supposed to know about it. He also understood perfectly well that the girl was not going to leave witnesses. These thoughts did not leave him, so he watched her closely. This concern was interrupted by the guy, who said that he had one request. He also added that today he wants everything to go without deaths. Hearing this, our hero did not understand what was happening, because how could this be? The girl immediately bowed to Krang, saying, "As you wish." The guy noted that they shouldn't touch the man either, since he was still alive. Hearing about the antidote, Enkrid assumed that she was knowledgeable about poisons. And after thinking for a bit, the boy added that they needed to remove everything from here. Our hero, hearing this, asked again whether it was necessary to make sure that no traces were left. After all, if so, there was a very simple solution to all this. And just a minute later, it was hot, because the hospital was on fire. This woke everyone up, and they immediately started collecting water and putting out the fire. The fleeing fighters also noticed 2 survivors who were near the tent. At this moment, our hero thought that there were no more traces, and they will deal with the consequences themselves, Krang and that girl commander. The duo was already moving through the night forest, the fishing guy in front proudly raising his head. The girl noted that if the commander had not intervened, he would have died, suggesting that this was why he changed his mind. The guy agreed with this assumption, saying that the black-haired guy was quite an interesting guy. Looking at the dark sky, the white-haired man thought that he was trying to avoid this. He recalled our main character's training, thinking that he had such a strong influence on him, changing him. These thoughts made the white-haired guy smile happily. He asked to meet again, but under appropriate conditions, And there our hero once again found himself in front of that same black silhouette, who said that they would meet him again. Enkrid agreed with this, replying that it made no difference to him when. And so, the boy again encountered the same thing today. He survived a silent death and woke up in a new today. He felt the presence of almost everything around him, but he was unable to notice that fairy. And that meant a lot more training. He was also glad that he wasn't hurt. The commander of the third company interrupted him from these thoughts, asking why he saved him. As he was leaving, our boy didn't understand why he had offended him so much, but he replied that it was because they were comrades. Hearing this answer, the short-haired man looked away. He didn't understand how, after everything he had told him, he still decided to save him. Standing up, he turned to the black-haired man, embarrassed, asking if he was returning to the squad. And then he added that today was not his day, because the mood there was downright shitty. After all, there are rumors that this entire camp has been cursed for a long time. There was some kind of fight between the long-haired guy and the indifferent one. Rem was happy about this, so he immediately picked up the guy, intending to throw him. Everyone around was asking where their commander was, because no one could stop them. After all, as soon as he was gone, they started fighting again. Everyone was afraid to approach him. At some point, Rem, unable to bear it any longer, grabbed the axes, intending to chop the boy up. His opponent accepted this challenge and also took up arms. Our main character watched all this from the crowd, thinking that he didn't know. Whatever happened to the damned camp, these scumbags could well be considered its curse. As he approached, he immediately shouted for them to disperse, and they immediately scattered in different directions. And so 4 days have passed since he returned to his detachment. Suddenly our hero began to glare with his eyes because he felt something. Opening his eyes, he looked around carefully, seeing Jackson. Looking at his commander, he even seemed to smile, saying that he wanted to leave quietly, and also wriggling for waking him up. Standing up, Enkrid replied that everything was fine, since he was going to get up for training anyway. Jackson noticed that the commander's hearing had improved significantly since their last conversation. Our hero replied that it was because of constant practice, to which Jackson smiled, because one day it would save his life. As winter approaches, battles become less frequent, and that means one thing: you need to make the most of your free time and exercise. Approaching one of his subordinates, he saw him lying under a huge boulder. Auden greeted his commander with a smile, and then, throwing off the stone, he began to get up, while Enkrid watched him. The big man noted that one needs to train to withstand the frog's blow. He also noted that his commander was still too skinny, saying that he needed to work out more. In a cold voice, our hero noted that in this case, his interlocutor was overpumped. Afterwards, a dialogue began about the exercises that Auden had talked about. At this time, a new fight began between the long-haired man and the indifferent one. Rem was unhappy that his partner was sleeping, because it was his time to cook. He, in turn, silently crawled towards his sword, not paying attention to the long-haired man. And then, grabbing it, he was about to deliver a powerful blow. But Rem wasn't going to give in to him either, so he swung as well. At that moment, the commander and Auden entered their tent. He ordered them to calm down, to which Rem said that this bastard would starve them to death. Enkrid immediately switched to Ragna, telling him to go and cook, who agreed with the commander's order. On the way, they deliberately bumped into each other. Ragna also noticed that Rem smelled, and he immediately began to sniff himself. Rem, smiling, asked if the commander noticed, because without a fight, everyone gets bored. Taking up the sword, the commander asked not to take it out on everyone, because he would help him. And just a few minutes later, there was a sparring session between them. Ram moved unpredictably, striking at his commander. He shouted that the commander needed to learn to take a punch, because without this, he will simply die before he enters the battle. Enkrid knew he had to keep calm with the help of the beast's heart, and use your hearing to block those powerful blows. And then, what he trained at the cost of hundreds of his deaths. It was that very lunge with which he was able to defeat that knight. But Rem was able to successfully dodge this attack by redirecting his body mass, and then grab the weapon of your commander, as well as the guy himself. By sending him straight into the ground, he was going to end it all with this. With incredible force, Enkrid slammed his entire body into the ground. While Rem was talking, he expected more, because lately he had started doing much better. Longhair was angry because his commander had become boring lately. Even though his comrade said so, our hero thought that he understood this time. After all, he changed on purpose. He became completely different on purpose. Now, in order to improve, he is able to repeat everything hundreds, no, even thousands of times. Turning to Rem, he asked again, because this time he was going to win. The long-haired man thought that the guy lacked skills, but he never got tired of that look. Raising his axe, he said proudly that the commander could be proud if he left at least a scratch on it. But their fight was interrupted by a fairly heavy downpour. A few minutes later, they were already in their tent. Rem, looking at his leg with displeasure, said something about mushrooms. Each of them was busy with his own business. Some were sleeping, some were praying. The red-haired man who arrived was chatting discontentedly about the cancelled fights. He also said something about a curse, which our hero noticed when he asked him again. It was at that moment that he remembered those very words, as Vengeance spoke of some kind of curse that reigns over them. Wiping his head, the boy said that they had a lot of strange things going on. However, he also noted that he doesn't think that this is it. It's just that the weather has gotten worse. He also asked the commander why he was stuck at the entrance, to which the black-haired man replied that he was training his senses. The red-haired man thought his commander was strange once again. Ram was not pleased with these actions, while Jackson encouraged the commander. Our hero silently watched into the distance, trying to concentrate. The rest of the squad also offered their assistance in training. At this time, the commanders-in-chief were deciding about filling the gaps in their ranks. The girl asked the others what about the commander of the 4th company. The man sitting next to him was not particularly pleased with this proposal, because he considered our main character to be a bit dumb. However, she added that the guy could bring unexpected results. She was asked why she thought so, and she stood up and replied that it was just a fairy's intuition. Sometime later, Enkrid was already standing in her work tent, discontentedly asking why he was being sent to the scouts. The girl just looked at him silently, not immediately responding to this. Sometime later, already in their tent, preparations were in full swing. Comrade Enkrid asked what he had done to anger the company commander, because he did not understand why he had been chosen. Remembering the face of the company commander, the black-haired man hoped that they didn't want to finish him off. Along the way, recalling the situation with Krang that happened, Longhair asked his commander if he really intended to obey. Along the way, he added that he could help get out of this mess. Laughing, our hero replied that, unlike him, he would not allow himself to raise an axe against a superior in rank. Looking towards the jock, he heard him reading a prayer so that he wouldn't die. Even Ragna intervened in their dialogue, interrupting their conversation. He said that he could go on this mission instead of his commander. Looking towards his comrade, our hero only smiled. The others were surprised by this proposal. The cat sitting behind asked if he had been told that he was going to explore the fields with tall grass. He also warned Enkrid to pay attention to changes in the noise in the grass. Rem immediately started shouting at him not to teach their commander unnecessary things. Our hero himself was breathing heavily at this time, thinking that as soon as he left, there would be no one to separate them. He was afraid to leave them alone. But he also understood that they would not find anyone better than him. After joining the service, due to his lack of skills, he was constantly transferred to fill gaps in units. The only thing it was useful for, as you've all guessed, this was to separate the members of the squad from the carnage they were constantly causing. At some point, Enkrid was appointed as the commander of one squad. Everyone around called this detachment a bunch of scum who didn't know how to obey. Every time he stood under sharp weapons, our hero somehow calmed down. Rem, every time asked the black-haired man whether he was a fool or a brave man. In turn, the other members of the squad continued their verbal altercation. However, Enkrid understood that although they were difficult in character, they were capable, because even his loss was not comparable to theirs. There is no need for these sudden thoughts, the main character continued to think. After all, he knew what his abilities were. Everyone around him knew about it. However, he also burned with a wild desire to become much stronger than the rest. The scouts are going to the front, so he can spend time training his senses. Our hero's thoughts were interrupted by a scream, so that he finally got his act together. One of the guys shouted that he was the commander of this detachment, suggesting that they settle everything with their fists. The others started laughing, because they understood that the black-haired man didn't have enough strength for this, because he was the commander of a squad of outcasts. Smiling, the commander of the current detachment insulted our hero several more times, but without waiting for any reaction from Enkrid, he gave the order to all his men to act decisively when meeting the enemy. Watching his actions, our hero thought that he was too loud for the scouts, assuming that he was completely green in this. Suddenly, one of his subordinates called Commander Gardner, because he noticed the tracks. Bending over them and examining them carefully, he said that these were the traces of Nu. He was pleased to see them, because it meant that they were going in the right direction. At this time, our hero was thinking that they were moving in groups of at least 20 individuals. The green-haired archer, approaching our hero, exhaled heavily. He said that this was far from being Nu, but a gazelle, and then looked awkwardly in the direction of our hero. The one who said that their current commander was not the best was Henry. A former hunter from a mountain village, Henry didn't particularly bother with his commander. Our hero began to chat with him, and soon even became friends with him. Henry also explained the basics of hunting, which turned out to be quite useful as night fell. Our heroes spent the whole day searching for non-existent Nu, which means the time was wasted. The reconnaissance squad leader racked his brains all night long, because he needed at least some information. After a few more hours of wandering around, they came across something. They began to carefully examine all the surroundings, because right in front of them was what they came here for. It was a green pearl that they had to examine carefully. This area was also called a useless field overgrown with tall grass. The commander shouted that they would cross this field and find a detachment of enemy scouts and capture them, for which they would be rewarded. Henry was no longer particularly happy with this idea, since they were only supposed to conduct reconnaissance along the border. Our hero interrupted his dissatisfied chatter, saying that this was an order. Everyone immediately followed their commander, starting to make their way through the grass. Looking at his commander, our hero thought that he would quickly surrender, but he didn't even complain. The black-haired man's thoughts were interrupted by Henry, who said that there wasn't much animal droppings here, and this means that animals do not live here, which was strange, because there is a lot of food here. Suddenly, a rather loud stomp was heard, and an eerie aura arose. Our main character's face immediately became horrified because he understood that something was happening right next to him. He already felt this feeling. He immediately began to shift his gaze to look around because no one else noticed it. It was a black, huge cat that rushed past them. At that very moment, Enkrid understood everything, ran up to the commander, and began to lower him to the ground, shouting for everyone to lie down. But it was too late. Several members of the squad were killed by darts. Seeing this, the commander of the scouts was horrified. He did not know what to do. After all, right in front of him were enemies who had already noticed them a long time ago. Having come to his senses, he immediately gave the order for them to flee, and his entire detachment rushed into flight. However, it was already too late. Their opponents were catching up with them and killing them. They were surrounded on all sides and had no chance of winning. And here comes another death, but our hero was glad about it. After all, he understood that he could always find a way, because he had the repeating ones on his side today. He tried to hide in different ways, but his enemies stopped him every time. They didn't stop pursuing him even when he managed to escape from everyone. Enkrid tried to remember any little details he could see. Their uniforms are painted green, as if they were already waiting for enemies. Our hero did not understand that it was possible to guard this field in order to prepare like this. Crawling on his last breath, he wanted to see what they were trying to protect. Parting the grass, he saw something he shouldn't have seen. His gaze immediately changed, because this changed absolutely everything. However, he was unable to take a closer look, because the sword pierced his throat. With his last breath, our hero asked himself what these Aspanese bastards were hiding. And here comes another day, another order from this green commander. Our hero at this time thought that they had already tried dozens of times, but they had never succeeded. He wanted to know what those Aspen bastards were hiding there. However, he also understood that if he gave up on this mission, he wouldn't have to die. But a second later, he pushed these thoughts aside. He did not want to retreat. His thoughts were also interrupted by the cry of the current commander. He asked why he stopped. One of the squad members asked Enkrid to ignore him, saying that everyone had their own problems. But the black-haired man immediately rudely replied that there was a limit to the patience of shit, asking at the same time if he was tired of licking his ass. His face immediately changed, angrily asking him what he had said. Pushing his hand away, Enkrid also said that he was not going to play these games anymore. The red-haired man began to take out his sword, shouting, asking if he was refusing to follow orders. And Enkrid understood that he needed to radically change this situation. After all, he wouldn't survive alone. So he said that from now on, he would be the one giving the orders. Hearing this, the commander naturally became angry while our hero was thinking. He thought about how Andrew Harder, Henry, and that soldier with the scar were the ones who survived the longest. Especially the soldier with the scar, because he fought very powerfully. Most likely he is even the most capable in the squad. Drawing his sword, the commander shouted that if he defeated him, he could take command. For now, our hero assumed that this soldier with a scar was his bodyguard. After all, even though ordinary soldiers don't have security, judging by his stance, he can conclude that he was properly trained. Our hero assumed that he was the son of some rich lord. But he also dismissed these thoughts, because in that case, he would not have curried favor so much. Then he may be some nobleman from the house in Opal. While the boy continued to shout in displeasure, our hero clearly decided that following his order was pointless. Suddenly, the commander of the scouts shouted even louder about some kind of mission. However, Enkrid interrupted him, saying that he was talking too much. The words that he wouldn't need the sword angered the boy even more, and he immediately rushed towards him. Seeing this picture, our hero understood perfectly well that in a normal situation it would be difficult for him to cope with him, but now he underestimates him. After all, hasty actions lead to inattention, so everything will be simple. And inattention means only one thing: an easy victory. Enkrid was able to repel the commander's attack without any difficulty. The commander of the scouts did not understand how this had happened. Our hero took advantage of this moment and delivered a powerful blow. thus making the guy completely forget about the fight and fall to the ground without any strength, coughing from pain. Henry and the same soldier with the scar looked on in surprise, because he defeated their commander with just one blow. Everyone looked at our hero in surprise. Our hero asked the crowd standing in front of him if they had any objections, that from this moment on, he will be their commander. However, in response, there was only silence. Only the heavy sighs of the commander sitting on the ground could be heard. The dark-haired soldier with the scar exhaled heavily, agreeing, while our main character thought that this was just the first step. After a while, everyone was already following him, making their way through the tall grass. True, not everyone was happy that their commander was now Enkrid. However, our hero did not pay attention to this, asking what Henry was dreaming about. The green-haired man didn't understand what the question was about, so he asked again, and then he said that he wanted to marry a beauty with a flower shop. After asking another, he answered that he had recently had a daughter. The two standing behind replied that they just wanted to go home, and Andrew wanted to fulfill his mother's last wish. After all, his dream and mission is the revival of the Gardner house. Stopping, our hero answered them all that they were all alike, because in order for their dream to come true, they needed to survive today. Those standing behind didn't really understand what our hero meant. However, turning to them, he asked them to do it. He explained that he meant to survive, because each of them has a dream. He needed these guys to be proactive, and there is nothing more motivating than the desire to live. The enemies would soon appear, and he planned to break through their encirclement. Pointing to the side, he told Henry to shoot the arrow there, adding that he would not repeat it again. Seeing this look, the green-haired man immediately carried out this order. That arrow that was sent hit one of the enemies right in the head. A scream was heard, and our heroes realized that an ambush was being planned for them. He rushed forward, shouting for Andrew to follow him. But he, remembering that they had to survive, reluctantly began to take out his sword. Our hero understood that they needed an advantage in this fight, and to get it, they need to find their enemies faster than they do. He wanted to turn this situation in their favor by any means necessary. A real battle began between the enemies and our heroes. The enemies were scared because they were discovered, which ruined all their plans. And our hero was still planning to take advantage of the surprise and thin out their ranks as much as possible. Our hero understood that as soon as Andrew went after him, his bodyguard would also go after him. He was going to finish them off today, thus ending it today. Blood flew in all directions, and the sounds of cutting flesh were ear-piercing. In a field of such tall grass, it was also difficult for enemy soldiers to find anyone, but they came across them. One of the enemies noticed the dark animal and was about to kill it. However, our hero did not allow this to happen, plunging his sword into him. The last time they noticed them, because they were chasing this beast, which he noticed the first time. And this meant only one thing. They were noticed absolutely by accident. They don't know that they are here. Our main character looked closely at this dark-haired cat, thinking that they hadn't noticed the ambush this time because they were focused on chasing after her. Having finished off the last one, our hero thought that he would not let them die so easily. Immediately, Enkrid gave the order that they move on, while that same cat watched him closely. She seemed to be studying our protagonist, looking him over carefully. With one loss, there were 6 of them left, the most of them surviving this time. Therefore, the black-haired hero understood perfectly well that they needed to continue. This time, our scout squad attacked the enemies, and not the other way around. After all, our hero knew their location and number. He avoided those he couldn't handle. The spearmen who doggedly pursued him each time, he understood that they had to move quickly. He wanted to avoid unpleasant encounters, otherwise adopting hit-and-run tactics, gradually breaking out of the encirclement. Looking at his Andrew, the soldier with the scar, thought that the boy was already at the end of his rope. Besides, when night falls, getting out of this thicket will be much more difficult than it is now. However, Enkrid said that they needed to move on, an order the dark-haired man did not agree with, and also added that there should be no objections, since they just needed to follow him. Everyone was exhausted when suddenly they looked in horror towards the 2 arguing fighters. After all, the dark-haired man put his sword to our hero's throat, telling the commander to have a conscience. He also added that he would survive even if the commander died, because what followed was certain death. To which our hero interrupted him, saying that he himself should understand that it was too late to go back. After all, after everything they did there, the retreat route will be full of enemies. And then, grabbing his hand, Enkrid said that they needed to clarify something. He said that he wanted to survive more than anyone else. Andrew, looking at our hero, thought that he was a useless piece of trash, but everything turned out differently. The first time he saw him, he compared him to his father, who simply gave up and squandered the wealth of their house. But everything turned out completely differently, because Enkrid is completely different. He remembered his mother's words about their home being over. However, her words made him move on. She believed in her son. With the last of her strength, she asked him to become the one people would follow. She asked him to become a real leader and revive their family name. And our hero asked the soldier with the scar to trust him, assuring him that they would survive this hell. Their verbal altercation was interrupted by the former commander, who said that he believed in Enkrid. Everyone immediately looked towards our hero, without saying anything. The soldier with the scar tried to object, but Andrew interrupted him, saying that the commander was Enkrid now. And then he added that the detachment must follow the orders of its commander. His subordinate could not object to this. He saw confidence in his master's gaze. Crouching down, our hero told everyone to follow him at goose step until he gave the order. Everyone immediately sat down and began to follow their commander. The first step in overcoming today was seizing the initiative, as well as an attack on the enemy by surprise and a consistent breakthrough of the encirclement. But now the moment has come for the second stage of this survival. This is a critical point that Enkrid discovered after many repetitions. Every few minutes, all the members of the squad looked back, all except Enkrid. After all, the sun was already setting, and this was precisely the second stage. It is at this time, in this situation, that they will be able to do this. Namely, to hide from enemies and avoid combat. Everyone silently followed their commander, completely trusting him. Each of them tried to understand what he was thinking, because his gaze was frightening. And the black-haired boy himself thought that everything was going according to plan. After all, now there is only one stage left. The sun is setting, and darkness follows. The reason they never managed to get out of this field is simple. As soon as our heroes said that they had arrived, everyone was horrified. After all this time they were heading straight towards the enemy camp. And our hero continued to think that Aspen's soldiers were killing everyone to silence them, because there is something hidden in this field that no one should know about. So our hero thought that they might have something more important than catching them. After looking around for a bit, Enkrid gave the order for them to move out. After all, if the enemies have that same mission that must be accomplished, they will definitely survive. There was a few more minutes of bickering between Mac and Enkrid, but in the end he listened. The main character tore through the awning with one powerful blow. Mac didn't understand why his commander did this, because it would give them away. But just a few seconds later he was surprised, like everyone else, because there was no one there. The soldier with the scar was horrified, because he did not understand how Enkrid knew everything that would happen. However, he still believed that he was crazy, because he wanted to go through the enemy camp. But even so, they still had not encountered a single enemy soldier. He didn't understand how this could even happen, because they weren't assassins to move like that. Suddenly, their commander stopped right in front of the center of the camp. Looking sternly at his comrades, he ordered them to wait for him here. Looking into the distance, he thought about how he had entered this camp dozens of times already, and had even managed to touch that flag once. However, the entire army focused its attention on him at that moment. Sometime later, our hero said that the task of the Aspen soldiers was to protect that flag. Everyone immediately began to look into the distance in order to see what this huge army had gathered here for. While our hero was asking his comrades what they thought would happen if the flag was set on fire, Max still didn't understand what was going on. He assumed that the company commander told him this, and that it was she who assigned him to their unit. Our hero said that the Aspen soldiers would be too busy defending the flag. While Mac was horrified, he thought that Enkrid was on some kind of secret mission, and Enkrid continued to tell his plan. Because it was at that moment, while they were defending the flag, that they would be able to escape. They were supposed to split into two groups. One would act as bait, and the other would start the fire. At this point, Mac interrupted Enkrid, saying that he would be bait. Having heard this proposal, our main character was even surprised. After all, Mac had been expressing his dissatisfaction all the time, and then suddenly decided to cooperate. Our hero has led a squad to the Aspen camp many times already, but he never had as many people left with him as he did today. This is the best of today that he has experienced so far in many attempts. It was today that he felt that very feeling, the feeling of victory. Mac had already acted as bait, and most of the soldiers had reacted to him. They immediately rushed in pursuit, shouting to catch them. At this moment, our hero rushed towards the torch, intending to grab it. He was going to finish this day and survive, because so far everything was going perfectly. He wanted to wake up tomorrow and start anew today and save these guys. But the very second he took the torch, he felt a terrifying, powerful aura. With one powerful yet swift movement, the man cut down the torch. Our black-haired hero stood in horror. His face completely changed. After all, he didn't even hear this huge approaching body. It was an enemy warrior, whom our main character had never seen before. He began to examine it carefully, trying to understand what was happening. After all, our hero didn't understand where such a strong man came from. Bowing his head down, the black-haired protagonist said, "They're late." Hearing this, the huge man in armor did not understand anything. As a huge flame rose right next to them, screams began to be heard. Aspen's soldiers screamed that they were burning and they needed to start putting out the fire immediately. Others shouted that their rights had been violated, and that they too needed to be eliminated. At that very moment, the soldier standing in front of Enkrid shouted for them to put out the fire first. Our hero thought that everything was going perfectly according to plan. Now all that was left was to escape. All attacks always begin with a powerful leg movement. A push from the ground that directs the body forward, thereby transforming the blow. Enkrid had a clear vision of where to hit. He saw a hole in his defense, and it was there that he aimed his sword, intending to deliver one powerful blow. While this big guy was busy giving orders, the black-haired one was going to take advantage of this. However, everything naturally will not be so simple, because it was at this moment that he felt the attack. Two terrible glances met each other. They were definitely enemies. And just a moment later, this big guy from Aspen successfully dodged, having managed to draw his sword from its sheath, waiting for the next attack. Our hero was horrified because his powerful and fast attack was dodged with ease. Besides, a second later he felt pain because he was wounded. Holding his wound, Enkrid thought that this was his most perfect attack. However, he not only managed to dodge, but also wound him. Looking towards his opponent, he heard him calling him a weakling. Enkrid understood that he couldn't defeat this man now, at least not with his current level of abilities. After all, he barely made it here, after several deaths, through numerous ambushes in the fields that killed him time after time. Our hero didn't even remember the exact number of deaths. He thought he had finally passed the test of this today. But it turned out that it was this big guy who was the real obstacle today. Looking at his wound, he also knew that he would die like a dog if he challenged him. This means that it will be necessary to take command of the squad again and run across the fields in the process of numerous repetitions today. As he began to rise, our hero began to make some strange sounds. The enemy standing in front of him did not understand this and asked why he was laughing. And our hero thought that in any case he would survive all this and finally overcome him. This expression on his face angered the big guy. He swung his arm and shouted that he would cut him into pieces and then feed him to the dogs. However, our hero was not going to give up so easily. He also took a fighting stance. As he swung, his only thought was that he would overcome today. Our hero prepared to receive this powerful attack. He was burning with a wild desire to overcome this obstacle in his path. And then two powerful attacks touched, and a loud ringing sound was heard throughout the camp. In just a moment, our hero's sword began to slide. Enkrid couldn't believe his opponent was able to parry at such a moment. However, there was no time to think, because he had already swung for the next blow. With some unknown help, our hero still managed to evade this attack. And even from the next one, he didn't understand how he could hit from such awkward positions. This fighter did not give our hero a single chance to counterattack. The difference in strength between the two was too great for Enkrid to win. Using a split second, he threw a dart in his direction. However, this huge swordsman also noticed this blow. He put his hand forward and blocked the throw, looking towards the black-haired man with a terrifying gaze. Seeing this, Enkrid couldn't believe that he had brushed off that attack with his hand. But even now, his enemy was not going to give him a chance to rest. He was going to end this fight with a powerful lunge forward. However, by some miracle, the sword flew past the black-haired man's neck. All around, even louder cries began to be heard about a fire, because someone had spilled oil. The fire was heading straight towards the flag they had so carefully protected. The man standing behind him shouted at the commander, asking if he didn't understand what was at stake. Looking towards our hero, he understood perfectly well that the black-haired man would not give up without a fight. Looking at his face, he saw the determination of his opponent. Turning to him, he once again looked intently in Enkrid's direction. And then turning around, he added that they would definitely see each other again. Well, he began to move to the side, while Enkrid was still standing in a fighting stance. The black-haired man couldn't believe that this soldier was able to retreat so easily. He couldn't believe that the current obstacle wasn't him. However, clutching his sword in his hands, he pushed these thoughts aside, because even if it wasn't him, an obstacle that was worth overcoming, our hero thought that he didn't care, because he understood perfectly well that in order for his dream to come true, he needed to improve himself. But these thoughts were interrupted by Andrew, who ran towards him screaming. He shouted to his commander that they needed to leave here immediately. Our main character found himself between two fires, not knowing what to choose today. After all, this soldier had his chance to become much stronger than he is now. Feeling a close gaze on himself, the Aspen fighter glanced towards the black-haired man. And again their gazes met. Our protagonist was completely immersed in his own thoughts. But in the end, he made up his mind and put his sword back in its sheath, giving a loud order to his allies that they should retreat immediately. Not a single enemy paid attention to them. Everyone was busy with the fire, while Enkrid and his subordinates ran towards the tall grass. Turning his attention to everyone, Enkrid noticed that there were 5 of them left. Max shouted to the commander, asking if they would send a large force after them. to which I received an immediate negative response from Enkrid. Behind them, the green-haired archer stopped, clutching his arm. Behind him, shouts from the enemy began to be heard that they needed to capture the invaders. Andrew, Enkrid, and Mac immediately stood in front of their comrade, intending to protect him. Our black-haired one attacked first, cutting down his enemy. Mac followed suit, also inflicting a fatal wound. Andrew wasn't going to be left behind by the two, so he also joined the fight. After this, Enkrid gave the order for them not to hesitate, but to continue running. One of the comrades grabbed the green-haired man and shouted that it would be difficult for the enemies to move in that direction, but it would be difficult for them too. However, the archer interrupted him, saying that he knew a safe way, because it was a hunting trail. Enkrid immediately said that he had hopes for him, asking him to lead everyone. The footsteps of the enemies who were pursuing them could no longer be heard. The only sounds were the footsteps of our heroes, who were running as fast as they could. With the last of their strength, they still managed to get out of the tall grass. Thanks to Mac and Andrew's efforts, they were able to easily break away from them. And if it weren't for Henry and his knowledge of the local trails, they wouldn't have disappeared so quickly. It took every member of the squad to get this far. And so, little by little, the sun began to rise, which meant a new today. However, this did not mean everything, because they still had to get to their camp. But after some time, everything worked out. They were able to do it. Each of them could barely stand on their feet, because just a little more and they would simply pass out. While everyone was trying to catch their breath, our main character was happy, because another day had passed, and a new day had already begun. He was glad about it, because he also managed to save 4 more. At that time, in that very camp, it was only by morning that they were able to put out the fire. One of the men asked about the flag, but the man in the robe replied that they had to do it all over again. The man with 2 scars on his face didn't expect that the famous gray dogs wouldn't be able to handle a bunch of little bastards. This man was a company commander, and he really didn't understand it, because the best of his company were patrolling the tall grass. The Grey Dogs are an independent company, allowed to decide for themselves how to act within the framework of an operation. The company's name is borrowed from the Grey Dog that lives in the Principality of Aspen. He is distinguished by his particular tenacity, and becomes strongly attached to the goal he has set his sights on. Turning to his subordinate, he asked if the boy was really strong. Mitch Harrier responded that if it weren't for the fire, it would have definitely killed him. Exhaling heavily, the man replied that it meant that the boy was just lucky, to which the platoon commander of the Grey Dogs company responded that this would not happen again. Meanwhile, our main character was already in the tent, tending to his wounds. He was stressed by the fact that he could not overcome the obstacle. He really wanted to continue that fight, but it was probably too late. Remembering his face, he remembered his look that spoke of death. However, our boy was also serious. He was going to overcome it. Ram, lying on the bed, thought that his commander should have already returned from reconnaissance. However, there was still no news to be heard, which made him nervous. At one point he even thought that he could die. Although the boy has become more capable, he is still the same green youth. At that moment, Ragnar began to get out of bed, yawning heavily. Before he could even open his eyes, he immediately cast a piercing glance in Rem's direction. He asked the long-haired man what he wanted from him. Without thinking twice, he immediately showed the middle finger on his hand. Without thinking twice, the white-haired man put his foot forward and also showed his little finger. A joyful smile immediately appeared on the long-haired man's face, because the boredom was over. Standing up, he angrily asked if the boy really wanted to die. He immediately began to answer him that there was a damn psycho sitting in front of him. At that moment, the commander of the 4th Company asked how our hero managed to pull all this off, to which she heard that he was just lucky. This answer did not particularly satisfy her, repeating the words of her subordinate. However, our main character only silently looked in her direction. With a heavy sigh, she agreed with him, telling him to go and rest. And at that moment she was thinking that she had assumed that he would do something, but the result exceeded all her expectations. Looking at the back of the man leaving, she asked herself who this guy even was. Leaving the company commander, our hero was completely immersed in his own thoughts. But Andrew interrupted him, bowing and thanking Enkrid, because everyone understood that they survived thanks to him. He asked the departing former commander if they would meet again. However, the answer was cold. Enkrid replied if they were on the same battlefield. And then they silently began to watch their commander. Each of them thought that this black-haired guy was too cool. Andrew bowed again, showing his respect and gratitude. The other survivors followed his example. As he left, our hero thought that they really did survive thanks to him. However, he asked himself if this was really his maximum. In any case, he lost 2 fighters. But if he had been stronger, he could have saved everyone. A series of similar ones today allowed him to look beyond the limit. Now it was time to stop wasting his energy. Enkrid was going to follow the path of the knight he dreamed of becoming. As he approached, he heard loud screams that the psychopaths were fighting again. Coming closer, he saw Ragna and Rem fighting each other. Looking at their facial expressions, it was the first time he had seen them like this. Because before that, during sparring, none of them had such faces. Enkrid realized that the two hadn't taken him seriously in the first place. Our hero was going to make these guys make the same faces in battle with him. Loud screams were heard all around. These were the screams of the crowd that these guys were real animals. None of them could believe that they were really people. Our hero began to stare intently in their direction. It seemed as if he was about to burn through them. At this moment, Ragna and Rem exchanged terrifying blows. Suddenly, the white-haired man noticed his commander, who continued to look silently in their direction, with the same gaze. Rem, seeing the commander, immediately smiled, saying that he should have said that he had returned. The gray-haired man immediately dispersed the crowd while Ragna asked if Enkrid was injured. The commander turned to Rem with a question, but immediately interrupted him, saying that he was at it again. After which, Enkrid turned to the yellow-haired man about the attack. Ragna also muttered discontentedly about how their commander was strange. Reaching for his hand, the black-haired man didn't understand and asked again. However, he began to leave. Our hero realized that the boy was going to say something, but did not. Having learned of the enemy ambush, the battalion commander deployed all the infantry closer to the field covered with tall grass. During the journey, our hero's wounds healed greatly. In his free time, he studied strategy and trained. The red-haired man asked his commander to rest, because constant training is also bad. Rem supported him, because the commander had not yet fully recovered, but was already training. And then came the next day, which meant a new today. Ragna gradually began to wake up due to some noise. Turning his attention to the neighboring bed, he saw that the commander had gone off to train again. It also made him gradually get out of bed with wild heaviness. Ragna had a good talent for fencing. It was easy to become stronger, so he found an opportunity to become a knight earlier. But why does he need this title, he thought, since he still doesn't have what he wants to do? Then why bother and waste energy to become some kind of knight? Seeing no point, he lost his goal and now marks time in one place. Watching his commander train, he carefully examined his equipment. However, at the moment of the attack, pain was felt throughout his body. He immediately fell off his feet, landing on the ground and clutching his wound. Looking at him, he thought that his commander had been trained incorrectly from the start. After all, first of all, he needed to master the basics, and then master all sorts of simplified methods, thereby instilling bad habits. You can forget about improving yourself, no matter how much you train. But still, Ragna didn't understand just one thing when he looked at his commander. Why does he try so hard, pushing himself to the point of exhaustion? And so Enkrid, through the pain, rose again, raising his sword. However, now his subordinate interrupted him, asking why he needed this sword. The answer came immediately. Enkrid was going to become stronger. And when asked what would happen next, the black-haired man replied that he wanted to become a knight. Ragna said that a knight is just someone who is good at fighting, and then asked what the point of that was. However, Enkrid responded to this by saying that he had his own beliefs. After all, for the sake of the weak and disadvantaged, for the sake of honor, for the sake of loved ones, it is for this very reason that people take up the sword. This is the kind of knight he wants to become. Hearing this answer, the boy immediately thought about conviction and honor. He believed that physical force was just a weapon for killing. Ragna wondered what he was dreaming about, because he didn't understand what a knight or a sword meant. He could not know this until he had set out on this path, so he turned again to the commander. Enkrid looked up from his training again, turning his attention to his subordinate, who asked him if he wanted to learn how to wield a sword. Naturally, his commander immediately responded positively. At that moment, Ragna was already thinking that he shouldn't have mentioned this, because it was just extra stress for him. However, after looking towards the black-haired man, he thought again. It was this look that promised him that it would not be boring at all. Asking about the beast's heart, the fair-haired man replied that this was the problem. He said he would have to forget about everything else. Hearing this, Enkrid asked if it was about the mercenary Valen's sword technique too, to which he also received a positive answer. Ragna explained that if he didn't forget, then when it came time to use a new technique, he would use whatever was more convenient out of habit. In this case, it's all pointless. He said that his commander was choosing right now whether to renounce everything and receive a completely new rank, or continue to live the same way. Enkrid, without even thinking, replied that he wanted to get a new one. This wild intensity in his gaze surprised Ragna very much. He could not believe whether he was speaking seriously. But Enkrid had already turned around and was asking him where they should start. Taking a closer look at his commander, he did not understand what kind of person he was, because he could not be called normal. Ragna said that his commander is strong, so there is no need to use light weapons, because a 1.5-handed sword like his will do as a main weapon, offering his own. Taking it, Enkrid asked if he could definitely take it, but Ragnar was serious and began to explain how to take it correctly. Seeing Enkrid take it, he asked why he was holding on to it so tightly, to which the boy replied that Rem had taught him this. Ragnar immediately looked away with displeasure, but literally a moment later, with a terrifying aura, he swung, preparing to attack. At the last moment, our hero was able to block this powerful attack. Looking at his trembling hands, goosebumps ran all over Enkrid's body. The black-haired man said that it was very painful, to which Ragnar smiled. The fair-haired man explained that he would break everything if he stood there like a statue, relying only on strength. Listening to this, our hero understood that all members of his squad, as one, were not very eloquent. However, if his comrade means that he is straining his body a lot, this means he needs to be more flexible if he doesn't want to break anything. And now a training fight has begun between our two heroes. Our hero repelled Ragnar's attacks, who was dissatisfied with something every time. Either the center of gravity is wrong, or the direction of the legs is wrong, or you are too tense. Every single time, the blonde was unhappy with something. And now Enkrid was already sitting on the ground, breathing heavily and exhausted. At that moment, Ragnar was thinking that he couldn't even imagine that his commander was so incapable, because he didn't even know the basics of fencing. He understood perfectly well that training would most likely not help here. He looked closely at his commander, expecting him to surrender. After all, he couldn't even get up and stand up again. However, Enkrid stood up, saying that they needed to try again. Exhaling heavily, Ragnar drew his sword again, saying that they need to relearn not only how to hold a sword, but even how to walk. At some point they were interrupted by Rem's voice, who was laughing. He asked about food, because they even missed it while playing friends. Turning to the commander, Rem asked if Ragnar was making fun of him, intending to deal with him. After examining his subordinate, Enkrid asked why he was dressed like that, to which Rem immediately responded, saying that he responded to the call. He also said that now everyone is gathering in full swing. After all, their enemy is approaching right now, which means the battle has begun. Literally a few minutes later, everyone was already gathered. The same ferry stood in front of a huge number of fighters. Our main hero's detachment was also in this position. At that moment, Ragnar was thinking that he had probably started this training in vain, because now he had an unfamiliar sword in his hands, and because of this, he could get confused and not be able to fight at full strength. He was worried about his commander, because he could die because of this. He intended not to stray too far from him today. At this time, our hero was thinking that he wanted to learn fencing some more. Noticing the formation of his opponents, he thought that it was too strange. At that moment, one of the opponents raised his hand, saying that it was the end. At that very moment, a thick fog began to rise. The company commander of our main character could not believe that this was witchcraft. After all, a second later, the entire battlefield was covered in thick fog. Visibility was absolutely zero, nothing could be seen. Looking ahead, our hero thought that he couldn't even see those who were standing in front of him. He wasn't the only one who started to worry, because the whole army was scared. At that very moment, our hero was about to use his hearing. Each of his so-called comrades heard strange sounds. Listening closely, our hero shouted loudly that these were arrows. However, it was already too late. A huge number of arrows were flying straight at them. Due to the fog, they were unable to defend, allowing this attack to pass. At that moment, the fairy could not believe that the enemy had chosen such tactics. She screamed for everyone to raise their shields because they had been tricked. The enemy sorcerer himself laughed loudly at that moment. He was glad because he was able to refine this spell. In addition, the flag allowed his allies to see their enemies. He continued to laugh loudly. The sorcerer was pleased with himself. However, his comrade standing next to him thought that everything could have been much simpler if it weren't for him. He meant our main character, who almost ruined their plans. Thanks to the flag, he could see that same black-haired man, holding the sword in his hands. Enkrid thought that his body was too tense. He was angry because he couldn't learn anything from Ragnar's lesson. He remembered his words that it would be better for him not to engage in battle until he learned the new technique, because in this case he will simply die. Our hero closed his eyes and replayed these words, understanding perfectly well what all this means in this situation. The sounds of battle were heard right in front of him, and he felt great. At that moment, Ragnar appeared from behind and asked Enkrid to retreat. However, our hero understood everything perfectly. After all, if everything doesn't work out the first time, he will have a chance. He deliberately attacked one of the spears, and his opponent was even surprised by this. After all, his opponent's face was not at all frightened. On the contrary, a smile began to appear on his face. This bestial, insane look frightened him. Enkrid was glad because he would be able to return to training with Ragnar. And then the same day came, the day of training. He understood perfectly well that the teacher from Ragnar was so-so. After all, from the position of a genius, everything was easy for him. But Enkrid was different. However, our hero understood perfectly well that the boy was not trying to reproach him. He wants to teach him, he just doesn't understand how to do it. When he asked, he did not receive any sensible answers from him, because he himself did not know. But Enkrid remembered everything perfectly. This was his best ability. He was going to get used to the movements and the sword. After all, every today is a constant practice. Each time it got better, but the body was still wooden. But there was nothing wrong with that, because he could have died. And start over, go back to training. Each time he practiced the same way, repeating everything. Naturally, with each passing day, everything was getting better. It was already the 30th day today. The movements became flexible over time. On the 30th day, Ragna praised Enkrid's movements for the first time. He also explained that the commander should use a blade for protection. He asked to maintain a minimum distance between the enemy. After all, blocking an attack and increasing your line of attack is what fencing is all about. Each time, our hero replayed his words in his head. He had to picture his opponent in his head. At some point, he already felt lightness in his legs. He was able to dodge most of the attacks, slowly, but today things began to change. One day, our hero was even able to parry a sword. Ragna was very surprised by this and started asking loudly about it. It was all slow, but not without success. At some point, Ragna could no longer find fault with anything. Little by little, these small steps began to add up. Our hero began to gradually move forward. He smiled as he died, because he was very happy. He was well aware that he had definitely become much better. After all, he was already dodging powerful attacks without any difficulty. And at some point he even started trying to attack Ragna. He swung, wanting to try to do the same as his current teacher, which by the way made him very surprised. After all, today was already the 100th time he was able to attack Ragna. It was on this day that his subordinate's view changed. With horror on his face, he asked his commander who he was. Enkrid noticed this change in his gaze perfectly. Abilities that seemed to have reached their limits. We have just broken through to a new level. And now Ragna again shouts excitedly towards the commander running away into the fog. Enkrid successfully dodged the attacks that were aimed at him. The black-haired man was determined to reach this place. With all his might, he tried to run as far as possible. He was glad that he was finally able to take the path of a knight. It was on this day that he was going to end today. However, again another failure, another death. But Enkrid was not going to be disappointed by this. After all, with each passing day he became stronger and faster. He was almost going crazy with joy, because every day is a new today. And so Ragna again asks the commander if he really wants to learn fencing, to which he hears another positive response. After all, in order to become stronger, he was ready to die more than once. And so Ragna, seeing the abilities of his commander, said only that he needed combat experience. More than 200 so-called todays have already passed. As Ragna said, Enkrid began to gain combat experience. Each time he was going to test how much further he could break through. At some point, he even began to use willpower in his legs, so that its speed would be incredible. He wanted to see how far he could go. With the strength gained and new knowledge acquired, light as it seemed, but at the same time powerful movements, Enkrid chopped down his enemies left and right, not giving them a chance. He remembered where the enemy was behind the fog and at what moment he would jump out. Even without seeing anything, he could hit a couple of people. The enemies were frightened by these quick movements. After all, they heard, but at some point they stopped seeing the enemy. Suddenly, Enkrid appeared out of nowhere, cutting them down. Those standing behind did not understand what was happening in front. The crossbowmen aimed into the void, because they found themselves in the same situation as their opponents. Enkrid remembered Ragna's words about eyes, legs, and arms. After all, the eyes look ahead and anticipate, and the legs move, and the hands bring what they started to the very end. Enkrid's face was crazy. He was happy about it, because it was different. The feeling was completely different. He couldn't believe that he was still so far from mastering the basics. He mentally asked his enemies to attack him, more and more. After all, only in this case will he be able to become stronger. And then at some point he was surrounded. The enemy asked if he really thought he could go further. After all, he was already surrounded by many opponents. Raising his head, Enkrid asked them for more. He asked them to fight with swords, because that was not enough for him. Seeing this face, the crossbowman was horrified, because a psychopath stood before him. Immediately, a huge number of rods pierced Enkrid's body. At some point, the rough voice of that same dark silhouette was heard. Who said that the boy was a fool, because he himself threw himself into the arms of death? He asked the guy if he had really gone completely crazy. And here's another one today. Enkrid woke up again in his tent. He had not seen this creature for a long time, thinking that it had appeared only to insult him. Ram asked the guy why he was flying in the clouds. Looking in his direction, our hero began to remember. After all, every time the fog overtook them, he was the first to shout about witchcraft, a formation of an enemy army that had no strategic importance. The same thing happened in the field when they were defending the flag. Our hero asked Rem about witchcraft, to which Rem immediately asked if the guy knew the difference between magic and witchcraft. Enkrid heard, but didn't know the differences, and Rem explained that a guide is needed for witchcraft. After all, without it there would be no magic, Enkrid immediately thought. Rem was from the West, that's where the witchcraft came from. That's why he knew about it, because he had already seen it. Having listened to Rem's story to the end, our hero began to leave, saying that it was time for him to go and train. And here is another training session with Ragna, who this time began to talk about the 5 styles of sword. A genius 500 years ago, at the age of 9, killed 12 robbers with 1 poker. The nobles found out about him and accepted him into their family. And after that, this genius received a new name, Lionesis Onyak. From the age of 10, his limbs began to lose strength, and at 12, his body was paralyzed. However, this did not stop him from dividing fencing into before and after. There were 5 of them in total. Lionesis rewrote the entire history of the sword. Soon, with his help, the Onyak family became the strongest in the empire. Ragna explained that he had mastered one technique for the northern heavy sword. It was the heart of a beast, but he forgot the name. He explained that he was concentrating his attention on just one point. He was going to explain the main idea of it. Our hero, not understanding, looked in his direction, while he swung, sending the sword towards him. A few seconds later, a scratch appeared on Enkrid's neck. The blow was much faster than that of Rem's axe. Enkrid thought about how he almost died while Ragna asked if Enkrid felt anything. They were interrupted by Rem's displeased cry, who asked Ragna if he really tried to kill the commander. The blonde man explained that mortal danger increases concentration. After listening to these two, Enkrid became convinced that everyone in the squad was explaining shittily. A verbal altercation gradually began between the two. Neither of them was going to give in to the other. Our hero interrupted their squabble, saying that it was time for them to go to the draft. Ragna asked the commander to experience this feeling in battle. After all, if you can successfully master concentration on one point, the unnecessary environment will disappear. And it is at this moment that he will feel that the sword will begin to move in the desired direction. Our hero thought that the heart of the beast and concentration are 2 opposite techniques. After all, one makes you calm down, and the other, on the contrary, makes you tense up. He was also haunted by thoughts about the sorcerer's flag. After all, only by getting rid of the witchcraft will he be able to repel the enemy's one-sided attacks. A new challenging target has been added to the battlefield. After all, the first thing to do was to break the enemy flag. If Rem or Ragna had been with him, they would have been able to reach him easily. However, now they were not around. He was alone. Enkrid was going to try to go that far, as soon as he can. Concentration on one point was impossible. Enkrid died over and over again without ever knowing her essence. Hearing training is necessary to avoid dying at the hands of an assassin. Heart of the beast to chop and maneuver during combat. But concentrating on one point was still not clear. Ragna tried to explain to our hero in his own way. However, the black-haired man did not understand anything, assuming that the heart of the beast was hindering him. But it didn't seem like it. He didn't understand why it wasn't coming out. Enkrid asked Ragna how he learned to concentrate, to which he replied that he succeeded once. At that moment, Enkrid exhaled heavily, thinking that he needed to understand everything himself. He decided to continue training his concentration, while trying to break the flag. He wanted to minimize the losses of his comrades and penetrate into the enemy rear. So one day today, he shouted loudly for everyone to duck. The comrades immediately bowed their heads in fear. Following this, Enkrid shouted for everyone to raise their shields. Ragna didn't realize it as arrows flew towards them. And so, everything worked out. We managed to repel the first attack. This was already the 300th count today. This time, Enkrid could already tell with his eyes closed at what moment the attack would take place. He also knew the location of the enemies. Every day he managed to go further and further. The opponents shouted that they were being attacked by only one. However, they did not understand how this was even possible. After all, just one person kills crowds of people. Without pity or fear, he rushed only forward. The commanders shouted to stop this madman immediately. However, our main character was not going to stop. After all, he had already gone through this day 100 times. He knew even the smallest details that were happening. Either the location of the fighters and the flag will happen. On the 10th attempt to cut down the flag, he finally succeeded. His face was crazy, he was glad about it. However, looking back, he understood absolutely nothing. After all, the fog did not clear, even though it broke the flag. Suddenly, spears pierced him from all sides. The soldier standing behind him laughed at him, saying that he had bought it. At that moment, our main character understood everything. After all, there were 5 flags and only one of them was real. He was going to find the one among them. He was going to cut down a real one, which meant 1 in 5. His comrades shouted at his back for him to stop. However, our hero did not listen to them, shouting for them all to duck. And also, to get their shields out, they didn't understand. Seeing his comrades hesitate, Enkrid stopped. Raising his shield, he realized it was too late. Painful cries of pain began to be heard. Seeing this, he did not understand why it did not work out like last time. And so, it took him 3 today to get to the second flag. However, this time it was not real. The third flag he spotted he achieved, spending 5 today. It took 7 today to get to 4th. However, he too was bait. There were only 2 flags left, and that meant only one thing. The probability has increased several times. After all, this time it is 2 to 1. Looking in their direction, our hero chose where it would be better to go. He chose the one that was in the very middle. And so he shouted again for everyone to duck. And after about the shields, everyone immediately obeyed him. The first attack was successfully blocked. This time Enkrid shouted for Rem to follow him. Shouting about suicide, he nevertheless rushed after the commander. As he ran, Enkrid realized that the center was far away, so he needed help. On their way, they killed one after another. Enkrid was going to try out for the flag, while Rem will be distracted by the enemy, without even realizing it. The enemies only had time to shout that they were being attacked by monsters. The number of times today that he died in the fog has exceeded 1 year. And so he reached the central flag, swinging it. He was going to end this fog today. However, his attack was parried by someone's sword. The same soldier from the enemy camp appeared, who said that God had heard his prayers. After all, the man asked to give him another chance to kill the black-haired man. He asked him to do it with his own hands. The 2 soldiers' terrifying gazes met. Our hero asked him, not understanding who he was, to which he angrily replied that a couple of days had passed, and he had already forgotten about him. Enkrid still looked at him without understanding. Taking a fighting stance, he said that the guy would remember everything now. He was going to use this attack to cut up our main character. However, Enkrid was already much stronger and was able to dodge, getting ready to immediately counterattack his opponent, this time forcing the soldier in armor to defend himself. Seeing this attack, the soldier Aspen was very surprised, not understanding how this even happened. He didn't understand if he had really seen him last time. He thought that the guy standing in front of him had changed too much. He was angered by the fact that the black-haired man planned to grab him in just 1 step. And now, once again, a powerful attack was blocked, and a loud ringing of blades was heard. Soldier Aspen thought that his opponent was basically a strict adherent of the slashing sword. However, in his attacks he used a smooth flowing sword style. Due to his experience and strength, our main hero's opponent still managed to fight back. However, Enkrid parried every attempt he made. The man thought that he could lose if he made a mistake. Enkrid rushed forward with absolutely all the strength he had, and he completely forgot about what he was supposed to do. He forgot about the flag, and about the outcome of the battle, and about fencing, only concentrating on the enemy. The entire surroundings disappeared completely. There was only 1 sword left, which was in front of his face, and also an opponent who produced powerful attacks. Enkrid saw something he had not noticed before. This feeling made him tremble, because he had never felt like this before. However, one of his opponent's attacks still reached our hero, making the black-haired man spit blood and groan in pain. Having fallen silent, Enkrid began to make some strange sounds, and then, raising his head, he said that he remembered him. At that moment, Aspen's soldier introduced himself. His name was Mitch Harrier. He was the platoon commander of the Grey Dogs Company. In response, our main character introduced himself as the commander of the detachment of the Kingdom of Norilia. Mitch's allies, who had fled, could not believe that someone had managed to get in here. One of his allies also noted that he looked annoyed, and he, looking towards the defeated enemy, grimaced. He asked Enkrid why he was smiling. Our hero at this time thought that Ragnar was a damn psycho, because he didn't need the power of concentration that comes from the fear of dying. He needed a worthy opponent who would inspire him to put everything on the line, to fight, risking his life. Mitch interrupted his thoughts, asking if he was just crazy, and then he took out his sword, thereby killing our main character. And here's another one today. Ragnar again talked about concentration. Seeing the commander's disinterest, Ragnar assumed that the commander had decided to surrender. At that moment, Ram interrupted them, telling them to wrap it up. Looking towards his teacher, our hero said that it was time for them to go. He, seeing this look, did not understand anything. He saw determination in his gaze, repeating again that their commander was too strange. At one point, Ragnar even thought about planning a tough training session. And here again, that same fog where you can't see anything. Another order from our hero for them to raise their shields. The first volley of arrows that flew in their direction, and Enkrid's order for Rem to follow him. However, this time Ragnar was going to go with his comrades. Rem, seeing these actions, asked if he had accidentally hit his head, and so our heroes found themselves among a crowd of soldiers of their opponents. Our hero broke through the same way as last time to meet Mitch. Seeing him, this time our hero greeted him, even saying that he was his friend. Mitch angrily asked the black-haired man if he had really come for his soul, to which Enkrid replied that he fell in love with him at first sight. Mitch was surprised by this, saying that it was the first time that he had been found before he was. And so another battle began, where our hero concentrated on the sword. Another death of our main character. Mitch was not happy this time, because our hero lost to him easily. Wincing in pain, Enkrid realized that he had made the wrong decision, because he didn't have to do it on purpose. He must succumb to the charm of his opponent's sword. Reliving the moment over and over again, he was determined to find that feeling. He wanted to feel it again, to consolidate it. And now, on the 18th time, he finally succeeded. On the 28th time, he could already enter it at will. And so the 58th day of meeting with Mitch arrived. Ragna showed the same blow that had wounded his neck last time. However, this time everything changed. Our hero saw the attack. He looked at the tip of the sword, not looking away, concentrating. And as it seemed to Ragna, with a slight movement he was able to dodge the attack. The blond man's face immediately changed. He couldn't believe his eyes. He couldn't believe that Enkrid was able to strike with one point of concentration. He didn't understand how this happened. It didn't let him go. And our hero thought that the body had become one with the whole sword, and his strength and skill had increased beyond recognition. Ragna didn't understand where his commander was going, to which Enkrid replied that he needed to meet with the company commander. It was today that he was going to step over this wall, ending today. Already in the fairy's office, our hero talked about witchcraft, saying that he remembered what he saw during reconnaissance. Hearing this, the girl silently continued to listen to Enkrid, while he was talking about some kind of sorcerer who was in that camp. In order to win this battle, Enkrid passed on all the information he knew. And now another battle begins with that very fog. Another commander ducks and raises his shields. Once again, Rem and Ragna distract the enemies from Aspan. Our heroes can only hope for the talent of the military leader, but his duty was different, Enkrid thought. He was going to deal with him, he wanted to overcome him. And now Mitch is saying again that this is the same guy from the camp. But our hero interrupted him, addressing him by name, which surprised Mitch. As Enkrid took his stance, he said that he wanted to fight him. And then, shouting that he would defeat him today, he rushed towards the soldier. However, Mitch was able to dodge this powerful and fast attack, instantly counterattacking him. However, his attack was also blocked. Thinking that the bastard standing in front of him was a brat, he swung again. But Enkrid was much faster. He was already making his attack. Having forced the big guy to defend himself, he barely managed to do it. At the last moment he parried the attack and then, again, he swung. The powerful clash of two attacks caused a loud ringing sound throughout the area. As their swords touched, Mitch asked if he had hidden his talent in that fight, to which Enkrid replied that it just happened that way. Mitch immediately asked about the name of our main character, to which he immediately received it. And at that very moment, he was able to send Enkrid's sword upward. He swung and said that he would definitely remember this name. However, our hero interrupted him, saying that he might not remember, because he himself would remind him if he forgot. And then I used the very concentration that I had learned. This time he saw everything perfectly. He could use it at will, shifting your center of gravity to your right leg, making a preparatory movement for the oblique cut. The technique he took away from today, the experience gained from repetition. Putting it all together, Enkrid saw a clear picture before him. And now the attack reached the enemy's neck. He was able to do it. However, the man immediately began to remove his head, dodging a deadly attack at the last moment. Mitch didn't believe he was fighting on equal terms with some scum. This made him very angry. He couldn't believe it. After all, his slashing and flowing sword is close to the sword style that everyone is taught. However, for this case he had a secret technique. Mitch, the commander from Aspen, was going to use a circular cut. However, our hero did not look away, because he saw everything. His technique that had defeated him so many times because he couldn't predict the start of the attack and its trajectory. But now everything has changed. Now he has seen everything. At that moment a smile appeared on his face. He was glad to meet. And then there was such a powerful contact that even the fog around them was dispersed by the flow of wind. Mitch couldn't believe that this Enkrid had figured this all out in advance. The Harrier family is one of the 3 key families that dominate the Duchy of Aspina. His family is a symbol of military power. He gathered under his wing all who showed talent for martial arts. By the age of 15, Mitch could easily defeat 2 adult soldiers. And by the age of 18, he had defeated enough swordsmen in duels to fill an entire village. And by the age of 22, his name had become famous throughout the city. He relied only on his abilities and became one of the strongest members of the Grey Dogs. One could count on one's fingers the number of opponents worthy of him. He didn't understand why he had to train until he was exhausted, why he had to swing a sword until his palms bled. After all, everything can be learned after a couple of repetitions. He thought that he was satisfied with his talent, but he was too self-confident, and so he woke up and allowed himself to be wounded. Enkrid used all his strength to carry out this attack, and then he immediately took out his sword, preparing to launch another attack. However, for some reason he stopped when he saw him groaning in pain. His face was horrified because he couldn't believe it. In front of him stood an ordinary soldier who was able to defeat him in a sword fight. Mitch was angry because he had been careless and had placed too much hope in that attack. He told Enkrid that he was inferior to him in everything. But at that very moment our hero interrupted him, saying that he was right. But victory was still his. Mitch agreed with these words, clenching his teeth. Enkrid prepared to finish off his opponent while he stood motionless. Finally, the black-haired man said that he had fun, while Mitch was thinking about what if he hadn't been so frivolous and had put in more effort. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a shout for Mitch to be protected. With a powerful blow, the yellow-haired commander was able to throw back our main hero. Immediately, his ally ran up to the commander, asking his commander to wake up. The Grey Dog commander gave the order to immediately take Mitch to a safe place, and he himself was going to deal with this black-haired guy. He shouted that the boy should not even hope to leave here alive. At this moment, our hero remembered that it was absolutely impossible to forget. After all, right now he is in enemy territory, until the flag is broken and a path of retreat is paved. Today wouldn't end. He needed to break down this wall. Enkrid's expression changed at that very moment, while his opponent commanded them to shoot faster. At this moment, our hero had already taken a fighting stance. He immediately rushed towards the opponents, intending to destroy the flag. He understood that he wouldn't be able to dodge all the attacks, but he had to be patient. At that moment, the commander of the dogs himself had already swung his weapon, preparing to attack. However, Enkrid blocked his blow. Seeing the crack on the sword, our hero realized that he was dealing with a master of the heavy sword style. He'll have to die a couple more times to break through to the front. However, the current goal was to win this battle. He needed to destroy the flag. The conductor of witchcraft becomes useless even from the slightest crack. Enkrid wanted to break through if he wanted to get to the flag. However, the yellow-haired man was not going to let him pass, continuing to attack. Throwing daggers, Enkrid tried with all his might to hit. He wanted to hit the connecting part of the flag and the flagpole. And he did it. On the second try, he was able to do it. He thought that even with what he owed, the command did nothing. This kingdom is rotten because they sent a sprouted potato instead of a human being to command a battalion on the front lines. And at this rate, complete destruction is only a matter of time. When suddenly the fog began to clear, the fairy was the first to notice it. The opponents were frightened because they did not understand how this happened. But it was impossible to relax because the commander of the 4th Company was already here. Cutting down your enemies left and right, she then gave the order for everyone to go on the attack. After all, this was their chance to turn the tide of the battle, and the entire army immediately rushed forward. She did not understand who was able to destroy the spell. Who was that strong soldier? Looking to the side, she immediately thought about it, because she had this assumption. This could have been the same commander of the Scum Squad. Our hero himself, at this time bleeding, thought that he had miscalculated. After all, he had expected that if he ran towards their camp, he would meet either Rem or Ragna. However, there was no one nearby. Rem stood surrounded, telling his enemies to bring the spellcaster to him immediately. Like Ragna himself, he was also behind enemy lines fighting. They didn't understand how he ended up there. Ragna didn't expect this outcome, because he was hiding in the fog, just walking forward. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that he was next to his allies. Our main hero's sword was already broken while his enemies were laughing at him. One of them swung and shouted that that was all. However, at that very moment, that same dark cat appeared. Taking a closer look, our hero couldn't believe it. After all, this was the panther he had seen last time in the field. The enemy soldiers were frightened when they saw her and started shouting that it was a beast. And this dark cat continued to move across the battlefield, dealing fairly powerful attacks to the black-haired man's enemies. Looking closely, the crossbowman saw that she had broken the bowstring. And then she stood right in front of Enkrid, starting to growl loudly. With his last strength, Enkrid asked her to run away, because he was not going to survive. After all, that same yellow-haired man had already appeared in front of him, which was a completely different bird. He was too strong. At that moment, someone appeared, telling Enkrid to step back. It was Commander Vergens who said that he would save him. He swung and immediately rushed forward, preparing to attack. However, it was easily blocked, sending his sword flying upward. Because of this, he couldn't even stand on his feet and fell to the ground. Vergens immediately gave the order for the crossbowman to open fire. However, he was already running towards them, repelling this attack. Right behind him, a panther appeared, about to tear him apart. However, even here it was a miss. The yellow-haired man was able to push the cat back. As she fell, she only made a sound of pain. At that moment, Enkrid used concentration again. Because if he doesn't repel this attack right now, he will die again. He had a clear view of the trajectory of his attack. He understood that he couldn't block this two-handed sword by force. so he was going to just slide and save himself, just like Mitch Harrier did in their duel. Everything turned out exactly as our hero had planned. Seeing these movements and this fighting style, the yellow-haired man was surprised. After all, the black-haired man had just used Mitch's sliding technique. Our hero's face began to gradually change. With a smile on his face, he said that it worked. At this point, Vergens attempted to attack again, but it was unsuccessful. Starting to peer into the distance, the yellow-haired man began to think. After all, right in front of him, a huge crowd of soldiers was approaching them. Literally a second later, he smacked his lips in displeasure, saying that he would never forget the black-haired boy from the kingdom. Our hero only said that he has every right to do so. Afterwards, the commander of the Grey Dogs shouted loudly that they were retreating. Bending over the panther, he asked Vergens to take it away. He picked up Enkrid, who was shouting with displeasure that the guy needed to take care of himself first. Well, and then he also gave the order to his third platoon that they too were retreating. The commander of the third platoon understood that Enkrid had lost a lot of blood. He asked not to close his eyes. However, our main character no longer heard him. His eyes closed on their own. A rough voice was heard, saying that he had once again achieved his wish. The dark silhouette asked Enkrid what was forcing him to do all this. Until the last moment, Vergens did not let go of Enkrid, dragging him along with him. When our hero woke up, he felt something in his hand. Looking to the side, he saw a dark panther, and next to his bed sat his entire squad, waiting. Standing up, Enkrid asked them what was going on. The first one to hand him a cup of water was the same cat from the detachment. The red-haired man said that luck was on Enkrid's side. The black-haired man himself, having drunk, thought about how he had passed out on the way back. Our hero was surprised, because the day had been successfully survived. Rem looked closely at our main character. Noticing this, Enkrid asked if he really wanted to pet him, but Rem immediately replied that he was not interested in the animal. His gaze was serious. He asked how the commander managed to recognize the witchcraft. Enkrid immediately began to be tormented by doubts about whether he should tell the truth. However, he decided to lie, saying that he knew a fellow immigrant like him, who told him about witchcraft. Well, how can I lie? It's probably not true because Rem told him about it himself. Standing up, Rem told the commander that he could lie as much as he wanted, but asked him not to get carried away with witchcraft. Enkrid asked Rem, who was already leaving, where he had gone in the middle of the battle, to which the gray-haired man replied that he had gone to see the one who had planted the flag. But he didn't like him, so he had to kill him. While our hero was thinking about how Rem dealt with the spellcaster, the red-haired one tried to take the panther's paw. However, she did not react very friendly towards him. The red-haired man said that he couldn't refuse 10,000 crowns, so he wasn't afraid that she would tear him apart. After asking for more details, he explained that it was a black panther, called a lake panther because of its blue eyes that resembled lakes, a spiritual beast that feeds on the energies of the earth. One of her claws was worth 10,000 moles. He was going to wait for the moment, because they shed them from time to time. Our hero was told that after his fogless shutdown, the advantage was on the side of his allies. But they had to return without an obvious victory. After that, several days passed without any withdrawal of troops or other sorties, and the slide that he made last time will most likely not be repeated. Having started to warm up, our hero tried to do it in moderation so that the wounds would not come apart. When he came in, Ragna told our hero not to overdo it, so he suggested that he just sleep. Rem immediately interrupted him, telling him not to teach the commander bad things. Our hero approached Ragna, saying that he was interested in something about fencing. He explained that he easily used a technique that he had never trained in his life. Rem chimed in, saying that this happens. Ragna noted that with concentration the gaze becomes sharper. However, he also noted that the guy was lucky, because with his skills, he would have to repeat something a couple of 100 times to master it. At that moment, our main character realized everything. After all, he didn't just learn what was repeated today, he became stronger through his own efforts, despite his meager talents. Thanks to this, he was able to become stronger. At that very moment he interrupted his arguing comrades, saying that he wanted to have a duel with them. Although they considered themselves not very smart, they understood that the commander was in a bad condition. They repeated several more times that it was impossible with such wounds, but the fairy interrupted them, asking if the broken conductor of witchcraft was his business. Naturally, Enkrid assumed that sooner or later the leadership would have questions, but he did not understand why the commander in particular. Had to tell the truth, he explained that he saw him during reconnaissance, and he had some knowledge of witchcraft. When asked how he knew which one was real, Enkrid only replied that he had marked it. After this answer, the girl began to leave, saying that she also came here to see him. And she also spoke slowly, as if it seemed to her, they are connected to him by one destiny. Enkrid didn't understand what fate she was talking about, and what she meant at all. However, his thoughts were immediately interrupted by Ragna and Rem, who said that their commander was no slouch. The red-haired man joined them, saying that now he knows with whom to open a salon for noble ladies. Suddenly he switched gears, saying that he had urgent news. After all, a squire from the knightly order arrived. The Enkrid division was called the Cyprus division in honor of a knight who belonged to the knightly order. Knights are talented craftsmen who are rare even on the continent, so only they can do it. Esquire, a subordinate and disciple in one person, following the knight. Having received the knight's recognition, the squire becomes a junior knight and on the last step of the Phantom Summit. There is a knight who has surpassed the human limit. Usually esquires do not participate in the slaughter without a knight, so their guest on the battlefield is going to become a junior knight. Rem, turning to the commander, said that it wouldn't hurt for him to rest. However, all he could think about was that he wanted to see it. Rem looked towards his commander, as his face changed with every second. He realized that the commander wanted to get out of here, so he told him to decide. Ideals, achievements only in dreams, are now part of these ideals. Right before the eyes of our main character, what he wants to become is standing in front of him right now. With slow steps, a man in armor with a huge cloak moved across the battlefield. Moving forward first, alone, straight towards the enemy. They were already preparing to kill the upstart, aiming at him. They didn't understand what kind of suicide was coming towards them. Although his appearance was frightening, the aura he emitted was indescribable. The enemy commander immediately gave the order for them to shoot. A huge barrage of arrows was released, while the man in armor continued to walk slowly. 100 arrows were approaching him, although no, there were a whole 1,000 of them. However, he didn't even flinch when he looked at them. And then he crouched down, grabbing his weapon. Gathering strength in his legs, it seemed that even the air around the dog was distorted. Ragnar commented that he was using the will in his legs right now. Gradually, the air around his entire body began to distort, and just a moment later, he disappeared, because he rushed away with incredible speed. Seeing this, our main character did not take his eyes off it. He did not even blink. He wanted to see absolutely everything and remember it. A second later, the first line was completely destroyed. Those who were not hit by the sword were thrown aside by a strong gust of wind. Seeing this, Enkrid's gaze changed. The enemy commander also could not believe his eyes. You see, right at this second, his soldiers are being carried in different directions. Without giving them a chance to even get close, he did not understand how this could even be possible. There were screams. They didn't understand how to fight him. Already in fear, their commander shouted for them to somehow deal with him. But a moment later, his head flew off his shoulders. Just a few seconds later, the enemy commander was killed. Seeing this, Enkrid couldn't take his eyes off it. Rem, seeing it, praised it, also adding that it was not for nothing that he was called an expert. Ragnar, in turn, thought that he would soon do the same, but he did not finish his thought. Our kitty thought that the enemy had 5 chances to kill the squire. But the enemy commander-in-chief turned out to be an idiot. The other 2 were glad they didn't even have to engage in combat. Enkrid analyzed his movements, thinking that he was using a dancing sword and a heavy one. After all, the slashing sword is a straight and precise style that draws the enemy into the attack radius, and the heavy sword destroys everything in its path with force, delivering slashing attacks. An illusory sword, a power that clouds the mind, suddenly attacks, wrapping the enemy around its fingers. Dancing sword, fast style, attacks with lightning speed. Flowing sword, soft style, evades the enemy's attack, striking back. A heavy, weighty sword and a fast, dancing, strong one are different from each other, but Enkrid felt both styles at the same time. Although the principle of each fencing style differs from each other, they all have absolutely the same origins from the past. If you learn all the elements of the 5 sword styles, perceiving the sword as a living being. However, his thoughts were interrupted. At that moment, our hero began to think. He understood that he had not chosen an easy path, and around them there were cries of attack on the enemy. At that very second, Rem looked towards his commander. Just like Ragnar, because they knew about his dream. They knew about his goals, which he was pursuing. With a smile on his face, Ram turned to the rest of the squad, saying that their leader was about to shed his shell. No one should have stopped him from doing this. Enkrid himself thought that even having achieved knowledge, he would not say that something had changed. After all, knowledge is only what he has seen many times already. It only indicates how long the path he has to travel is. At that moment, the entire squad surrounded their commander, intending to protect him. Huge crowds of soldiers ran past them, shouting. However, Enkrid did not hear them, thinking about what he was going to do. He wanted to check what was on top. He wanted to see it. The fight began, screams were heard, and the smell of blood rose. While Enkrid was mentally getting ready to go to that very top of the wall, there were cries that they would redraw the state borders tonight. However, our hero did not hear this, gathering himself higher and higher. And then, a few minutes later, there was silence. And after her, joyful cries began to be heard, because they had won. The war was drawing to a close, and the coming winter and spring promised to be busy. And then night came, and the soldiers came to their master. Aspen is a duchy founded by 3 families. Duke Aspena shouted in displeasure, because their opponents had violated the unspoken rule of not involving the forces of the knightly order in the battle. The country's armed forces were the Harrier. Management policy was on the Ekins family, who explained that they called the knight because of General Frog, so they had no excuse. There was a discussion between them about Frog for a few more minutes. However, they referred to the fact that this would not have happened if the witchcraft had not been destroyed. The Duke shouted that the Grey Dogs must be punished for what happened, to which the fair-haired man replied that they wouldn't leave it that easily. After a protracted battle and Aspen's retreat, the detachment moved back. That's basically where they came from. A fortified city of the royal colony. Border Guard is a military town on the border with Aspen, where 1/5 of the population is made up of the stationed army. The commanders standing there shouted that everyone would be awarded. Our protagonist was rewarded for breaking the spell. The others, seeing this, could not believe that this scum was able to do this. After all, everyone around considered the black-haired man a weakling. They thought that he simply appropriated the merits of his subordinates. For a few more seconds they continued to insult him and laugh. However, behind them stood Mac, who ordered them to shut up in a rude tone. Andrew joined in almost immediately, saying that they had no right to gossip about him. All the members of the squad, all the close comrades smiled. After all, they considered him a truly outstanding person. Taking the bag with the reward, Enkrid went to his squad. The red-haired man immediately began asking where the commander would spend the money, suggesting a good establishment. However, our hero immediately interrupted him, telling him to take him to the most skilled blacksmith in the city. A few seconds later, disgruntled cries could be heard. After all, the commander was going to spend all the money on an ordinary sword. But our hero did not listen to him, because to become a knight, you needed a good sword. Enkrid was going to take the exam for a promotion because he was tired of sitting as a low-ranking soldier. Norulia uses a ranking system to boost the morale of its soldiers, and strong soldiers who go beyond the ranks are considered special. And the essence of the whole system is that the attitude towards a soldier changes in accordance with his rank. To rise, you need to fight in a duel and defeat 3 soldiers of the corresponding rank. So for the assembled soldiers, the spectacle becomes a difference that can be argued about. And now that day has come, the man coming out told our hero that he is a scumbag who decided to challenge the middle rank. Upon seeing him, our hero immediately recognized him, because he was a former famous mercenary, one of the strongest of the middle rank. At this point, bets were in full swing. Someone asked who had decided to bet on the commander of the scum, to which the red-haired man responded with a smile, saying that they would find out how the winner would be determined. Enkrid knew that this fight was not to the death, so he only had one chance. He looked straight ahead and was on the alert, because mediocre abilities are the limit of efforts. The previous him would not have even dared to challenge the majority of those gathered here. However, everything changed. He thought that he needed to fight as if death itself was in front of him. And so the fight began. His opponent joyfully shouted that he was finished. Our hero was going to use the strike he had mastered during the last battle, because if it worked, he would be able to find his blind spot. However, with just one blow, he pushed the enemy back. His sword flew somewhere up, straight into the sky. Enkrid didn't understand what just happened. Well, since that happened, he decided to just finish off the loudmouth. He immediately fell to the ground, showing no signs of life. Looking at him, Enkrid didn't understand why he was so weak. The red-haired man stood in shock while they shouted at him that he had set everything up, because they knew about his power. The boy couldn't believe his eyes, his mouth wide open at the power of Enkrid. Looking at his weapon, Enkrid knew that his opponent was no weakling, but he didn't understand why he had defeated him so easily. And here is the next opponent, who said that his victory was accidental. While our hero was still thinking about what he had done wrong, in front of him stood a soldier from a detachment of heavy infantry, nicknamed behind their backs the Elite. Spins the tip of the spear to distract and strike suddenly. However, even here, Enkrid was able to cut off the tip with ease. With a dull face, the black-haired man thought it was a trick. Although, judging by his face, it was unlikely. He couldn't believe that he had to hit back. Well, since that was the case, he decided to just kick him. However, here too, he went too far with the force. No one could believe that the scum had won again. However, everyone clearly understood that twice was no longer an accident. No one dared to go out, because they considered it shameful to go out and lose. The commander of the 3rd platoon insulted the others, because they insulted Enkrid, and now they tucked their tails between their legs. Andrew was going to challenge him, having trained with Mac day and night, but his subordinate immediately told him not to even try. He said that since their last meeting he had become too strong, because now even Mac himself would have a hard time defeating him. Andrew immediately calmed down, sitting up straight and not moving. Rem turned to one of the observers and told him to come out. kicking him forward because he was the one who had poured shit on his commander the most. Enkrid noticed this cry about someone not chickening out. He thought about it, because until now he had to fight with all his strength, so he couldn't understand. The big one on the head, whom he saw for the first time today. And after him there was a fairly strong assassin. And not long ago he fought Mitch Harrier, and also daily sparring with subordinates who are also strong. Enkrid realized that he had fought difficult battles before. After all, his previous teacher told him to never look down on his opponent. He always thought that he would not need advice, but he could not even imagine that the day would come when he would consider the enemy a weakling. Right now, there was a disgruntled opponent standing in front of him, shouting at Enkrid to think about the duel. However, our hero immediately looked at him, interrupting all his confidence. He said he just thought it was all too funny. After all, right now he could suppress his opponent. And here comes another powerful attack, which his opponent felt with his whole body. Norulia is called the land of knights and honors only the strongest. Right here and now, Enkrid was thinking about what he could do. He will be able to declare himself while he was thinking, accidentally destroying the enemy's sword. Swinging again, looking at the frightened soldier. At the last moment before contact, Enkrid stopped. Immediately he began to wag from side to side. After all, he lost consciousness from fear and this powerful pressure. Looking at yet another defeated enemy, he did not understand how he should act, as did the rest of the crowd, because no one expected such an outcome. Each of them came to watch the scum being beaten. However, everything turned out differently. Now everyone understood that it was Enkrid who destroyed the flag of sorcery, and not his subordinates. Andrew began to stand up slowly as the crowd whispered among themselves. He chanted loudly, "Destroyer of witchcraft," until our hero understood what he wanted to do. Turning to those seated, he shouted for them to repeat, because if it weren't for Enkrid, they would all have died. Everyone immediately began to repeat after Andrew, chanting, "Destroyer of witchcraft." Gradually, they even began to shout in one voice, creating wild cries. Watching all this, Enkrid thought that Andrew had done even well. He liked it. The red-haired subordinate ran up and congratulated his commander on his middle rank. However, Enkrid replied that it was too early to congratulate, since there was a high rank ahead. Hearing this, he was surprised, because he was about to continue. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by someone shouting that it was funny. Looking at this fighter, everyone immediately recognized him. After all, he had eagle epaulets on his shoulders, a detachment of border guards under direct subordination to the kingdom. It was a small elite unit, consisting of soldiers of high rank and above. This elite fighter immediately turned to Enkrid, asking to fight him right now. There was a wild silence as everyone waited for Enkrid's answer. Rem, seeing this fighter, immediately realized that their commander would not be in an easy situation. Upon seeing him, our hero immediately realized that the border guard detachment was comparable to Aspen's Grey Dogs. Back then, this guy in front of him could rival Mitch Harrier. Our hero was happy because he would be able to fight without repetition with a soldier of his level. He was curious about what this would lead to, so he told him to attack. Seeing this determination, the eyes of the elite squad member sparkled. He thought the guy was very interesting, because it was much better here than watching. Somehow the entire crowd ended up on our protagonist's side, asking him to take down the elite squad. They started chanting about the witchcraft breaker again. After hearing this, the member of the elite squad was not particularly happy about it, because he considered them scum. He was going to quickly knock them out of this mood. That's why he immediately rushed towards our main character. At that very second, the black-haired man used concentration, seeing the trajectory of his opponent's weapon, and so his attack was successfully blocked. The elite squad member was surprised by this amazing concentration and balanced movements, kept to a minimum. However, this was not enough, so he immediately grabbed him by the neck. He was still going to knock him off his pedestal by silencing this crowd. But Enkrid wasn't so simple either. He immediately grabbed the hand, throwing his sword overhead, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. Seeing this, the man realized that he could die right now. He saw no pity in his opponent's eyes. At some point, either he managed to dodge or Enkrid missed on purpose, but the sword hit the ground. These actions angered the man. He lost the essence of a friendly duel, immediately rushing forward to strike the torso. However, the black-haired man ducked at the last moment. Thus, the sword of the elite squad member appeared in front of his face. He grabbed the sharp blade with his hand, thus pulling the opponent's center of gravity towards himself, hitting him with his foot. Both opponents jumped back, but Enkrid was unarmed. His opponent was going to take advantage of this, but the black-haired man was not going to give up either. He took out his daggers. Now this fight was clearly not for life, but to the death. At the last moment, the commander of the 4th Company appeared. Thus, as it seemed, cutting even the air, throwing the two back. She told them to stop, because one more step and it would lead to the murder of an ally. Looking in her direction, our main character sighed heavily. while his opponent felt the blade near his throat. After all, our main hero's entire squad was already here. Ram only said that he was very lucky that the company commander intervened. The member of the excellent squad himself replied that if he took a step, he would have a few extra holes. While Enkrid was thinking about how he had missed a step in the middle of the fight and almost lost his life, having put his sword back into its sheath, the gray-haired man turned to Enkrid, introducing himself as the junior commander of the border guard detachment, Torres. Following this, our main character introduced himself as the commander of the 4th detachment. The crowd immediately began to shout, because Enkrid fought on equal terms with a special rank soldier. They shouted that he had to rise to a high rank. Hearing this, Enkrid himself only sighed with displeasure. At some point, even trying to cover my ears, Torres himself laughed, saying that he liked how Enkrid enjoyed the crowd's screams. At one point, he even called the main character a high-ranking soldier. Our hero himself thought only that he had taken only one step forward. Already in the evening, the commander of the 1st company, namely the heavy infantry, suggested joining them. This was already the 3rd proposal to change companies, including the 2nd and 3rd. However, our hero refused this offer. The man immediately began to persuade him, but seeing his gaze, he immediately fell silent. Saying he was very upset, Enkrid offered Ram in return, but Graham refused. As he left, the commander of the 1st company thanked Enkrid for saving him in the previous battle. The red-haired man overheard this conversation, asking if he should pack his things. He didn't understand why Enkrid refused everyone, because with his current reputation, he would be accepted everywhere. Our hero bowed down and fell into thought. He started to say something, but his words were interrupted. After all, Torres arrived, and everyone immediately paid attention to him. He immediately asked Enkrid about his affairs and condition. However, without waiting for an answer, he said that he would get straight to the point. He offered to join the border guard unit. The border guard is directly subordinate to the kingdom, which is even more prestigious than the 1st company. Our main character thought, looking at his comrades. Rem thought that in the past, Enkrid had never even dreamed of such a thing, and he had refused the others, but only a fool would miss such a chance. And Torres continued, saying that after a couple of blows he felt absolutely everything. He understood that Enkrid was thirsty for battles. The man explained, telling about the hellish training. After all, to join them means to reach the limit of one's strength. At that moment Rem exhaled heavily because it was clear. Just like Ragne, who pretended to be asleep. Each of them understood perfectly well what their commander would answer. After all, such a chance doesn't just lie around on the road. 1 in 1,000 gets it. Torres looked silently towards his former opponent. Who said that there is hellish training and battles here? You won't find a better place. Besides, he thought that he was not thirsty for a limit. He was going to step over it. And now time goes by, it's almost winter. Rem lay under the blanket, shivering and cursing the cold. He asked the commander to bring a hot stone. However, the jock immediately pulled the blanket off, saying that they needed to move so as not to freeze. And then he offered Enkrid training in hand-to-hand combat. Enkrid agreed, but after the service, as he walked, he again became immersed in his own thoughts. He hadn't heard the cries of women and merchants for a long time. When there was no fighting, they patrolled the streets to keep order in the city. He met Jack and Bo, the guards. Hearing their names, our hero thought that he had heard these names somewhere before. However, he didn't pay any attention to this and went on patrol. As they walked, the guys happily told each other that it was an honor to patrol with Enkrid. Jack even suggested a duel, to which he received consent. For a few more minutes they happily discussed Enkrid. At the moment, switching to the fact that this winter is too cold, it seemed that everything was absolutely the same, without incident. However, our hero's gaze was drawn to a man in a robe, who stumbled right at that very second. Our hero tried to catch him. However, at that very second he took out his blade. Enkrid naturally noticed this. However, it was already too late, because it pierced his body. Spitting blood, he did not understand what was happening. Jack and Bo began to gag Enkrid, citing his drunkenness. Enkrid realized that they were deliberately blocking the view. They were all in one accord until this man asked, or was surprised by Enkrid. He said that a persistent lover never forgets his prey, and at that moment our hero realized everything. After all, Aspen sent a killer after him in revenge for the destroyed witchcraft. As soon as the dagger was pulled out, the boy immediately fell to his knees. Jack told Bo that it was time for them to go back. Bo immediately shouted to Rotten that they were coming back. And then our hero remembered that Kreis had mentioned the reconnaissance soldiers who had been wounded by the curse. It was a pretext to leave intelligence and collude with Aspen. Even as he was dying, our hero thought that there were 4 of them. Passers-by began to pay attention to the lying Enkrid. However, it was already too late, because our main character, he was already dead, and loud screams began to be heard. When Enkrid woke up, he thought that this would be fun, and here is another good trembling morning. Another proposal for fist training. Our hero immediately turned to Auden. I asked him about training and hardening the body. Auden explained that it helps to meet any situation in full combat readiness. Hearing this, Enkrid asked to be taught. After all, he saw him take out his sword, but he didn't have time to react. His body froze and he was unable to dodge. And so the training began, hard training. While Enkrid was training, he thought about his next plan. And now comes another meeting with the traitors. Enkrid was going to attack them all in turn. That's why I didn't reveal it right away, even when answering their questions. And here are more words about how cold this winter is. Enkrid thought that thanks to Auden, he was now in his best form. And right now, there will be an assassination attempt. After all, he began to show that very silhouette. In that very robe, Enkrid had already created a plan. Therefore, gathering all the strength in his hands, he instantly raised them, delivering 2 powerful attacks at once to Jack and Bo. Bo couldn't believe that Enkrid had noticed their attempt. Enkrid knew that it was 2 to 1. Either he would run away or join the fight. However, to do this, it was necessary to get rid of the traitors. The man in the robe reacted quite quickly. And just a moment later, pain was felt in Enkrid's chest. He didn't understand what that sound was, or where the pain was coming from. However, when he turned his gaze, he saw a throwing knife, which flew through the crowd from such a great distance. Our main character appreciated this, because in front of him is a true master of his craft. And here are more words about production, hinting at Aspen. As he died, our hero thought about what had happened. And then again, the granny noticed a soldier lying on the ground. Who died right now? Loud screams were heard. However, our hero's face was joyful, because this was a new test in which he had to fight both in long range and close combat. Every fight option was not suitable. However, this wall seemed simple to Enkrid. While training with Auden, our hero felt like he was about to die. Watching this, Rem and Ragna thought that Enkrid was preparing to be tortured. Having entered, the squad's cat wanted to say something. However, a strange picture appeared before him. His face immediately changed. At this time, our hero thought that he just needed to knock the knife away. However, it was far superior to ordinary knives in sharpness and speed. Seeing the drawing, the subordinate asked if it was a whistling dagger, explaining that it is named for the sound it produces when thrown. Having said that, it is better to avoid such opponents. Hearing this, our hero thought, after all, no matter how skillful his opponent was, it is enough to just stop it in advance. And once again our hero threw off 2 traitors. Another disgruntled cry from Bohm. Enkrid used him as a human shield. However, he didn't have time, because the dagger hit him again, just like in the yellow-haired one. And at the same time at Jack, standing behind, Enkrid couldn't believe that in such a short moment, his opponent managed to throw 3. Looking into the distance, he saw a contented face looking at him. And right at that second he was smiling. And again there are screams in the street that someone has been killed. And then again, the killer came up and bowed down. While our hero was thinking that he didn't care about his comrades, and the same words hinting at Aspen, to which our hero replied that he could only be happy. Hearing this, the half-elf asked why he was joking before dying, and then he began to take out his daggers. This time our hero admitted that he had been too frivolous. However, at the same time I was glad, because a wall is a wall. And then again, a rough voice asks if Enkrid is having fun, which said that a curse is a curse. This joy from him is commensurate with despair. However, Enkrid didn't think so at all, because he considered it a blessing. This time he asked Jackson to tell him about the whistling dagger. Jackson didn't answer right away, looking towards the commander. And then he began to tell about him, everything he knew. Its trajectory was difficult for the human eye to follow. Our hero insisted that he needed to see him. Hearing this, the squad's cat again looked at Enkrid without understanding. His gaze showed all the seriousness in his words. Once again, the squad member thought they had a strange leader. Jackson explained that the trajectory was determined by the fingertips. Enkrid asked if he would be able to notice it, to which Jackson replied that she was too tough for stone throwers. However, almost immediately, he asked if he could teach me how to throw knives. Enkrid was surprised, because it was unexpected. Jackson is the most secretive in the squad. Naturally, he answered him positively. And here's another day on a noisy street. More happy words from Jack and Bomb. Enkrid himself was thinking about Jackson's story about the throw being a moment. It was necessary to concentrate all the strength of the body in the moment and throw. The same applied to dodging. Walking down the street, he peered into the distance, to see that very silhouette of a half-elf. Noticing him, Enkrid immediately took out his sword, cutting off Jack's head first. And after him, attack Bomb. In the same way, cutting it, making it feel pain. Seeing this, passers-by screamed in fear. After all, 2 people were killed right in front of them. The half-elf himself stopped at that moment. Enkrid saw he was waiting for the right moment. He thought that if he protected his heart, he could avoid instant death. He focused on his fingers. And then another sound, and a dagger stuck into the hand. Suddenly pain ran through my whole body. After all, the next attack again hit the target. He was too fast for Enkrid. However, he was glad because he was able to notice. A ray of light flashed for a split second. He was sure that if he saw it a couple more times, we'll be able to dodge them, or even reflect them. The half-elf himself asked the guy how he guessed. However, Enkrid only replied with a mad face that they would see each other again. This boy just started talking about his lover. However, our hero interrupted him, finishing the sentence. The elf didn't understand how he guessed about Aspen, and our hero just smiled madly at this. And here is another day, trying to move faster. Another instant death for Jack. And after him and his comrade Bomb, everything went the same way. More screams of murder right on the city streets. Enkrid himself at that moment thought that he had already stopped. He was no longer someone who could only dream. After all, now he could do it with his own hands if he put in enough effort. And here's another throw from this killer. But this time our hero saw everything perfectly. And even his frightened face, which he could not hide. Enkrid was about to launch a frontal attack, to get close to him in close combat. However, at the last moment he fell for the trick, because of which he was again hit with a powerful attack. Bleeding, Enkrid fell to his knees, thinking that he could control the moment by catching the enemy's movements. This time he pulled the dagger from his own body. Looking at the dagger, he thought that this weapon was just awesome. The main character dreamed of getting it. One day he even started learning to throw them. Jackson, seeing this, asked what the commander was doing, to which the black-haired man replied that later he would have whistling daggers. He was learning to throw them. The quickly made dagger spun and exploded. It flew right past Jackson's cheek, who wasn't particularly happy about it. An awkward silence fell between the two heroes. It's already the 8th today, and here comes another attack. Enkrid no longer fell for the throwing time tricks. However, he felt another piercing pain throughout his body. After all, they attacked him right from behind his back, delivering an attack. Now Enkrid understood why Rotten was needed here. On the 10th try, Enkrid was already throwing daggers freely, killing Rotten, who was standing on the tower first. And at that very moment I heard the laughter of the half-elf, who was shouting that one shouldn't be distracted during the battle. Another death, another new today, another training session. Enkrid had already hit where he aimed. Jackson was very surprised to see this. Our hero explained how he does it by asking the professional if he needed to improve anything. Taking a dagger from a fruit, Jackson said enough, asking where he learned to throw knives. Our hero understood that it was impossible to say that it was from him, so he responded on the battlefield, watching the thrower. Jackson thought that to achieve such a level simply by observing, one must be a genius. And then he immediately asked if the commander knew about the style of the bullet blade, explaining that this is a weapon-throwing technique, once created by the amazing hired killer Georg. It received this name by analogy with a whistling dagger. Georg sought to create a secret blade that would not even leave a sound. But it was difficult to use, so it was transformed into the current whistling dagger. Jackson, seeing this reaction, could not believe that Enkrid had never heard of this. After all, he explained that his posture indicated that he was a master of the whistling dagger. And here is another acquaintance with Jack and Bomb. They didn't understand where Enkrid was going, because they were supposed to guard the market. He commanded them with his rank to follow him. After exchanging glances, they all reluctantly decided to go after the current commander. The market was a stage prepared by the killers. He saw no point in playing along with them. Our hero interrupted their chatter, asking what they got for spying. Hearing this, their faces immediately changed. They were scared. And then, shouting that they had been exposed, they grabbed their swords. They were going to kill Enkrid, but everything turned out the other way around. Without any effort, our hero undressed the two. Literally a second later, 2 corpses were lying next to him. Feeling the approach, our protagonist's face changed. After all, right at that very second, that same killer was approaching him. By the way, he was not alone, but with that same Torres, who was already taking aim. Torres was very scared as our hero looked in their direction with a terrifying gaze. Their whole plan was ruined, and their enemy's confidence was frightening. The half-elf immediately sent several whistling daggers towards our main hero. However, this time he fought them off without any effort. It didn't matter how many people there were against him. He just needed to see the movement of his fingers. Moving at incredible speed, he didn't give Torres a chance to shoot. And then he threw a dagger in his direction, thereby killing him. And here again the half-elf cries out that one must not be distracted from the enemy in battle. However, the whistling dagger pierced the protection worn on the arm. Seeing this, the boy's face changed again. He was scared. Even without turning to the side, Enkrid was able to block this attack. The daggers were blocked as the black-haired man looked towards his opponent with a terrifying gaze. With a trembling voice, the half-elf asked who the hell he was. However, our hero replied that it was none of his business, taking out his daggers. He was going to end it all today, because there were no new lessons to be learned from this today. With a wild look, he asked his opponent how many of these he had in total. Looking towards the main character, the killer thought that they were birds of a feather, since they both knew how to throw knives. Not very happy, our hero said that he had one. He envied him. This confidence infuriated the killer, and he said that he would kill the black-haired man. However, our hero immediately interrupted him, saying that the outcome of the battle could only be known when it was over. And at that moment, he himself thought that he couldn't let the enemy out of his sight. However, he now understood perfectly well what throwing instinct meant. And so, the enemy began to twist the knives at incredible speed. This time he spun two at once instead of the usual one. And then the first enemy of our hero attacked, attacking with two at once, but Enkrid successfully dodged them. In response, he threw his whistling knife towards the enemy. However, naturally he dodged it. Plus, he had extra knives that he was going to throw. This time our hero took out his homemade knife, which looked like a whistling knife. Seeing this, the smile on the enemy's face disappeared, replaced by horror. And so our hero threw his knife in his direction. Having forced him to dodge, he managed to do so surprisingly barely. Taking out his sword, he was angry because the main character had lied to him. Enkrid followed suit and raised his blade, thinking that he had never seen him carry a weapon before. However, he immediately dismissed these thoughts, because the status of an assassin does not guarantee attacks only from a distance. Unusual low stance, rapid movements. To go so far only to face another attack, our protagonist thought. However, he didn't care how far this would go. At this moment, fear began to appear on the killer's face, because his hand was grabbed so easily. He tried to break free from this grip, but he was unable to do so. Enkrid was saying at that moment that this would be the end. And then, with a powerful swing, he began to hit the assassin straight in the head, thrusting his sword straight into his head while he was kneeling. And almost immediately he took it out, splashing his blood all over the area. Looking at the sky, our hero thought about what he had to do 10 times. That's how many times it took him to challenge himself to get over that wall. Fight, suffer defeats, become stronger again and win. Our black-haired boy liked this madly. At that moment, he noticed the corpse of the lying assassin. He noticed those very whistling daggers that were hidden right on his chest. He immediately fell into thought, wondering what he should do. And then some time passed, and shouts began to be heard that Enkrid was almost killed, and because of this, he decided to change the route. However, our boy denied everything, saying that it was an accident. The company commander didn't believe it, because he had fought 4 and only received a scratch. However, Enkrid responded to this by saying that the goddess of luck had helped him. The girl began to peer intently towards Enkrid, while he showed with his whole appearance that he was absolutely indifferent to this situation. Exhaling, the white-haired girl agreed with him, saying that he could come back. And so, entering his hut, he was going to say that he had returned. But at that very second, he was interrupted by an axe flying towards him, from which our hero dodged as if nothing had happened. At that very second, Rem cried out in surprise, as if the commander had become stronger. In response, our hero threw a hot stone in his direction, which he had asked for in the morning. Taking it in his hands, Rem shouted joyfully, because he had been waiting for it all day. Taking hold of his hair, Enkrid realized that his hair was already long enough. It was time to cut it. Turning to Kreis, our hero began to bargain with him, agreeing on 5 coppers. And now, already on the street, Kreis was putting his commander's head in order. Enkrid said that although haircuts had become more expensive, there was no better hairdresser in the city than his subordinate. He, in turn, raised his head and noticed that the first snow had begun to fall. A few minutes later, the entire squad was already standing around our hero. Our hero himself was thinking about the current situation at this time, assuming that someone was definitely behind this. Turning to Kreis, Enkrid asked the 3 dead men. After thinking for a bit, he remembered that Jack had been caught stealing and Bo had slandered an aristocrat. Rotten was a guard for a failed trade guild, and all 3 of them had joined the service exactly a year ago. Enkrid immediately thought about it, because there was one place where at that time the composition had just changed. The Thieves' Guild. The guild was just a name, but in reality it was a lair of bandits, which was a pretty decent option, considering that they knew all the loopholes in the city. Turning to Jackson, our hero asked if he had any acquaintances there, to which his subordinate thought that the commander had become more impudent. He replied that after the Reformation he had cut all ties with the guild, so he didn't know anything. Their conversation was interrupted by Kreis, who had already finished. Rem, laughing, said that at least their commander now looked like a human being. Our hero didn't react to this in any way, changing the subject to the fact that it had started snowing. Jackson turned to Enkrid and said that he needed to step away. Then Ram started shouting, saying that the cat just didn't want to clear the snow. Their argument was interrupted by Enkrid, who asked how about making a strategic sortie, adding that if they agreed he would free them from clearing snow. Ram and Jackson immediately agreed. Kreis took out his cloak and sword in an instant, saying that he was ready. Ragna was also ready. Our hero said that he needed to get permission from the company commander. The running Auden wished the commander luck, saying that he was also in the business. Enkrid was glad, because at such a moment they became surprisingly unanimous. And now, at the company commanders, they were talking about an attempt to kill the entire Thieves' Guild. The girl began to stare intently towards Enkrid again, while he looked in her direction with the same gaze. Unperturbed, she asked if it was definitely not about snow removal, to which our hero responded with the same look, saying, "Not at all." And so the whole squad could not believe that they had suddenly destroyed the Thieves' Guild. Enkrid said that they would collect information now, telling Jackson to find out where their base was. He asked how, to which Enkrid told him to use several methods. Hearing this, Christ thought it sounded like complete nonsense. However, our squad's cat understood everything, to which Christ was even more surprised, thinking that he was strange. And here is the inn, Vanessa's pumpkin soup. Our squad listened to Enkrid while eating, saying that even if they weren't connected to the assassination attempt, they were still criminals. Christ thought about it at that moment, while the waitress approached them. He addressed her as Lisa, asking her to stand. He leaned down and whispered something in her ear, while Enkrid looked at them in confusion. Looking out the window, Enkrid thought Jackson was late. I even began to think that I had given too thoughtless an order. Jackson himself was on the roof of a building at that moment, intently, without moving at all, observing the surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a group of people who were moving rather suspiciously. The rest of the squad at this time was discussing Lisa and Kreis, who said that all the beauties were his future clients. And so, Jackson entered the tavern, began to talk about what he had found, but did not finish. After all, what presented itself to his eyes was not a particularly honest picture. He was completely covered in snow, and his face was red from the cold, while the rest of the squad sat in a warm place, eating food. However, Enkrid did not lose his head and immediately gave him a bone with meat. Jackson asked why waste time when he could perform right now. Rem joined the dialogue, saying that he didn't want to, because it was cold there. As Enkrid stood up, he said that there was heavy snowfall, which would greatly reduce their mobility. It was necessary to approach the matter in a balanced manner, so he added that they would speak as soon as it was over, looking out the window. And then he immediately said that it wouldn't end, they needed to move on, and so our entire detachment set out and began to walk through the streets. Rem kept saying that he was cold and didn't like being outside. Passing by one man who seemed poor at first glance, no one looked in his direction. But a moment later, he pulled the blade straight from his cloak. He rushed towards our detachment, and his comrade joined him. At that moment, Rem threw off his cape, as if he had been expecting this, delivering a precise blow with his axe right on the attacker's head. The second one was hit with a fist right in his face. Holding one, Rem asked with displeasure if he was really the stray cat's brother, since he attacked from behind. Jackson himself interrupted their conversation, saying that they needed to go here, because this was the path to their lair. The door was locked. Auden asked Jackson to move over, saying he would knock. He swung with a satisfied cry, making a knocking sound. And then, having dealt a powerful blow, he destroyed the wooden door. With a smile, he said that they had opened the door, and everyone could come in. Looking at this, our heroes thought that knocking was a little different. However, without paying much attention to this, they entered their lair. Enkrid said that talking was out of the question, since they needed to be subdued by force first. After walking forward a little, they noticed a huge door in front of them. They discussed among themselves a little more, and then moved on. One of the men, sitting inside this room, said that he had been racking his brains for a long time. They say they reported a failed assassination, but their prey came to them. One of the men reported that he didn't know, since his subordinates were with him, but his commander, laughing, said that they were just small fry. At that very moment, Auden smashed another door with a shout, "Knock knock!" He enjoyed destroying everything, knowing that nothing would happen for it. The commander of the thieves silently watched their actions, doing nothing. Ram's cry was interrupted by Enkrid, who said, "He who has never killed a weak person in his life. Who is ready to go to prison obediently?" Enkrid said, drawing his sword. And having stuck it into the ground, he also added, like, "Who doesn't want to die? Lay down your weapons and cross that line, otherwise they will kill everyone." Rem immediately asked his commander, because he wanted to suppress them by force. But Enkrid replied that he changed his mind. At that moment, I myself was thinking that he was very cool at that moment. The commander of the thieves, cowering in anger, asked if the pathetic soldier was really looking down on them. Auden turned to the commander and said that they would not listen until they set an example. Taking out his blade, Enkrid asked who was the strongest in their guild. The commander said with a smile that it would be fun, adding that the strongest swordsman in their guild was Wyvern. He gave orders to his subordinate to fight him. As he approached, he asked Enkrid if he could withstand his sword. After all, since his infancy he had never lost to anyone, and it was with these words that he rushed to attack. However, a moment later his attack was repelled, and after her, Enkrid pierced his shoulder with his sword. Enkrid recognized this technique, because he had recently been at the same level. At that very moment, the face of the Thieves Guild commander became covered in sweat. While the strongest of the guild was writhing in pain, our hero looked towards the commander. And then, raising it, he added that he was giving them one last chance. Otherwise, they would all die. His subordinates stood there with stony faces at that moment. They all thought that their commander was showing off right now. A deathly silence fell, and everyone fell into thought. And then the first sound was heard. It was the sound of an iron mace falling. One of the men raised his hand and said that he surrendered. At that very moment, the enraged commander took out his weapon and began to scream, swinging, intending to kill his subordinate. However, a dagger that flew into his head prevented him from doing this. Our hero threw a whistling knife in his direction. Covered in blood, he began to fall to the ground. And now the second member of the squad was defeated. Ram gritted his teeth and thought that his commander was a little cool. Like the rest of the squad, they were glad that their Enkrid had become stronger. Even Jackson mentally praised Enkrid. However, these thoughts made Rem and Ragna furious. Seeing these reactions, Enkrid started to smile, because now he definitely looked cool. Immediately, the crowd began to fall to their knees, shouting that they were surrendering. Rem, turning to the commander, said that it would be easier to kill them than to carry them around later. However, one bald man, with a trembling voice, asked for mercy, saying that among them there are those who can barely make ends meet. So he offered his life instead of the others. His name was Jiplin. Our hero, looking in his direction, asked Jiplin from the Jiplin Guild. However, the bald man immediately pointed to the lying man, saying that he was the boss after all. But at the same time, Jiplin is he. Our hero kept poking from side to side for a long time. Kreis explained to Enkrid, who was seething with thoughts, that the murdered man had done it on purpose, so that if he was caught, he could blame it all on his subordinate. He explained that, apart from the captain, no one had done anything serious. And then everyone tried to protect Jiplin, starting to shed tears, asking to kill them instead of him. Rem immediately started pointing in their direction, shouting at the commander to look at these poor people he was about to kill. And suddenly Jiplin offered to exchange their lives for the contents of the warehouse. There was immediate silence, and Kreis's face lit up. Sometime later, Auden went in search of treasure. When the door was torn down, the jewels began to fall out. Immediately, the squad members began to run up to the treasury. Everyone chose something valuable for themselves. Even our main character went to see what was there. Noticing the armor made of strong and elastic leather, he thought, well, he'll take it. At this point, Kreis turned to his commander, offering to appropriate this guild for himself. Our hero did not understand what he meant, to which Kreis immediately began to explain that they could become thieves who don't kill people. He also explained that if they destroy this guild, in a month or two, someone will organize the same one. However, they can put this good guy in charge and take all the power into their own hands. Our hero assumed that the baby had planned this from the start. Enkrid immediately asked him if he had leaked the information to the waitress. Kreis only smiled in response. He also added that if he gives the go-ahead, he will receive a ransom in crowns every month, and he himself will leak the information. Enkrid thought that he didn't need money, but he felt calmer when he had a lot of it. He gave his approval. Kreis immediately switched to Giplin, starting to shout that they were no longer a killing guild. The red-haired man also said that they would carry out a reorganization in the future. However, the bald man interrupted him, saying that if the guild was not disbanded, they would all die. After all, the dead leader received money from Aspas, carrying out their orders. And then, starting to tremble, he shouted several more times about the mad beast from Aspen. However, Kreis asked not to worry, because they have a much worse beast. Approaching Rem, our main character said that if they took everything, they could return. And then the whole squad froze, because everyone was thinking about the same thing. Rem was the first to ask if all the snow had been cleared away yet. The main character began to look towards the window where it was snowing. Ragna interrupted everyone, saying that they still had much work to do here. Auden agreed with this, saying that he could communicate with God here. Jackson, leaving, said that he still had things to do. He would return in the morning. Our hero, in response, exhaled heavily and said that he sees everything. They are all pretty busy guys, so he will help them. Staying with their squad, they decided to sleep and wait until morning. The next day he reported to the commander about the return of the entire detachment, as well as the destruction of the Thieves Guild. She immediately asked threateningly if he enjoyed shirking snow removal. Making a confident face, Enkrid said that everything was wrong, thinking that she was still a smart girl. They interrupted this awkward conversation, asking if she had heard that he never refused anyone a sparring match. Hearing this as it was, she took out her blade, telling him to fight her. Taking out his sword, Enkrid replied, "With joy only." And with the first attack, she knocked down the black-haired man's leg, because of which our main character fell to the ground. Standing behind him, she told him to get up faster. Reaching for his sword, he wanted to take it in his hands. However, the company commander did not allow this to happen, throwing him back again. Enkrid didn't understand whether the company commander's sword had always been so light. He tried to see how this could happen at all, and now enough time has passed. Our hero has not been able to rise from the ground even once. The fairy herself thought that she had managed to see how he reacted deftly, as if he were peering into the future. And sometimes, as now, he could not predict a single blow. She thought he was too weird a guy. Looking up at the sky, she said, "It's snowing again." As she left, she remarked that she would keep an eye on him. At this time, our hero himself was thinking about how, after so much training, he still hadn't learned to control his body. Now he understood what he was missing right now. He was going to go to Auden to learn hand-to-hand combat. At this time, Auden himself was squatting with a huge tree, speaking about the basics of hand-to-hand combat. This is a trained body that has been hardened by training. He explained to our hero about his training, adding at the end that he would have to die a couple of times. However, this did not frighten Enkrid at all. After all, this is precisely what he was more of a specialist in than anyone else. And now, just a moment later, he was squatting with a huge boulder, thinking that he was about to die, while Auden explained that it was for the sake of the basis of the isolation technique. The muscles are ready to explode from the overwhelming force. Smiling, he asked the commander to hold on for 10 seconds. And after that, he kept asking if he regretted not having started training his muscles earlier. However, our hero interrupted him, saying that he didn't want to waste time on regrets. He understood that otherwise he still wouldn't have been able to free himself from the first one today. That's why he immediately switched over, telling Auden that it would be better if he showed the next exercises instead of wagging his tongue. Looking towards his commander, the big guy thought that since their first meeting, the commander's passion for training had not faded for a moment. Smiling, he was glad that he was his commander, so he immediately said that they were moving on to the next exercise. Today, Enkrid will crawl to the guard bridge and return back. And then rather painful screams and groans began to be heard. The panther watched all this without taking her eyes off. Seeing Enkrid training with all his might, she looked at the black-haired man carefully. And so, at night, Enkrid didn't even make it to the bed, falling down in the threshold. Rem asked if someone was really making fun of the commander. Barely reaching the bed, Enkrid replied that it was just training. At that moment, a panther ran up to him. Ram told the commander to give this beast a name. Our main character began to go through the names, the fireplace, the blue-eyed one, but she only growled angrily in response. Ram noted that she clearly didn't like these names. Having covered himself, he said that he would definitely think about a name, if she stays with him further, because he is not holding her back. And so gradually Enkrid began to fall asleep with these thoughts. Feeling a rather pleasant breeze, he began to open his eyes, noticing that it is in a certain place. Standing up, he tried to understand what was happening, and as soon as I stood up, I saw a rather beautiful place. He immediately assumed that it might be a dream, and also that there is no dark boatman here, even though I thought that this was not the place to listen to his dismal whining. Feeling a cool breeze behind him, he began to turn, seeing a rather beautiful girl right behind him, who stood without any movements, looking in his direction. He looked at her carefully, waiting for her to speak. He couldn't take his eyes off her because he felt a familiar feeling, and she, in a pleasant voice, said, "Esther." Seeing that the black-haired man did not understand, she added that it was her name. And then a moment later, our main character opened his eyes, feeling some pleasant feeling with myself. Next to him lay the same girl from the dream that he was hugging. She looked towards Enkrid with fear. There was silence all around. It was already deep night, just like inside the building of our 4th detachment. The blue-eyed girl began to blush. She was embarrassed. However, our hero did not attach any importance to this, wishing Esther good night. And then he hugged her, pressing her to himself. She did not resist, feeling the pleasant warmth from our hero. And then came another morning, very early morning. Rem, barely sitting on the bed, asked where their commander was, to which Enkrid replied, "To training." Enkrid was surprised to notice that he felt lightness in his body, although yesterday he had barely made it to the building. Esther herself at that moment thought that it was all because she used magic. She also thought that she needed Enkrid to break the curse, and it would be bad if he died due to carelessness. Enkrid said that he dreamed of some girl. He immediately began asking what kind of person she was, to which our hero noted that she was quite beautiful. At this time the panther thought, well, of course, and also that the guy's eyes were in the right place. Studying spells and mysticism and mages at the instinct level, she was cursed due to her obsession with spells, turning into a beast and losing all her powers. And then one day, when she was wandering aimlessly through the field, she was attracted by the smell of a curse, where she met this man. Auden laughed and said that she should have gone into recovery, but the commander was back in action. Barely rising, our hero heard a displeased roar, having asked Esther how long she had been watching them. But before that, she tried to look at the blue-eyed one. Esther herself thought that in the world of spells, A name has its influence, and if he carelessly called her by someone else's name, he would strike a blow to her world. So she gathered the rest of her strength to come to him in a dream and call him by name, but she made a mistake due to her unstable strength. At some point, I was even glad that Enkrid wasn't that far away, but she was sure that the boy was cursed. She didn't understand what it was yet, but it was definitely stronger than her. The powerful curse gradually absorbs weaker curses nearby, so staying close to it will allow her to regain her power. Quite loud sounds were heard throughout the area. It was a sparring match between our protagonist and Auden. Seeing the approach of a huge knee, our hero immediately began to lean back, and then he dodged to the side to avoid the attack. However, his current coach was not going to stop there, grabbing the black-haired man by the head and then slamming him into the ground. Removing his hand from his head, Auden explained that hand-to-hand combat was similar to fencing at a distance. Namely, the basis is endurance, but everything loses its meaning if he is clumsy. That is, even though the main character is moving at a snail's pace now, there are still changes. Enkrid's subordinate also noted that he truly doesn't know what it means to surrender. The month flew by in the blink of an eye, and the time came when sprouts began to break through the ground. Enkrid spent every day without exception in training. Absolutely every day was filled with something new. Rem was happy, because now it was fun to fight with the commander. There could be several training sessions per day with different teachers. Lazy Ragna was no exception, because at the request of the commander, even when he took a break from eating and went to train, Ragna noticed that the commander was making slow progress in practice. However, he saw no need to teach Enkrid the basics any further, since now he needed to drill the knowledge into muscle memory. He also warned our hero that it would be very difficult, to which the black-haired man exhaled heavily. And then he smiled and said that for him it was the easiest thing. And then another night came, but the dark period of the day was no longer so cold. Looking at his sword, our hero understood that sparring was good, but he wanted to take part in real battles. Suddenly he felt approaching, he felt death. Reacting instantly, he grabbed the dagger in Jackson's hands, who even seemed to happily say that the commander would not die from a knife in a blind spot. He considered this to be great progress. Kreis interrupted them, telling them to get out into the street and not raise dust here. Our hero asked him why he went to bed so early, however, as soon as the panther got up. The red-haired man completely forgot about everyone, starting to rustle the bed where Esther was lying in order to find the claw. Suddenly there was a rather rude knock on their door, and everyone immediately fell silent. And then the company commander appeared and said that she would steal the commander for a minute. Coming out, Enkrid immediately said that all the snow had already melted, but the girl told him to forget about it. After all, there was a new mission. Enkrid needed to deal with an order that had come through the soldier recruitment system. The soldier recruitment system is one of the two major policies in force, along with the soldier ranking system. It exists so that city dwellers can give orders to soldiers during training. The cost is lower than that of a mercenary, and the higher quality of execution and outstanding craftsmanship made it highly sought after. A tortured soldier walked past our heroes, barely opening his eyes from fatigue. Suddenly his attention was drawn to the fairy and Enkrid. At this moment our hero asked about the squad. The fairy answered that there would be only 3 of them, he and one of his squad. And the third one will be herself, who immediately after this will begin to stare intently at the guy, who at that moment thought that the company commander personally deals with orders. This is too strange. The soldier was walking as slowly as possible at this point, assuming that Enkrid and the company commander were meeting in secret. At the same moment, the white-haired girl asked Enkrid if being with her was really a burden to him. The soldier, hearing this, froze in place, his face wincing. And that same night, rumors began to spread throughout the area about the elf commander and the destroyer of witchcraft. It even got to the point that some people talked about their common children. And so the next morning arrived, which meant the beginning of training. People passing by Enkrid did not hesitate to discuss him and the elf. Whether this irritated the black-haired man or not, no one knows, but he clearly didn't like it. As soon as I entered my room, I heard a cry that the young daddy had returned. Rem, laughing, asked how many months the baby was, adding that they say he was born recently. With a straight face, Enkrid said that some idiot had spread stupid rumors while the others giggled. Even Ragna and Auden supported it, saying there was nothing wrong with it. After hearing this, our main character decided that his subordinates had decided to organize a collective persecution. His thoughts were interrupted by Rem, who asked about the mission, but Enkrid immediately replied that he was not going to take him along. The gray-haired man's smile immediately disappeared, and in a rough voice he asked who would go instead of him. Jackson didn't let him speak, saying that he was ready to move out. Enkrid immediately turned around and began walking towards the door with his subordinate. Rem began to threaten with displeasure that he would throw an axe, while Enkrid, walking, said that if he got angry, he would really throw it at the customer, so he would never take him with him. Already on the street, Jackson realized that they took him along because he would not create unnecessary problems. He also asked if he could give advice as someone with more experience. Without waiting for an answer, he immediately asked her not to develop deep feelings for the woman, because this would result in a deep wound. At that very moment, our hero's face changed, and in a low tone he said that he did not need such advice. And so, sometime later, our heroes were already standing on the street. Averting his gaze as they waited for the customer, Enkrid hoped that word hadn't reached the company commander. Suddenly she broke the silence by asking if they had ever done anything that resulted in children. Jackson, barely holding back, immediately turned away, while our hero, with an unperturbed look, waved his hand in negation, and then turning towards his subordinate, he asked if he found it funny. But the elf continued, asking what our hero liked most. He didn't understand why she was even asking him this. Their awkward conversation was interrupted by Jackson, who said that the customer was here. Elf clicked her tongue in displeasure and said that her fun had been interrupted. Hearing this, our hero could not believe that she was joking with a straight face. The essence of this order is to protect the heir of the trade guild. Now it is being decided which of the two heirs will become the next head of the Lockfried Trading Guild. In connection with this, an order was placed for security, so that they would not harm each other, and at the same time to help them reconcile. At this time, our hero imagined that something like a greedy toad would appear. However, the girl who came out did not look like a toad at all. She immediately greeted the security, introducing herself as Leona and adding that she relies on them. And now the huge crowd that accompanied Leona was moving somewhere. Enkrid, walking behind, thought about how after greeting her she didn't even say a word. She even conveyed her thoughts through her nanny, who at that moment was saying that first she needed to rent a room, and then wait for the second heir, not far from the inn. Our hero recalled the words of Auden, who spoke about age, posture, choice of location, because this is all information, that is, an assessment of the opponent's strength. Enkrid thought about what he needed to observe and analyze. The girl from the guard was left-handed, had a squat step and heavy armor. She was in good physical shape, but still, she was below special rank. Jackson interrupted his thoughts by suggesting they play a simple game. The game was also called simply, Guess the Sound. And now, while walking, they began to discuss the sounds, who was where. The point of the game is to quickly and accurately determine the source of the sound, which was much more difficult than it seems. The girl from Leona's personal security said that their room was upstairs and asked her to wait. Sitting down, the elf noted that this was quite an interesting game. She wanted to join in. And then Jackson started. The girl interrupted our main character, without even giving him a chance to intervene in their conversation. Our hero, for some time, thought that there were fewer and fewer sounds. Suddenly Jackson fell silent, saying, secretly looking around. And then the elf answered, like, behind you. In an instant they killed both attackers at once. The cat of the fourth squad assumed that this was an attack, to which the commander of the fourth company agreed. The men grabbed each other in fear, because they were hired killers. One of them pounced on Enkrid, who was already sitting motionless. However, it was not to be. With the lightest movements he killed the attacker. Hearing the scream from above, he thought that the customer's safety came first. So without any hesitation I rushed to the second floor. At that moment, daggers were thrown at him from behind his back, intending to stop him. But Jackson arrived in time to protect his commander. Just like the company commander, the girl took out the killers without any problems. The killers have already started talking among themselves, asking who they are, because they are very strong. The elf herself was watching Jackson at that moment, thinking that he is a private, although significantly superior in strength to the squad leader. Nevertheless, they all follow Enkrid with unwavering faith. She didn't understand what made them like that towards him. She smiled and thought it was funny. And then she killed the attacker who tried to take advantage of the moment. Enkrid kept up with the duo, also killing enemies. He recalled his past skirmishes, thinking that such raids would not kill him. In addition, recent training in physical strength, hand-to-hand combat. Even though Auden told him he was still slow and clumsy, he still felt it. That he began to move in a completely different way than before. And so, having reached Leona's room, he saw someone fly out of there. Having run inside, he immediately began to look around. Seeing the killer, shouting in the name of Aspen, he attacked the girls. The maid tried to cover her mistress with her body. Our hero at this time thought that it was too dangerous to use a whistling dagger. With the current level, it definitely wouldn't hit him. He didn't know if he would be able to reach it in time. He had already seen it once. How to cover such a distance in one moment. He understood that he would not be able to copy that knight's movements exactly. But if you imitate something remotely similar, everything should work out. And so the killer deliberately hit the young lady. At that moment, our hero was already right in front of them, putting his back under this glancing blow. The killer couldn't believe his eyes, bulging them forward. After all, there was a trace of the knife blow, but there was no wound. With a terrifying voice, Enkrid turned to him, asking if he wanted to talk. And then he grabbed it and started running to the side straight to the window. Having broken it, our hero flew out of the second floor holding the killer. Pressing him straight into the ground, a loud crunch was heard. The killer's whole face twisted in pain and he began to scream, while our main character slowly got up, thinking that everything went great. After all, he softened the blow of the fall by using this killer as a pillow. There were no more enemies on the second floor, but this one is here. He was astonished by his endurance, as he took the entire impact of the fall on himself. He asked our hero if he was from the border guard. Hearing the denial, he immediately began to rejoice, because then he wouldn't have to worry. At this moment, our hero noticed two swords of different lengths, but the enemy's balance was not disturbed. Enkrid didn't understand why he needed two swords while he was threatening to kill him. His chatter was interrupted by the black-haired man's words to make him attack faster. Hearing this, he immediately threw an angry glance towards the black-haired man. While Enkrid was thinking about how it had been a long time since he had fought seriously, the enemy also seemed to be of impressive strength. However, naturally our hero was happy about this fight. He didn't know which technique would be best for him to try out in a real fight. He looked at the expression on his opponent's trembling face, which was about to hit him in the leg. However, our hero immediately dodged it. Raising his blade, he was happy. He enjoyed fighting. Enkrid watched his movements closely, gathering information. Two swords of different amplitudes. This is a duet in the style of Valen. Enkrid recognized these movements, having seen them before. He dodged the attack again without any problems, as with the next one, bending down and then striking. Then he stood up, while gradually the killer's face began to change. He couldn't believe that a simple private had dodged all the attacks. Enkrid said that he was jealous, because he didn't have enough talent to master this technique. With a cry of anger, the killer rushed towards our hero again. Enkrid started using concentration here. At that very second, the entire entourage disappeared, leaving behind swords. Looking at them, he was going to see his line of attack in order to avoid it. Raising his sword, Enkrid immediately swung his sword. However, he was not happy with this result. Even though he managed to dodge and attack at the same time, he was aiming straight at the heart. The killer immediately began to scream in pain, while our hero mentally chose who would be best to train with. Looking at the fallen enemy, our hero heard some screams. The killers shouted that they should retreat. Jackson noted that the commander was fighting too noisily. Pointing towards the enemies, our hero asked if they would catch them, to which Jackson responded without any emotion, saying that their mission did not include eliminating criminals. Their job is security, and since they escaped, the customer is safe. The girl interrupted the conversation and praised Enkrid, who immediately asked if she was safe. She threw her head back, hearing this question, and became thoughtful. And then she calmly asked if he was really worried about his beloved, adding that she was now very worried about this. Our hero's face immediately changed. Their conversation was interrupted by Leona, who asked if they were dating, to which Enkrid immediately replied, no. And the company commander calmly said, played with her, and left. Our hero's face changed again, thinking that it was with the elf. Afterwards, she immediately approached Enkrid and asked his name. Upon learning this, she thanked him for his protection, saying that she would pay for the injury later. However, she immediately heard a refusal. Our hero noted that it was a duty. Seeing this seriousness, Leona could not say anything in response. Our heroes handed over several of the captured to the local army, and just in case, they were sent reinforcements. Enkrid was puzzled about the killers, because among them there was even a talented guy, having begun to suspect the second claimant to the inheritance. His thoughts were interrupted by a crash on the stairs. It was Leona. She said that the guy woke up very early, to which our hero replied that he was not sleeping, but was on guard. Sitting down at the same table with the black-haired man, the girl turned to him, telling him to come to her, because she would give him a chance to become a bodyguard for the Lockfried Guild, noting that they had a thriving, medium-sized guild. In addition, the guild's main customers are wasteland shepherds living on bad land. The Hunters organization is a black leather guild dedicated to capturing dragons. Geisher Ranger guarding the glacier. Moreover, if someone steals and sells a trade route map that shows the trade routes of the entire continent, and locally produced goods, then with the proceeds she will provide herself with a comfortable old age. The girl thought that she needed people to help her. People like Enkrid, who saved her without taking anything for it. She understood that anyone would want to join their guild, and he was definitely no exception. However, almost immediately I heard a refusal. She didn't understand why, because he didn't even think about it for a second. Jackson interrupted their conversation, saying that it was unsightly to cling to a person even after a refusal. The elf who was descending supported him. Realizing that now Leon definitely had no chance, she began to get up. Having added that the second heir would arrive in the morning and she needed to prepare, she took her leave. While the company commander and Jackson were approaching our hero, Jackson immediately said that the commander needed to get rid of the habit of throwing flirtatious glances. The elf also intervened in their conversation, saying that he was a traitor because he had wounded her. Gritting his teeth in anger, Enkrid knew he was fed up. So he changed with an imperturbable face, adding that his tastes had changed. Jackson's expression immediately changed as well, as did the elf, who couldn't believe that Enkrid had parried. Behind them, the crowd began to discuss that the detachment commander had betrayed the company commander. Seeing that look on Enkrid's face, she smiled. Jackson and elf left, leaving our hero alone with himself. And so it gradually began to get light, and our hero went to the tavern, where Kreis loudly shouted that he had heard that after a day of dating, he spent the night with the customer. The others, hearing this, immediately began to discuss Enkrid. And then the red-haired man added that he didn't come here to laugh, but because of Jiplin, because they need to be looked after. Our hero asked Kreis to take care of one thing. He thought about the need to catch those escaped vagabonds. The previous head of the Lockfried Trade Guild was Renos Lockfried. He was an outstanding businessman and a worthy man. He believed that his adopted daughter Leona, with her recklessness and wisdom, he was the perfect candidate for the role of heir, but he could not make a choice because he could not abandon his own son. As a result, the previous head died without clarifying the legacy, and so Renos Lockfried's own son arrived in the city. Inside the carriage, they reported to him that the assassination attempt had failed. The heir looked away with displeasure. The man assured that he would do everything to resolve the issue. Asking the heir if their agreement was still valid, he heard an immediate positive answer. The other man did not react to their conversation in any way, and so the heir and his followers entered the building. Our heroes immediately turned their attention to them. While he was waving his hand, he said that it was too dusty here. Our hero noticed one guy. After all, seeing the black-haired man, he immediately realized that he was strong. Like him, he immediately cast his gaze towards Enkrid, but he didn't pay any attention to it, immediately looking away. The heir shouted and pointed at Jackson, telling him to call Leona immediately. At this time, our hero was thinking that it was good that he took Jackson, because if only there had been Ram, it would clearly be a dramatic picture with a fatal outcome. However, he noticed Jackson taking out a dagger at that moment. Enkrid immediately grabbed his hand as the heir continued to insult Jackson. His scream was interrupted by Leona, who asked why he was screaming, and also adding that they were late, so she asked them not to embarrass themselves. The boy immediately approached her, attacking her because she hadn't taught the security guards any manners. His disgruntled cry was silenced by one slap. Exhaling, Enkrid thought that there was not a single adequate person here except him. Holding his cheek, he shouted, asking what she was doing, until Leona said that the boy was out of his mind. She said they were from the regular army, asking if he really wanted to spend his life rotting in prison. The boy's ardor immediately died down, because he didn't know this. A man coughed behind him, causing the entire air to shudder. He immediately started shouting again that she was trying to slander him. The boy started poking and shouting that Leona had picked him up on the street, and that she had no right to shout at him. She responded calmly that he was her own son, who was incapable of deciphering a map or calculating a budget. The boy said in a trembling voice that the butler could do it. Leona only sighed heavily in response. Enkrid at this moment thought that Leona was better suited to be the next chapter. Leona said that the only reason he should become the next head is because of his blood. However, she also added that he is not at all like the previous head. Squeezing his cheeks, she asked the boy from whom he inherited his ignorance and terrible face. Jumping back, he immediately grabbed the sword, insulting the girl. Following this, our hero immediately began to approach, grabbing his weapon. However, he stopped almost immediately. After all, I felt the terrifying aura that emanated from the man. But after that, he still continued to move forward. Standing directly in front of Leona, the others also approached the customer, while our hero looked away with a menacing gaze. Frightened, he stepped back while the boy's companion covered his master. But Enkrid didn't pay attention to him, looking into the depths of the crowd. Because this pose, fast style, dancing sword, he couldn't even imagine how fast he was. He mentally asked to attack him. All our hero's thoughts were only about this, so that he would attack. Seeing the enemy approaching, he immediately began to rejoice. Suddenly a loud voice was heard telling everyone to stay in their places. This was an acquaintance of our hero, who said that if they did not lower their swords, they would be accused of rebellion. Seeing him, the boy immediately shut up, scared. Just like our hero, whose smile disappeared from his face. He let go of the sword, clicking his tongue in displeasure as Jackson looked in his direction with displeasure. Remembering the commander's words that he was the only sane one here, he thought to himself that the commander here was the most abnormal of all. The man from the border guard said that the attackers were from another country, so they would take matters into their own hands. He also noted that the attackers said that they were acting on orders from the trade guild, looking in the direction of the guy. A man stood up to defend him, asking if the testimony mentioned which guild had ordered Leon's hit. These words made the commander of the border guard detachment smile. Leona interrupted their conversation, suggesting that they find the culprit again. He added that during the 2 days that the investigation was ongoing, both heirs would spend time in custody. Watching this, our hero wondered why the girl was doing this. The commander noted that the captured were small fry, but the girl was not satisfied with this answer. She said there were other targets for interrogation who fled the crime scene, assuming that there was a captain among them. The man looked towards the girl silently, while she was talking about the fact that if the captain was not there, they would return to the guild's hometown, with the condition that they would come when called. Our hero thought that the army would not be able to protect her outside border guard, and with the level of her security, if you don't defeat this guy with a rapier, he was sure that as soon as she left the city, she would die. Enkrid didn't understand what she was up to as the girl continued. She said that she would give 1 piece as a reward for catching it. Seeing this, Jackson's eyes immediately lit up, and this was the 4th masterpiece from the Carmen collection, the Carmen Stiletto. Leona assured that she would give it to whoever caught the killers. Jackson immediately turned to our hero. He said that he would personally deal with it. Turning our attention back to this masterpiece, our hero wondered what it was because Jackson fell for it. The boy immediately joined in and started shouting that Leona had gone crazy. After all, it was worth a fortune. He couldn't believe she was going to give it away as a prize. At that moment, our hero asked Jackson what a dagger it was. He was surprised that the boy had not heard of it, since it was made by Carmen, a famous gunsmith. A former slave, Carmen became an assassin to exact his revenge using 7 blades he himself had crafted. The 4th of them is just a stiletto, because there are even those who are ready to part with their lives to get his weapon, Jackson said. At that moment, the head of the border guard gave the order that they were all taken into custody for 2 days. Our hero, turning back to Jackson, told him not to worry. After all, he had already given orders to Christ to find and catch them. The boy was shaking with anger, muttering something while his subordinate looked around the area. He couldn't take his eyes off our protagonist, who, noticing this, immediately began to look in his direction as well. And again their gazes met. And just like last time, the long-haired one was the first to look away, starting to leave. Night fell, and conversations could be heard from the boy's room. He was worried that if they were caught, the tale might lead to them. One man suggested waiting, because if they couldn't decide, then one of the two would become the heir, and the right to choose would go to the investors. He wasn't afraid of this, because he had already sent letters to everyone. Our hero was training outside at this time, according to the same principles that Auden told him, throwing off a huge boulder, which raised a fairly loud cry. Our hero sat down to rest while Torres asked Enkrid if he was tired of conducting boring training sessions. With a smile, he said that this was a unique time to laze around. However, Enkrid did not think so because time is unfair. After all, for a genius and a mediocrity it flows differently. It was because of this that he could not waste his own time. He wanted to make his much higher. Torres' partner turned to him and said that perhaps they were lazy. He was silent for a few seconds, and then he shouted Enkrid's name, telling him to stop. He suggested that they have a duel, since last time he didn't take him seriously. And the fight ended in a draw. He wanted to fix it. At that very second, a smile appeared on our hero's face, and then loud screams were heard throughout the area. Torres swung his weapon to attack. Although both were hit, Torres received the mortal wound. Everyone joyfully shouted that their junior commander was strong. However, this was not enough, so Enkrid asked again. One of the men stood up and said he would be next. The heir observed all this and called them barbarians. One of the border guards threw our hero over himself, slamming the black-haired man straight into the ground. The same swordsman also watched along with his master. At this time, our hero asked to show this throw again. The swordsman thought that even though he had lost, his pride was not hurt. On the contrary, he is like a child who has discovered a new, exciting game. Moreover, he knows that he is much stronger than him, but does not hide his desire to win. The guard of the direct heir of the guild thought, and so again he lost, while the swordsman began to think again. After all, Enkrid couldn't counterattack until he tried the unfamiliar technique on himself 3 or 4 times. His intuition in battle was very weak, but after these attempts, he won by copying her. Just like they defeated him. There were happy shouts. Torres was the loudest. The elf told Leon that wherever he goes, he charms everyone, and she asked if they were dating, to which she refused, adding that they were married. Hearing the discussions about Enkrid and the elf's marriage, the guy's face changed. Their conversation was interrupted by the question of whether they could join. Our hero immediately paid attention to him. After all, it was that same swordsman who became interested in Enkrid. Torres, seeing him, became wary, because he could have planned something. The swordsman himself thought that Enkrid was not particularly outstanding, but he wanted to teach him so much that he couldn't hold back the urge. One of the border guards, smiling, told him to sit in the corner and watch. However, Enkrid immediately said no. Smiling and sweating, he said that he had been waiting for him. The man looked in his direction for a few more seconds. He began to smile gradually, glad to hear this. Everyone immediately tensed up, just like Jackson. He kept watching him all the time. After all, this guy was threatening, even just by picking him up. An ordinary wooden stick, Jackson understood that the enemy was difficult. Grabbing the dagger, he thought about being ready. After all, his commander could be killed in this battle. However, Enkrid himself did not think about this at all. He couldn't wait for the fight to start. Looking at his opponent, he understood perfectly well that he was much stronger than him. He felt a wild tension that pierced his body. It's as if he's standing on a battlefield, not in a friendly atmosphere. And so, his opponent began to make the first attack. Immediately using concentration, our hero saw. He could see his line of attack perfectly well. Even though it was changing, he knew it was the neck. And if you break his line and bring your own, then it is possible. But his thoughts were interrupted. After all, he felt goosebumps all over his body. In one small moment, he was killed. The whole crowd immediately fell silent, because everyone understood perfectly well that he was monstrously strong. The man said that although the guy was able to calculate the trajectory, he was too slow. And our hero himself was happy, because the dancing sword was much faster and more impressive than he imagined. Enkrid thought he had become stronger, but he was wrong. After all, it was an infinitely distant and impressively high wall. Without any emotion, he looked towards the departing person. Suddenly he started smiling. Taking a fighting stance, he asked again. Turning around, the man said that he was amazed by his attitude. And again, rather painful sounds began to be heard. Everyone was already asleep, while our hero kept asking for another try. Everyone was asleep except the company commander, who did not close his eyes. Watching Enkrid, the man tried to understand. After all, any swordsman loses heart in the face of a superior opponent, and the man made it clear that there was a difference in strength between them. He showed this huge gap that separates them. However, he still got up. His spirit was not broken. Jackson, who was watching this, thought that the commander's body was too slow. He couldn't overcome this wall now. He thought that in this case, he should be taught everything in order. Looking at Enkrid's trembling body, the man suggested ending it there, since he already wanted to sleep. Gritting his teeth and sweating, the black-haired man looked at the ground. As the man was leaving, Enkrid said that he was shocked. With a wildly joyful face, he spoke of how amazed he was by his sword, and swore that he would someday possess it. Seeing this face, the man began to smile, thinking that the guy was much more amazing. He felt sorry, because if he had a little more talent, he could have done it. The next day, Commander Torres was informed that the escaped mercenaries had been caught. That guy was Kreis, who brought 3 killers to their knees. In his mind, our hero praised his baby, and he spread his hands, as if he understood that the commander was praising him. Leona turned to Enkrid and thanked him for his help, assuming that they were his subordinates. Torres immediately approached one and began questioning him. The baby began to look away, trembling. The man bent down and began to slowly pronounce the words syllable by syllable. Everyone froze in anticipation of his answer, because right now the fate of many was being decided. The captured man said that the customer was the Aspana Guild. The man swore he didn't know the exact information while the kid was sweating profusely. Leona approached and asked if everything would continue as they had agreed. Torres was surprised by this reaction from the girl, because everyone here thought that they would say that this fool ordered them. However, the girl replied that she herself had hoped for this outcome. Scratching his head, Torres let out a heavy sigh, saying that they should arrest the criminals. They also lifted the arrest on the Lockfried Guild. Leona handed over the dagger. Our main character handed it over to Jackson as he promised. Enkrid asked him not to take out the knife just anywhere, but he immediately hid it. Kreis, at the same time, encouraged Enkrid to take notice of Leona. However, he abruptly changed the subject to the fact that he knew that the killers were hired by this bastard. But what did Aspen have to do with it? They found them last night and arrested them in a mob. A man in a cloak approached him, asking if he was the head of the guild, or rather Chris. He also added that he was accompanying Mr. Leon. Hearing this, our hero immediately fell into thought, not understanding what the girl was trying to achieve, because she could have acted differently and remained in the black. At that very moment, she happily said, "It's good that Follett is not a criminal," adding that if this were the case, the reputation of the previous head of the guild would be ruined. And at that moment, it dawned on our main character why she protected the guy. Interrupting her, he asked if she was absolutely sure she could handle it further. After all, they wouldn't be able to protect her once they left the city. But she replied that everything had already been decided. A huge crowd of people appeared right in front of them. There was one man walking in front with what seemed to be an army behind him. It was Captain Mattis of the Lockfried Trade Guild garrison, who announced that by a unanimous decision of the investors, Mrs. Leona had been elected as the new head of the guild. As soon as she got off the cart, they immediately fell to one knee, greeting the girl. Our hero at this time was thinking that she had deliberately arranged a 2-day arrest in order to gather investors and organize a vote. Now Enkrid understood why Christ had said she was a dangerous woman. At that moment, she turned to Enkrid, saying that she would not ask him to follow her. And she also noticed that he has a strength that makes one support him. With a smile, she added that she hoped that someday they would be useful to each other as friends. Extending his hand straight towards our hero, who, having said this with joy, shook it. At the same time, the dissatisfied former heir was calling Martinez names, because he had betrayed him. The man cowered and told the boy to never again tarnish the name of the former leader. Feeling such wild fear, the baby almost lost consciousness. One of the men said that the plan had failed, but the black-haired swordsman noted that everything had gone well since the guilds were in good hands. Besides, his gaze was again drawn to that same young man. After all, now they knew about a very unusual soldier. He remembered telling Enkrid to leave his sword behind. After all, the guy had absolutely no talent. At this time, our hero himself was thinking that he had not heard such words for a long time. However, he is here because he never listened to them. Seeing the smile on the black-haired man's face, the man turned around, immediately starting to move to the side. And now our hero was already inside the house of his detachment. Our hero tried in every way to wake up the sleeping ram, who, sniffling, said that the commander would still choose the cat. However, Enkrid immediately interrupted him, saying that he was the one he needed. The man immediately perked up and jumped out of his bed. While training, our hero asked himself what was needed for a dancing sword. The first is prudence, which is the most effective line of attack, and also one of the most important parts. It is an explosive physical force that circulates smoothly throughout the body, which will allow you to injure your opponent quickly and strongly. Our boy's face changed when he saw the blood. After all, he wounded Rem right on the neck, causing a scratch. Even the long-haired barbarian stopped and began to feel his neck. Enkrid stood with an unwavering face, having become faster than Rem. Rem himself interrupted the commander's thoughts, saying that he knew how to surprise. After all, in this case, since he became faster, he can speed up a little. Seeing and hearing this, Enkrid could not believe his eyes and ears. But it was too late, because his subordinate attacked. At the last moment, the black-haired man still managed to block the attack, but he felt it with his whole body. But Rem wasn't going to stop either, sending the next sudden, quick attack towards the commander. And Enkrid managed to evade it, probably with God's help. Watching this, the black-haired man's entire body was tense. After all, before the axe was like a whip, but now it moves at the speed of light. But our boy wasn't going to stop there, so he counterattacked him. Our hero still has a long way to go to become who he wants to become. During the evening training, he felt a wild thirst for blood, for murder. That's why I instantly blocked the attack on reflexes. It was Jackson, who immediately praised the commander's vision and hearing, adding that these trainings were no longer necessary. And then he began to leave, which surprised the commander of the 4th detachment. Enkrid lowered his head and thought that this was exactly why Rem was teasing him. However, these thoughts sent a wild pain through his neck. He immediately began to choke, trying to take in as much air as possible. And Jackson said that it was a thirst for murder. This is what is called an aura that comes from the desire to kill your opponent. A technique that allows you to track it through sensation, going beyond the 5 senses, the door of the 6th sense. This is exactly what the squad's cat was going to teach his commander in gratitude for the stiletto. At that very moment, the boy's face lit up, because he loved to learn new things. Jackson explained that the door to the 6th sense is the territory of instincts, and it was impossible to rely solely on hearing and sight. He gave an example of orientation on the terrain or kinesthesia, or the hunting instinct of a predator. They feel all this on an instinctive level if they constantly fight, sharpening their senses like a blade. Instincts will begin to anticipate the thirst for murder, of course, Jackson added, saying that it will be difficult at first. But he also talked about how if he trained constantly, it would open the door to his 6th sense. And so the night came. Enkrid went to his house. Rem said that the commander had changed somehow. He immediately began to look at his muscles, but Rem didn't mean that. Auden noticed that the commander was smiling much more, but Ragnar replied that this was not it either. To which Christ shouted loudly and with a smile that Enkrid had become even crazier. Everyone immediately agreed with the red-haired man. Our hero himself joked that he was the only normal one among them. However, Jackson himself asked himself when the commander would realize that his madness surpassed all of them. It was already late at night, and Rem noticed how the little animal was going back to the commander. While she was examining Enkrid's body, she thought that he had trained to the point of exhaustion again. The black-haired man never missed a day without his killer training. If it weren't for her magic, he would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. But that's impossible. She couldn't let him die, because then she wouldn't be able to break her curse, Esther thought. Touching the clothes of his so-called master, she also gave her a dark aura. And here is another training session, just like the one repeated today. Everyday repetition, repetition, and only repetition. The black-haired commander was not at all bored, because he knows that these repetitions bring the joy of progress. And here we are at another training session with Jackson. Enkrid could already discern his location. In any situation, he answered about his location. Absolutely in any situation, under any circumstances and workload. The rest of the 4th squad also observed all this. Ram started first, saying that he took back what he said about changing. After all, their commander hadn't made any progress at all. Auden said that it was all strange, because he clearly remembered how one day the commander suddenly gained strength. Ragna confirmed his words. Ram and Jackson thought about it, because Enkrid needed real fights. The gray-haired man even suggested hunting some monsters. All 4 of them got together and poisoned our hero on the battlefield. Talking about him going to test his improved abilities, one man handed our hero a piece of paper, telling him to look at the assignment here. Taking it, the black-haired man read it carefully. It was a dungeon exploration quest. When she came in, the girl spoke anxiously about some stubborn guy, who, upon seeing the soldier, immediately began to shout for him to come down faster, pointing to what was underneath his floor in the house. Seeing this, our hero was surprised, because it was an underground cave in the very center of the city. Taking torches, both men began to descend. Looking around, Enkrid was sure that the cave was made by human hands. The cave was of impressive size, so it would not be surprising to encounter a monster here. At some point, our hero stopped and began to peer carefully into the distance. After all, right in front of him there were 6 huge passages. The black-haired boy immediately realized that someone had deliberately dug a labyrinth here. Standing in front of one passage, our hero heard some sounds, telling the man to stand here while he checked everything from the front. However, as soon as he entered one of the passages, he felt something, which made him stop immediately, because he saw a bright light in the distance. Most likely it was not light, but heat, which was approaching at an incredible speed. And so our hero lay in his bed, not understanding anything, but he only understood that he died burned. His perception of magicians was too unambiguous. He remembered how they said that one should rejoice if one died in a battle with a magician, but if one survived, the consequences were dire. He also realized that this was a magical trap. Enkrid immediately began to think about how to overcome this wall. And now, once again, they hand him that same piece of paper. Our hero even began to think about calling for help, because this wall did not at all look like one that could be jumped over. He also understood that this stubborn old man could go there alone. After thinking a little more, Enkrid froze in a stupor. And then he immediately rushed off somewhere to the side at full speed. Having burst into the house without knocking, he immediately began shouting at the girl to ask where her father was, to which she also shouted and replied that he had already gone down. Without any hesitation, Enkrid immediately rushed down. He understood that he had no time at all to think. He tried with all his might to make it in time, and then, in the distance, the silhouette of the old man with the torch appeared. Seeing him, the black-haired boy immediately shouted at him to stop. Not understanding, the man stopped, entering one of the passages. However, it was already too late because one of his legs was beyond the entrance. And again, there is the same heat that was there last time. Everything is the same. Our hero tried to save the old man. However, he also got hit by this powerful volley of magic. Enkrid thought that he needed to find a way as soon as possible. But first, you had to go to the owner of the shop, warning him not to go there under any circumstances. Our hero's thoughts were interrupted by a dark silhouette turning towards him. He said that the guy should have felt, even if only for a moment, how his flesh burned and his body turned into ashes. And then he asked if he really was going to step into that flame again anyway. Enkrid himself immediately described the sensation of burning, akin to hundreds of thousands of needles simultaneously piercing his body. Having fallen silent, he immediately began to rise sharply. He added that allowing an innocent person to die would be an even greater torment for him. After all, that's what being a knight is all about. Having risen, Enkrid immediately flew out of the building of his squad. Rem began to ask where Enkrid was, to which the boy immediately explained. The gray-haired man didn't understand why the boots would turn into monsters, but he didn't attach any importance to it. Already at the old man, the black-haired man thought that it would be possible to simply not let him dig the hole and forget about it. But it was impossible to leave such a dangerous thing unattended. So turning to the old man, he said that he would go there alone. Already walking inside, he even thought about hiring a magic specialist, even though it would take months. It was an unknown trap without a single clue, and there was also a high probability that someone would die during the expedition, which would be equivalent to our hero taking his subordinates. So he put those thoughts aside, deciding one thing for himself: he wanted to gather as much information as possible. Looking around, he assumed that one of the passages would not have a trap, so he would have to go into each one and die. Enkrid hoped that there was a much better option. At times I even started looking for some hints. He asked himself how many times he had already died, and what he felt each time he died. The thought that he had lost even began to pop into his head. He tried to remember when she appeared in his head, starting to kill different options from my past. At some point, he remembered the thirst for killing that Jackson had taught him, feeling the approach of danger. His gaze changed in that same second. After all, right now he felt something he had never felt before. As soon as he started to cross the line, as soon as he crossed over, stepping on only one foot, he felt the approach of a wild danger, which cut his body in half. However, Enkrid was not despondent, but smiled broadly, because he felt the thirst to kill the trap. And here it was again, another day. But this time Enkrid was inspired, boldly, without any hesitation, approaching this dungeon. He understood that the key to breaking through today was to recognize the thirst for killing the trap. The boy understood perfectly well that there was no point in rushing. After all, it was necessary to enter the tunnels one by one until he felt a clear thirst for murder. And so, approaching one such passage, he examined it carefully, realizing that he had not been here yet, and did not feel anything from it. At some point, he even believed that this was the right path, starting to slowly lower his leg beyond the entrance line, after starting to walk towards another passage. After all, it was here that very blade rushed past. Looking into the distance, he felt death. As soon as he steps beyond the line of this long entrance, that huge blade will appear again and cut him in half. Looking into the distance, our main character realized something. He realized that it was not the desire to kill, but simply the memory of death. A man interrupted him from behind, asking why he was wandering from side to side. However, our main character immediately switched to the other side, thinking about feeling the thirst for murder again. And so it was quite late at night. Coming out of the dungeon, the old man asked Enkrid what the guy was doing there for so long. Our hero asked the old man not to go down, saying that he would come there tomorrow. Enkrid asked if he had any clues regarding his wife's disappearance. The only clue was a wedding ring, exactly like the one on his finger. Having looked at him carefully, our hero nodded positively with a tired look, and then he headed towards his squad's house. Already sitting on his bed, our main character was meditating. Feeling the approach of danger, he immediately glanced to the side. Rem immediately attacked the commander, saying that it was because he didn't listen to them and went off to have fun with leather boots. The gray-haired man said that it was time to sleep, and Enkrid was tormented by the question of what would happen when this day ended. After all, he successfully lived through this day and did not die today. He didn't know if tomorrow would come, and he was going to check it out. And then the early sun rose, and the town came to life again. Today it happened again. Rem started talking about his experience in real combat again. Walking through the cave, our hero was also interested in what would happen if he didn't go to bed at all. He wanted to test this theory, so he stayed outside, waiting for the sun to appear, trying with all my might not to fall asleep. And so the sun began to rise, higher and higher. This meant the beginning of a new day. The city began to come to life again. However, a moment later, Enkrid found himself back in bed. He remembered closing his eyes briefly, but found himself back in bed. And again those same words from Rem about experience in real combat. Now Enkrid was sure that until he got past the wall, he would not be able to free himself from this today. But still the boy was not discouraged, because he still did not plan to meet tomorrow until he overcame the wall. And now about 20 days have passed. Every day was different from the other, becoming more and more terrible. With all his thoughts, our hero tried to feel again. The same thing I already felt. The feeling of death, but nothing came of it. Nothing worked on the 40th day either. Likewise, Enkrid felt nothing on the 50th day. On the 60th day, he seemed to no longer feel pain. On the 70th, he ended up with some zombies, who grabbed him and began to pull him underground, and then tearing the black-haired guy's body into small pieces. However, every time he entered this cave, our hero did not feel despair. He, on the contrary, smiled. He liked that it was so difficult here. Besides this, he trained with Jackson every day, even having already begun to dodge his sudden attacks. After another attack, the stray cat of the 4th squad stopped in a stupor, not understanding how the commander managed to master the door of the 6th sense in just a couple of days. And so the 72nd day arrived. Enkrid prepared carefully. Rem didn't understand why his commander was going to a shoe store as if he were going to war. The Dark Panther watched Enkrid silently, and for a moment it even seemed that she was worried. 6 tunnels, one of them a normal passage without a trap, as our hero thought. He didn't know that he had created this cave, but he was absolutely sure that it was a terrible person. After all, he placed traps in all 6 passages. There was no safe exit from the beginning, but this does not mean that there was no passage at all. In the end, you just need to not step on it, because it's the very first tunnel. One wrong step, and you will instantly turn to ashes under the enormous heat. So now, before every step, our hero used the 6th door. Feeling the desire of the trap to kill him, He finally managed to understand how to use and feel the thirst for killing, and so Enkrid gradually began to move deeper into the tunnel, monitoring absolutely every step you take. He understood perfectly well that if he entered incorrectly, he would die. Therefore, every meter was given with maximum weight. Enkrid thought only about the need to think. Think about where you can join and where it is strictly forbidden. Feeling the door of the sixth sense, Enkrid moved deeper. It seemed to him that he was following in someone's footsteps, walking step by step along the already trampled path. At some point he didn't even use his sight at all, going by sensation. And then his foot, taking a step, felt warmth. And after him, bright rays began to penetrate his face, which made the boy immediately begin to open his eyes. He was able to get out of that dark cave by crossing to the other side. And now, once again, he was able to overcome the wall. What our hero thought while the zombie was attacking him. However, it was not to be because Enkrid had already drawn his sword, cutting the attacker in half with a powerful blow. With a crazy face, our hero spoke words of gratitude. He thanked for the congratulatory gift, because right now a huge crowd of zombies was running towards him. Our hero recognized them. They were ghouls. Their claws contain a powerful poison. From one touch, a person dies. It usually takes several soldiers to kill one ghoul. However, our hero has not been a private soldier in the army for a long time. Now his strength was much greater than it had been a few months ago. He became several times stronger than an ordinary private soldier. While cutting down these monsters, at some point he even began to laugh. After all, he understood that he had become a little stronger. Just recently, he couldn't even handle one, but now he's chopping them down left and right. As soon as the roars ended, our hero fell to the ground, drenched in sweat, and thinking that even by his standards, he was fighting pretty well right now. Even regretting that his squad members didn't see it. Suddenly another screaming sound was heard. Some monsters have started approaching Enkrid again. In appearance, he looked like a devil wolf, but he was not. He was a mixture of all the animals. Pouncing on him, the protagonist wondered what was standing in front of him. At this time, Esther was jumping around the night city, on the roofs. She thought that her man was acting strange today. After all, this is just a shoe shop and he is fully armed. She thought that it would be bad if he died because of his recklessness. As she approached that very shoe shop, she felt the most powerful energy. She felt the smell of the spell, instantly realizing that something was wrong here. Our hero had already finished with the last creature at this time, trying to catch his breath as quickly as possible, because he didn't know what to expect next. Suddenly he heard some kind of breathing coming from the depths of the cave. So weak that it was about to break, he didn't know who was waiting for him. However, just a couple of seconds later, he was horrified by what he saw. What appeared before his eyes was not the most pleasant picture. The smell was disgusting. There was a huge number of human corpses around him. After spending a lot of time on the battlefield, he stopped reacting to corpses. However, this was something completely different. At some point he heard something, raising his head. The woman in the cage asked to end her suffering and kill her. Our hero immediately noticed her hand with the ring. Remembering how the old man told about his wife and the ring, his gaze instantly changed. He was eager to kill the one who did this. And then there was laughter, which indicated that he was pleasantly surprised. After all, now he can make a friend of Varmilo until the end. Our hero immediately asked the corpses, to which they made him understand that the killer was standing in front of him. The man in the cape explained that all the waste around turned out to be defective, and the child behind him, this Varmilo, he shouted that this was a real masterpiece. He also said that our hero would also become a masterpiece. Our hero himself at this time bowed his head, thinking, after all, there was a magician standing in front of him, and they always said that one should run away from such people. However, he had no intention of running away. He was eager to kill him, even if he had to give his life tens of thousands of times for it. And then he immediately launched a whistling dagger in his direction. However, he did not achieve his goal, because he crashed into an invisible wall. But Enkrid had no intention of staying in one place, rushing forward with his sword drawn. However, he also touched this invisible wall that surrounded the magician. As a result, this same incomprehensible force threw him aside. But Enkrid managed to group himself and land on his feet. Our hero's Black Panther watched all this from behind the wall. As she approached here, she already understood that Enkrid's opponent was a mage. She also understood that her strength was still low. However, if you collect it all, an enemy of his level will be defeated. The magician himself had already raised his finger, aiming at our hero, launching what seemed at first glance to be a wind in his direction. However, this attack would have killed the guy as soon as it hit him. At the last moment, Enkrid managed to realize this, and managed to dodge. Our hero did not feel the thirst for murder from this magician. He did not understand what was happening. So I immediately switched to concentration, which showed the trajectory of movements, namely the line of attacks. One day, Enkrid asked the squad members how to resist a mage, to which Rem replied that he needed to shoot an arrow. Jackson, kill him now. The mage won't notice him. Auden, grab him tightly and wring his neck. Our hero remembered each answer as he approached the magician. After all, as Ragna said, everything living will die if you cut it down. And so, Enkrid saw a frightened face under his green cloak, swinging his huge sword right at him. Our hero already understood that the magician had erected a transparent shield, and if he could not break it with a dagger, he would cut it with force. The magician laughed and shouted that the guy wouldn't succeed. Some invisible force also appeared. The panther looked angrily at the fighters. Seeing the expression on our protagonist's face, she seemed to calm down because she realized that her man would win. The energy she sent to Enkrid achieved its goal. The black-haired man's entire body began to shine with a bright light, because of which he was able to easily cut through the mage's shield. And then the bastard himself, wiping the smile off his face. The sword passed right through, and the whole area was covered in the blood of this bastard. And the gust of wind that arose from this swing seemed to destroy the entire cave. The main character's gaze was stern, because he was not going to leave this magician alive. After this powerful attack, a fairly loud sound was heard. Looking at his sword, our hero noticed that it was cracked. However, this was no reason to be discouraged, because it was just a sword. At the moment of impact, the recoil was so high that Enkrid thought he would be torn apart. However, after checking himself, there was not a single scratch on him, suggesting that the armor was too good. And then his attention was again drawn to the old man's wife. He began to look in her direction attentively. Life had already left her body. She was dead. There wasn't even that weak breathing like at the beginning. And so our main character mastered the door of the sixth sense, and also destroyed the magician with one blow. However, he did not feel any joy or happiness, leaving this bastard to rot here further. As soon as the black-haired man left, Esther entered the room. She thought that the man in front of her was a stupid magician. After all, he created a golem from flesh to preserve the physical abilities of the magician, but did not use it. She was just one spell away from awakening and was about to take it. And now our hero was already with the company commander, to whom he reported everything that had happened. She thought that if all this came to light, there would be real chaos. Our hero interrupted her thoughts, saying that everything should be kept a secret, and she asked again in surprise, because then no one would know about his feat. However, the boy said that people's lives are above all else. At that time, several people were working with shovels in that very den. The people surrounding the building did not understand what was happening there, assuming that they were filling up the thieves' cave. Even the old man didn't know the truth, because he was told about thieves, not monsters. He also handed over the payment to our protagonist. Opening the reward, he saw shoes. The old man noticed that the guy's boots were very worn out. In a sad voice, he said that all he had to do was wait for his wife. Our hero, hearing this, became even more despondent. And the old man, bending down, said that it would be shameless on his part, but he asked to find her. Enkrid slowly raised his gaze and looked at him, and then he replied with a smile that he would try to do it. Already in the evening, he sat, looking at the city, thinking. He wondered if hope indefinitely was the best option, or if it was better to learn the painful truth. Looking at his sword, he also wondered if when he became a knight, he would be able to prevent such things. However, he did not yet know the answer to this question. There was only one thing left to do, to try. And with this thought, he left his sword and walked away. And already the next day, our heroes stood in front of a crowd of monsters. Enkrid and Rem's faces clearly showed that they were bored, while behind them, soldiers shouted that they needed to remain calm. Immediately after defeating the magician, he was tasked with exterminating monsters. But he didn't feel like he was getting stronger. While on this mission, he did not understand whether he had become stronger. The soldiers clearly had a hard time killing these monsters, until Rem interrupted the commander's thoughts with a loud laugh. He said that his boss had somehow completely withered away. Throwing down his shield and grabbing his axe, he said with a smile that he would sort it out. And then he rushed straight at the crowd of monsters. With a loud cry, he began to cut down the creatures, while the rest of the soldiers shouted in displeasure, because he left the formation. Immediately, the commander of these soldiers shouted towards our hero, telling him to do something with this psycho. But our hero had already rushed towards Rem, drawing his sword. The soldiers shouted that he had succumbed to the influence of a bad detachment. Enkrid kept up with Rem, also cutting down the monsters. Hearing this cry, Rem shouted back at them to call things by their proper names, since it was they who had succumbed to the commander's influence. In response, our hero said that this was not something to tell the squad's chief psychopath, and then he made a fairly powerful swing. Having cut down several more monsters, Rem did not want to lag behind the commander. The soldiers watching this thought that they had been recaptured, and then the last whine was heard, the last one was killed. Behind them, the commander, who had been shouting at them with displeasure, praised them, because they had destroyed everyone together. However, Rem noticed that the commander was still not satisfied. The commander of the soldiers approached and said that if they were still in the mood to fight, They could go to the heavy artillery detachment. Our hero asked if the monsters there were difficult, but did not receive a specific answer. The squad of soldiers was clearly not coping. They were shouting that they just needed to hold out until reinforcements arrived. They came here to get rid of some monsters. But completely different, winged monsters arrived, who grabbed the soldiers and began lifting them into the air while they fought off the ground troops. And then they threw them down from a high height, thereby destroying the formation and killing them. Their ranks gradually began to crumble. They understood that they could not hold out for long. Rem, seeing this, said that it must be painful. These were flying harpies, quite strong monsters. Our hero immediately began to remember a moment from the past, a detachment of mercenaries where he temporarily settled. It was these very monsters that destroyed him. They were good guys, even strong ones. However, even the entire squad was unable to cope with them. Enkrid didn't want to let anyone else die. He wanted to save everyone. One of these creatures flew towards him while Ram went in the other direction. Her roar was loud and terrifying enough. Because of him, ordinary soldiers began to cover their ears, because he was too loud. Our hero recalled that the cry of harpies drives people crazy. The flying monster was going to use the main character's bag, but our hero had experienced so many deaths that he didn't care about this roar. With one blow, he cut the harpy to pieces, making her growl not with anger but with pain. She fell to the ground, still making painful sounds. Rem himself, holding one by the paw, joyfully shouted that his commander had gotten carried away by proposing a bet. "Whoever catches more of these creatures," said Ram, killing one. At this time, a bird attacked Enkrid from behind, already prepared to grab from behind. At this point, Enkrid responded to Rem that he didn't come here to have fun. And then with a quick movement he dodged the monster's attempt to grab him, swinging, and again cutting it with a powerful movement. The rest of the crowd began to discuss Rem and the Witchbreaker, as their strength was impressive. Rem's face brightened, because there were strong monsters here. Even though Enkrid said he wasn't interested, Rem felt it. How much the commander wants to kill monsters more than he does. Thoris, who was watching this, was not pleased, because Enkrid had become stronger again. One of his subordinates asked if it was okay that they had come to help, and were now just watching. However, Thors responded by asking if he couldn't see that they were absolutely not needed here. Even though our heroes killed the harpies, their numbers did not decrease. At some point, one of them even knocked out our hero's sword. With incredible speed, the sword began to move away to the side. The monsters were going to take advantage of this moment, because the enemy was unarmed. However, Enkrid was not only strong as a swordsman, but also as an assassin. He launched one of the whistling daggers straight at the harpy's head. Having killed one, the second one was still advancing on him. The black-haired boy immediately rushed towards her, straight towards his sword. Her claws were already right at his face. However, Enkrid managed to get to his weapon, instantly, delivering a chopping blow as quickly as possible. At some point they began to rise higher and higher. The standing soldiers couldn't believe that these two were able to scare the monsters. They thought that it wasn't people who came to save them. At that moment, the main character himself was looking at the corpses of the monsters, remembering how the harpies killed a squad of mercenaries, even though they weren't the same ones. He recalled one of the men saying that it was all because of his weakness. After all, the entire squad died saving our main character. It was extremely painful for him to remember this. However, now he has changed. Now he is saving, and not him. Torres asked if it was time for them to leave. The commander of the soldiers shouted that the reinforcements could leave. However, our hero answered with a smile on his face that it was too early to return. Torres, hearing this, like his entire squad, thought that he was a real psycho. Already in the city, they were discussing among themselves how Enkrid was saved by a detachment of heavy artillery. People passing by saw how diligently the black-haired man was studying. They now considered our hero strong, even saying that they should start training too. The next day, our hero took another task, saying that he would take another one in the evening. Everyone was surprised by this. After all, no one took on the task like Enkrid. Everyone saw him taking on assignments during the day and training at night, without missing a day. Those passing by did not understand what was so funny about such a life. One of them even decided to try it and also started to practice. And then the next day came, nothing had changed. However, at night, instead of 1, 2 were already engaged. The next day, even more rumors began to spread, and a whole crowd of them has already started to get involved. A company commander passing by noticed this. She thought that the atmosphere in the army had completely changed recently. Her companion said that it had become fashionable for everyone to repeat after the destroyer of witchcraft. She let out a heavy sigh and thought that she couldn't ignore this any longer. Sometime later, she told Enkrid that there had been a long meeting about him, and it was his duty to obey. From this moment on, the 4th squad, the squad of our main hero, he is promoted to an independent platoon, reporting to the 4th company, and Enkrid himself is now the commander of an independent platoon. At that very moment, Our hero said that he had 5 people under his command. They could not be a platoon. But the elf replied that he would provide the staff. Our hero himself thought that now there would be more work, even though he would be freed from his main job. At that very second, the elf added that he would now have more time for training. Hearing this, although it was not noticeable, Enkrid was glad. And then bowing, he promised that he would faithfully carry out the duties assigned to him. The elf also said that it was a pity to let him go just like that, offering a sparring match. Raising her hand, she began to take a fighting stance, having said that their hands will be used as weapons. After the previous defeat in a duel with the company commander, he put all his efforts into learning hand-to-hand combat from Auden. It was a very tough training. Throwing down his sword, Enkrid immediately agreed. He was going to test his progress by getting into a fighting stance. And then there was silence. Everyone prepared for battle. Our hero began to remember the words of his subordinate, who said that hand-to-hand combat is similar to fencing in its distance, and in that the basis is endurance. But everything lost its meaning if he was not agile. And so, the girl's first attack was blocked. Speed was important, more important than in sword fighting. Superior body size to the enemy was also important. Thanks to this, you can knock your opponent off his feet. By slamming it into the ground, it happened. Enkrid was able to do it. Sitting on the girl, he said that victory was his. She only asked if he was absolutely sure about this. And then she added that people's fighting games are quite aggressive. At that very moment, our hero's expression changed, thinking that she was up to her old tricks again. But at that very second, the girl moved her leg behind the man's back, turning over in a flash and sitting on top of him. Bending down, she said that he had analyzed his opponent's weak points and taken advantage of his own advantage. "Good job, groom," the elf added in a sweet voice. Our hero at that very moment said that he was not her fiancé, asking her to get up from him. And now the heroes were already doomed from the dirt in complete silence. The awkward silence was broken by the girl apologizing, and then adding that she could not prevent this. She began to move away into the distance. Enkrid didn't understand what the commander was talking about. With the retreat of the cold weather, the battlefield came to its senses again. Aspen began mobilizing in a desperate attempt to wash away the shame of the previous defeat. So the Noruli army also began preparing for war. And then, in front of the entire army, some man began to rise. Introducing himself, the new commander of their battalion, his name was Marcus. Standing behind, Kreis immediately said that they would probably finish the job this time, because this was the warrior Marcus. He is one of the key officers of the Cyprus Division, and, unlike his predecessor, he is an excellent strategist and also very experienced. Marcus himself thought that the Hispanians were dangerous opponents, and their army was filled with weaklings who were only useful if outnumbered, with the exception of heavy infantry and border guards. And the only one among them all who caught his eye. This platoon leader is called the Witchbreaker by the soldiers. Since the end of the last battle, he has been performing one heroic feat after another. He did not understand whether it was luck or skill. In his mind, he asked the guy to prove his usefulness. Our heroes received a direct refusal from the battalion commander to reconnoiter the river. It was not far from the Aspen fortress called Krestovina. It was built for military purposes, like their city border guarder, said the new member of Enri's squad. The whole squad discussed that this was a pretty bad idea. Rem asked his commander not to go, but upon hearing that Enkrid could not ignore the commander's order, the gray-haired man said that he would go with him. This dialogue was interrupted by someone's voice, which said that the battalion commander had spoken to obey the new detachment commander. It was Andrew who was shouting for them to listen to him. Meg was also a new member of the platoon. Suddenly he noticed Rem approaching him. Taking out his axe, he touched his tongue. Right in front of the squad leader's face, he began to lick the blade, in a terrifying voice, asking why there was some bug among them. Andrew immediately started shouting that he was their new commander, and they should listen to him, while Auden, laughing, said that he could feel him shaking in the distance. Ragna, turning his attention to him, asked if he was really their new commander, watching as he shouted with a trembling voice that he volunteered to join Enkrid's platoon to fight alongside him. Rem was already preparing for battle with a terrifying voice, just like Auden, who said that it was worth stretching the joints. Even Jackson got worked up, asking how many fingers he wanted cut off. Enkrid asked them to be gentle with him. Meg asked Enkrid to stop them, but our hero said that they got along well, explaining that if Ram offers to fight, it means he likes them. He immediately began to pull Andrew to the side, away from the enraged Ram, while the green-haired man asked the commander if he knew the geography of the river. The green-haired man added that she was quite dangerous there. Our hero immediately asked to tell him about her. And then deep night came. Enkrid moved towards the place indicated in the order. As he approached, he noticed a rather familiar silhouette. Torres immediately asked the guy if he was really going on a mission, having said that they have been crossing paths quite often lately. Torres congratulated Enkrid, because he heard that he had been promoted and they were now of the same rank. Torres immediately asked Enkrid's age with a smile, to which our hero replied that he was 30. Immediately his expression changed because the black-haired man was older. He asked how he could look exactly like that at 30. Not paying any attention to this, Enkrid asked what their mission was. His companion said that they had to cross Penhanil first, and he was going to give other details after meeting the others. But the boatman was not there yet. So he immediately sat down on the ground, saying that while they were waiting, they could rest. Having said okay, our hero began to take out his sword. He immediately began waving it around, saying that this was his vacation. Torres looked at Enkrid and thought that he was really persistent. After all, he trains hard, people respect him, and besides, he still looks very young and is also a handsome guy. He thought it was too much, because he was too good. Our hero at that very second felt the thirst for murder. But when he saw the expression on Torres's face, he realized it wasn't her. Torres exhaled heavily and began to rise. He said that he had one advantage, because he fought better. However, our hero said that it was then, at that very moment, our hero's comrade took out his sword, smiling and saying that he was not the only one growing stronger. With a smile on his face, the black-haired man replied that he was pleased to hear that. Torres's face lit up and he smiled, thinking he had found a new friend. Just like our main character, and now the blades of both heroes touched. Our hero was able to parry his opponent's sword, immediately began to deliver the next attack. Torres gritted his teeth, thinking that he had noticed this during the battle with the harpies. Enkrid has truly become much stronger than he was. Now he didn't have to hold back, so he began to attack with all his might. Having knocked the sword away, he swung his fist. Seeing this, our hero was surprised, because he had never encountered anything like this before. However, after taking a closer look, he immediately discarded all thoughts. After all, it wasn't a fist, but an attack with a dagger, which, by the way, he dodged. Blood began to splatter as Torres managed to hit Enkrid, leaving a scratch on his cheek. The black-haired man did not understand where the blade came from. The man himself said quite happily that this was his little secret, to which the black-haired man said he had no words. Torres immediately began to ask again what he meant, like it wasn't fair. However, Enkrid didn't mean it that way. With a crazy face, he said that it was very cool, asking to teach him how to use it as well. And so began the long training sessions, teaching this, while the old man waited for them. He couldn't even get his question in. After all, I didn't understand whether they were going to cross over or not. And so, closer to the morning, they finally got on the boat and began to sail. By morning they arrived at their destination after swimming. Once ashore, Enkrid asked his comrade where the meeting point was, since they were supposed to meet up with the reconnaissance platoon. However, Torres suggested that they go swimming first, since they were too sweaty. After sniffing himself, our hero agreed to this proposal. And now Torres was already shrinking, because it was cold while Enkrid was undressing. He turned in the exact same direction as our hero was taking off his pants, seeing something that made him shed another tear. Having called our hero a psycho, he also added that he was not deprived of anything at all. Their conversation was interrupted by a girl who said that they were late and had to be looked for. Enkrid immediately began to wonder how long they had been here, since he had not sensed them. And the girl added that they needed to get to the fortress before evening. Torres immediately asked how they were supposed to get out while she was watching, but the girl said that she had already seen everything in her life. Our hero was the first to emerge from the water. The girl's face instantly changed. She couldn't look away. I couldn't even hold back, saying that the black-haired guy has something to look at. Torres immediately noticed her wandering eyes, to which the girl said that she admired her abs. Extending her hand to Enkrid, she introduced herself as Pin, the commander of the reconnaissance platoon. Our hero extended his hand to her in response, also introducing himself. Torres himself looked down for a long time. And now, while walking, Pin said that before telling about the task, she would familiarize herself with the state of affairs. After all, their spy in the crosspiece is a kitty she overate, that she has some important information. They were supposed to meet 4 days ago, but she didn't show up at the meeting place. Their mission was to penetrate the crosspiece and rescue the cat. The cross is located right next to the lands of beasts and monsters, so the enemy is not particularly busy patrolling those areas. They had 3 different routes of entry, the first being a tunnel. The second is to climb the wall at night. It will be tiring, but besides that, it is the safest option. And the last one is to enter the city pretending to be merchants. Her platoon would go out first and head to the rendezvous point with the kitty, in case she was simply late, and the 3 of them would get in. She gave our heroes a chance to choose any of the options. Enkrid himself thought that Pin was talking about it as if it were just a walk. Torres told her to choose, since she knew the area better. The girl agreed with this, saying that they would set out in the morning and go through the tunnel. And then pitch darkness came, under the bright scarlet moon. Our hero was practicing the Torres technique at this time. just like he taught him with the stone. Torres watched and asked how he learned which side to hold the sword on, since he was such a clumsy person. Pin came up and said that she had been wondering why they had skipped dinner, and all they do is some kind of nonsense. Handing over the food, she said that one of her men in the platoon wanted to be a chef, so the food was very tasty. Having started eating, our heroes agreed that it was very tasty. She also told them to crawl under a flat brown rock. At that very moment, Enkrid interrupted her, saying that there was a viper there. The girl asked in surprise how he understood this, to which our hero replied that he had a hunter serving in his platoon, and that he had learned from him, and she immediately said that she liked the guy. And then she added, asking if he wanted to sweat with her but in an adult way. Our hero immediately shut up, starting to look in her direction without understanding. The girl immediately shouted that he was a simpleton, because she was flirting with him. She also said that she was very nice. Torres, hearing this, asked to do this somewhere else. However, our hero immediately refused her. The girl assumed that he was busy. Suddenly she screamed, because she remembered that they said he was having an affair with the company commander. As she left, she told Enkrid that he could talk to her in a familiar way. Torres simply said, dissatisfied, that they were not paying attention to him. And now it's late night. Our heroes are sleeping lightly. Enkrid was the last to lie down, gradually beginning to fall asleep. The more he slept, the louder the sound in his head became. Listening closely, he realized that these were drops from that very place. Opening his eyes, he saw that dark silhouette again before his eyes. As he stood up, he thought that he hadn't seen him for a long time. He thought that he was trying to tell him something, instantly remembering the elf's words that she couldn't stop it. His eyes immediately began to shine blue, because this would not be an easy task. And then the morning came. Our heroes set out. Our hero understood that this task would become a massive wall. Torres asked Pin if it wouldn't be better to do it at night, to which the girl insulted him, calling him stupid. And Enkrid explained that they would catch them off guard if they did it during the day. The girl immediately called the black-haired man handsome and praised him. The girl went inside first as a tracker. Pathfinders, they need to move silently, with the minimum possible equipment, because they are the ones exploring. Watching the girl, our hero thought that her steps barely made a sound. Trying to repeat after her, however, a loud sound was immediately heard. They found themselves in an ambush. The number of enemies was too great. Pin immediately shouted that it was an ambush and they needed to retreat. However, they were also surrounded from behind. The enemy commander gave the order to kill. Our heroes immediately armed themselves, preparing to cut a path by force. Crossbowmen were already aiming in their direction. Launching a flurry of arrows, however, Enkrid had already swung, reflecting all the arrows flying in his direction. The girl approached and began to chop down her opponents. Just like Torres, he didn't intend to die here. After watching them, our hero realized that Pin and Torres would not be able to use their abilities to their full potential in this situation. However, they were already aiming at the girl from behind. Torres was pinned down at that very moment. Killed from behind, just like Pin. Our hero was left alone, realizing that this was a very high wall. However, he was not going to die so easily. Therefore, he continued to fight, killing enemies. He had no desire to give up so easily. In addition, it was necessary to collect as much information as possible. At some point, the commander began to panic, shouting for them to surround Enkrid. And finally, one of the attacks reached its target. Having knocked the guy to the ground, a crowd immediately began running towards him. Even lying on the ground, our hero continued to fight back, killing enemies. However, at a certain point he felt it. Here's his death. For this everything will end. And so another morning, our hero woke up. As he thought about it, he realized that a detachment of that size couldn't just come out of nowhere. They were prepared for it. Therefore, it could be understood that the enemy was expecting their arrival. Pin interrupted the guy's thoughts, saying that it was time to move on. However, Enkrid said that this was a bad idea, suggesting that they sneak in by climbing over the wall. Torres quickly added that Enkrid had once destroyed enemy sorcery by relying on instinct, so it was worth listening. Our hero himself thought that these were not instincts, but something he had lived through. Pin agreed, saying that in that case they would have to wait until night, so they would lose time. Our hero immediately stood up at that moment, suggesting that the girl sweat a little. She immediately blushed, saying that the guy was a pervert, because he liked to do this in broad daylight. However, our hero didn't mean that. He meant regular sparring. The girl sighed with displeasure. Having agreed, they engaged in hand-to-hand combat. The girl did not wield a sword, so hand-to-hand combat suited both of them. And now both heroes have already stood up, getting ready to start the fight. Enkrid knew that if they were facing an enemy, they would have to fight in all places, so it would be useful to know what his team was capable of. Well, and to practice at the same time, Pin allowed the guy to make the first move. Enkrid had no intention of giving up such a chance to strike first. However, the attempt was unsuccessful. He missed. The girl was about to take advantage of this by striking, but it was also blocked. Throwing our hero back, she retreated herself. And then she immediately dealt another blow, but our hero dodged it too. Enkrid was going to use the same tactics as with the elven commander, and with its superior size, make it fall. Having knocked her to the ground and pinned her down, our hero thought that the fight was over. However, it was his mistake, because she had already thrown her leg over his neck. Starting to squeeze the guy with all my strength, and then she grabbed my hand and began to twist it. And pulling forward, Enkrid found himself in a bad situation. Torres immediately shouted that it was enough, waving his hand. Already lying on the ground, our hero thought that although she was small, she was filled with muscles. Now he understood why she preferred hand-to-hand combat to fencing. With a satisfied face, he asked how about another approach. Embarrassed, the girl began to smile. However, our hero immediately interrupted her, saying that he meant sparring, and she immediately began to scream, asking how he guessed what she was thinking. And now it was gradually starting to get dark. The sun was setting. Pin asked the guy if he was really going to go dressed like that, explaining that it would be too difficult for him to move. Torres immediately interrupted her, asking what about him. She told him that he could do whatever he wanted. He immediately fell to the ground, cringing and saying that he didn't have a heart of stone, while the crowd laughed at him. Our hero, turning to Pin, said that he thought he could climb the wall with all his weapons. She, saying that he was too naive, pointed her finger upwards, because they would not only climb the wall, they'll have to cross that peak just to get there. Looking at it, our hero thought that this mountain alone would become a test. However, none of his previous walls were easy to overcome. Returning from the magician's tunnel, he took with him several trophies in order to buy a new sword, since he broke the old one. When Christ saw them, he shouted that they were magical instruments, because just one was worth quite a few crowns. Our hero, hearing this, asked to get him the best sword for their cost. A man who breathes with a blade needs a good sword, Enkrid thought as he climbed the wall. Advancing without a sword was not an option at all. Pin is already upstairs. She said that she warned that it was worth stopping everything. Our hero himself thought that she was right, because he really was heavy. However, muscles that are strained to the limit become stronger, so our hero continued to move upward. Enough time had passed, but the boy was still climbing up. Finally, his hand was on top. Even at the beginning of his journey, he understood that this would not stop him. And so, he was the last one to climb up. Standing on his feet, he raised his head, exhaling heavily. Pin also exhaled heavily, saying that Enkrid was only making his life more difficult. And Torres at that moment thought that the guy took his club to practice on the way. He thought he was crazy. And then a rather loud howl was heard. Our heroes immediately noticed this, because it was a pack of lycanthropes. It wasn't every time that one could see such a huge flock. Pin interrupted their conversation, saying that they needed to be more careful now. And a few minutes later, they already saw the wall. Torres said that there was nowhere to hide here at all. Everyone understood that they were not in a particularly normal situation. Pin asked him not to worry, because when both full moons rise, it becomes so light that the guards don't even bother too much. Suddenly, the girl gave a signal and everyone rushed forward. They started running towards the wall. Our hero was watching the guards at this time, which began to turn right in their direction. However, when he looked, he saw no one, and thought he heard something. Our heroes themselves were sighing heavily at this time, trying to catch their breath. Pin smiled and said that everything was as she said, and our hero thought that they were almost noticed. Starting to rub her hands, the girl said that there were slums behind the wall, and if they hide there, they will never be found. But first the guy needs to throw down his sword, because climbing a wall will be harder than climbing a mountain. To which our hero replied that he wouldn't be able to train without weight on his back. Torres confirmed his recent thoughts, thinking that Enkrid was beaten. Now our hero understood why the girl said that this was the safest option, because all he had to do was climb over the wall. But that's only if it's not his wall. Considering that the gray dogs were waiting for them in ambush in the hole, there was a high chance that they would be waiting for them on the wall. He wondered how they were going to stop them here. And so our heroes climbed that very wall. A woman immediately blocked their path, laughing. Having said that, they had tried hard, and now they could rest. Immediately, some plants attacked our heroes. Pin realized that there was a mage in front of them, shouting for them to duck. All these vines flew over their heads, while the girl was shouting for them all to come down, even having managed to try to attack the magician. However, the attack was blocked and the axe was broken. Our hero did not expect to meet a magician here, thinking it was an impressive trap. However, he had no intention of running away, rushing at the magician. At the last moment, a vine appeared right from under the ground, blocking the path to the mage, protecting her. Enkrid thought he had already dealt with one mage once, and with the help of the sixth sense, he will be able to deal with her too. He remembered Jackson's words, telling him to trust. He trusted his feelings, but at the same time did not rely on them entirely, because a strong opponent could deceive him. Especially, he said this about wizards. As Jackson said, our hero was fooled. With incredible force, he was thrown down, straight from the wall. Seeing this, Pin screamed that Enkrid was a real idiot. After all, he should have gone down long ago. However, the vines suddenly struck them as well, killing them. Our hero, holding on to them, thought that they were too thick. He couldn't get away from them, no matter how hard he tried. The magician said, "I applaud you for your courage to stay in the fight." While our hero was trying with all his might to escape, the girl introduced herself as Retcha of the Pink Vines, and then she clenched her fist with all her strength. The vines began to squeeze together even more, because of which a rather loud explosion-like sound was heard. Already sitting in a dark place, our hero thought that he had become too brazen. After all, he began to resist the fact that he had become stronger and rushed into battle without even analyzing the enemy. At that moment, a creepy voice asked if the guy now understood where his place was. After all, he is a weirdo who uses his powers today to become stronger instead of suffering as he should. Against the invincibility of the high wall, he is nothing more than an ant. Hearing this, our protagonist thanked him. After all, he lit a fire in him. After all, this is the very wall that he needed. Smiling, the silhouette said that he would see if he could still talk like that after he met the third wall. Our hero, approaching the girl, told her about his bad feelings about the wall and the tunnel. The girl explained how to do it, saying that it would be possible to do it tomorrow morning. Hearing this, our hero realized that he would not be able to do this, because tomorrow would not come for him. He thought about how this wall would manifest itself. Hearing about tomorrow, Pin suggested going for a walk. Having given the order to get everything she had, her subordinate began to carry out the order, having delivered a lot of food and a lot of booze. Seeing this, our hero's face changed, because he could not believe his eyes. After all, it was dangerous to do this in front of the enemy, the girl said with a smile. Like when your eyeballs shrink, you stop seeing the whole picture. She offered our hero a drink, saying that he needed to relax. Seeing this, our hero realized that the girl was right, because all this time he had concentrated on only one thing. After all, I thought that to overcome a wall, I had to come face to face with it. He should have thought calmly for at least a minute, because direct combat was not the only way. He raised his sword and looked at it. Pin looked at him with displeasure as Torres said that his rest was training. Lost in thought, she began to look towards the guy. While he was tensing all his muscles, he made a swing. And then she said with a smile that looking at Enkrid was a treat for the eyes. And then the night came, and again 2 moons rose into the sky. Sitting on the ground, our hero thought about what he had realized, because this alone made the whole day productive. After all, by about this time they would have reached the walls of the fortress. Gray dogs in the smuggler's hole, a sorceress behind the wall's parapet. He wondered what would block their path this time. And then a rather loud howl was heard. Pin, like the others, immediately noticed this, as did Torres, because he understood what it meant. Our hero immediately began to stand up, taking out his blade. He remembered the last time he saw lycanthropes, which moved along the path as they walked towards the city walls. Pin immediately screamed in horror that it was time for them to retreat. However, it was already too late, because they had already come running to them, having surrounded an entire reconnaissance detachment. Torres said that they were finished, because for one such wolf you need 10 people. And there are only 6 of them, and there are about 20 of them. The girl didn't understand where they came from, because there were no monsters nearby. Just like our hero, he didn't understand anything, because he didn't feel anything, assuming that it was all because of that sorceress. The lycanthropes immediately began to growl loudly. Everyone prepared for battle, our hero thought. After all, he had promised that he wouldn't rush into the first problem that came his way, but here, he simply wasn't going to give in. He saw the lines of attack of these monsters. Therefore, he could evade them. However, these were random attacks. He couldn't use concentration. And then one of these monsters tried to bite. However, our hero stopped him by raising his sword. Since focusing on one thing doesn't work, Enkrid needed to expand the zone further. At that very moment, he heard cries of pain. At that moment, his current comrades were dying. Once again, Torres was killed first, and Pin followed him, leaving our hero alone. He understood that all this would mean nothing as soon as it happened again today. But the sight of these brutal deaths made him angry. He still felt pain for the loss of his comrades. He began to cut down the monsters one by one, not intending to retreat, but to kill as many as possible. And then one of the lycanthropes approached, swinging his weapon, and dealing a powerful blow to Enkrid's body, making him feel the full force of the blow and cough up blood. Seeing him, the boy assumed that this was the head of the pack. After all, he was too smart to hit with his fist. Grabbing our hero by the hand, he began to swing him. And then, opening his mouth, he threw it to the side. Our hero was going to see where he was flying, to which he saw a huge crowd of monsters waiting for him. Raising his gaze a little higher, he saw his comrades lying on the ground while his body was being torn apart. And here again is that same voice that says that every option is too high a wall for him, asking if the guy still finds it funny. Finding himself in the next day, the boy sat silently and thought. Talking to himself, his comrades watched him. They didn't understand what was wrong with him, assuming that his brain was sour. As he stood up, he thought that this was no reason to give up. He was going to find his own way, even if the other 3 options were blocked. Walking in complete silence, our hero walked as planned. After all, he counted the actions available during the encirclement, and nothing. He hadn't fought the Grey Dogs one-on-one with Torres and Pin, but when such a crowd surrounded them in a tight space, they were finished. The best option would be to not get surrounded in the first place. He tried to use his instincts to find where the ambush was. And again the same voice, saying that they were caught. And again, they are surrounded. At the same time, our hero thought that his feelings had not caught anything. So another painful death. Assuming that in the previous version, perhaps magic was also involved. Our hero asked about the tunnel, whether it was her magic. The girl immediately clicked her tongue, saying that Captain Roger was not doing a good job. And here is another death of our hero. On the new day, he was practicing the Torres technique, not understanding why he didn't fly out to the laughter of his friend. Our hero understood that with the appearance of the magician, he could not rely on feelings to avoid a trap. And even if they avoid them, their enemies consist of persistent lovers. The same problem was with the lycanthropes, and they outnumbered them. Enkrid had to find some way to make up the difference, and once again, he suddenly came to a standstill, realizing that he was again trying to solve the problem by meeting it head-on. As he fought inside the tunnel, he continued to think, mentally asking not to rush. He needed to think carefully about all his actions. After all, it is a rare opportunity to test yourself in a real fight as much as your heart desires. At some point, it seemed he had already become accustomed to the mortal pain. However, each wound still felt like the first. He understood only one thing perfectly. That time intended for developing abilities could not be wasted. However, every single time I encountered death, and again, that same voice that asks how much longer the guy is going to have fun. After all, if he doesn't want to get stuck in this today, he should already choose a wall and smash into it. And our hero began to say that each of the 3 paths turned out to be a strong wall in its own way. He even felt sorry to choose one of them. Enkrid added with a smile on his face. And then the next day came. Torres was surprised when he came out of one cave. After all, he noticed Enkrid already training, who trained that very technique of his. And surprisingly, he was already getting the hang of it, which greatly surprised his comrade, causing even him to open his mouth in surprise. He didn't understand, because yesterday nothing had worked out, but now the guy had figured it out. Our hero himself thought that he had already gained enough experience. After all, it was the 79th day today. Now it was possible to overcome the wall and move on to tomorrow. Turning to Pin, he asked if she could quickly sew a bag for him. Pointing to his wrist, he estimated the size, plus or minus. Then, approaching Pin, he said that the cover of her boots was not the same as his. She took them off and said that they had an extra undercoat to soften the steps. At that very moment, our hero turned to Torres, saying that they also needed to take their steps. And now I'm already walking inside a dark tunnel. Pin was surprised that he could walk so quietly. She couldn't believe her ears. But our hero himself thought that he had been practicing this for more than one day, and he understood perfectly well that they needed to find the smugglers before they were found. It was difficult to find traces, but they had an expert in this field with them. Therefore, he immediately asked Pin about the enemy that was waiting. She said that even if this was possible, they had a way out, to which our hero immediately said, "What if there isn't one?" He asked what the dimensions of this tunnel were, whether it would be possible to get out of here if there were ambushes in front and behind. Torres immediately said that the guy had too many questions, and our hero continued, "Because if there are ambushes on both sides, then they are corpses." Pin responded tensely, saying that he should go back if he was afraid. However, our hero continued, seriously saying that they should be more careful. Hearing this, and also seeing the boy's face, I tensed up. Our hero understood that he needed to take control. However, it won't work like last time. He needed to use a confident will that conveys exactly what he wants to convey. It will have a big impact, like Krang did from the infirmary, better than 1,000 words. With a heavy sigh, Pin agreed, saying that she had indeed relaxed too much. The mood changed completely at that very moment. Once Pin starts to observe her surroundings more carefully, she will understand. And then she noticed that the traces had been deliberately erased, and then her face immediately cringed, saying loudly enough that they needed to go back. And then our heroes began to hear a huge number of steps. These were the same crossbowmen who were waiting from behind. Trembling, our heroes saw them slowly and quietly moving forward. However, our main character was not with Pin and Torres. Ahead, straight towards the crossbowmen, someone was running, shouting that he was a messenger. He also shouted that he had an order from Captain Roger, and our two immediately shuddered in fear. The soldiers immediately began to exchange glances. After all, they didn't know about any contact and hadn't reported about him before. This contact was our hero, who thought that it was worth starting from here. Enkrid thought that in the dark it was difficult to make out what the person was wearing and what he looked like in general. These guys think he's one of them just because he said the name Roger. As soon as our hero appeared before them, they immediately realized that there was a catch. But it was too late. He began to cut through their ranks. Those standing behind shouted that there was an imposter in front of them. Their commander was about to give the order for them to shoot, but he didn't have time. After all, our hero grabbed him, telling them to shoot and kill their commander. The frightened soldier, who was being held hostage, immediately began to beg that no one would shoot. And our hero continued to insult the Aspens, shouting at them to shoot. Hearing these screams, Torres and Pin did not understand why Enkrid was deliberately provoking them. Pin looked around and began to think about checking again, because there could be more enemies here. However, as she ran, she only heard the loud scream of the black-haired man, which infuriated her enough. Suddenly she realized something and began to listen again. After all, Enkrid has already repeated several times about some Roger, saying that he is the commander. She realized that they were in the dark, so there was a chance. With maximum silence, while they are not looking, begin to cut a passage for Enkrid from behind their backs. Torres also joined in, also realizing what their comrade was doing. Just a few seconds later, Pin was thinking that a real genius had been sent to her. At some point, those standing in front noticed enemies behind them and started shouting about it. However, it was already too late, because Torres and Pin were no longer even hiding. They killed their enemies with incredible cruelty and speed. Now the prey was the soldiers from Aspen, not our heroes. Out of fear, the one standing in front aimed his weapon at our hero. However, due to carelessness, he hit his commander right in the head. As one, they shouted for the black-haired bastard to die, starting to aim at him. Seeing this, our hero realized that he couldn't drag it out any longer. However, this was quite enough, so he also entered the battle. With one throw using whistling knives, he killed two at once. And now Pin is already screaming that they need to get out of here, running towards the exit. And literally at the same time, they heard the loud steps of a huge army approaching. Our hero understood perfectly well who was approaching them. After all, these were the main forces of the Grey Dogs, together with their commander Roger. Our hero, seeing him, immediately shouted that Recha asked him to pass on something. Hearing this, the commander was afraid and wondered where this guy knew her from. And our hero shouted to his guys that they should run away. Seeing their prey fleeing, the commander became really angry, shouting even more angrily for his soldiers to capture them. And so, little by little, our heroes approached the exit. However, Aspen's soldiers were gradually catching up with them, and their numbers were still large. Pin didn't understand where they should run, because these people weren't going to let them go. Enkrid, seeing the girl's face, understood what she was thinking. So he took the initiative, shouting that they were running to the camp. They argued for a few more seconds, but then Pin agreed with him, starting to lead everyone. Looking at the sky, our hero saw that the sun would soon set. So it was time to take advantage of them, our hero thought. Remembering how his subordinate spoke about the flat, clay stones under which vipers like to sleep. Having plunged his sword into a mountain of such stones, he threw one straight into the crowd of those running after them. Having knocked away the stone, Aspenetz shouted that this was a stupid and childish trick. However, a moment later he regretted his words, because a snake appeared right in front of him. Just a few seconds later, a huge number of dangerous snakes fell right on them. They screamed in fear. Pin, looking in their direction at that moment, did not understand what they were thinking, because there was too much noise coming from them. And our hero smiled, because everything was going exactly according to his plan. After all, those same big ears won't be able to ignore such noise. And so the moon gradually began to rise into the sky. And this means night, and night, as we already know, belongs to monsters. A rather loud howl and roar began to be heard. Our hero thought that the monsters don't care what happens here. They only want flesh and blood. So it was time to tell my comrades to get out of here. They didn't understand. They had no intention of abandoning their comrade, shouting that they would not abandon him. However, our hero insisted on this, arguing that he had a plan, and they would only hinder him. Having stopped, his comrades began to run away to the side, while the rest of the Hispanians caught up with them. Roger ordered his men to split into two groups, and our hero thought that the Grey Dogs and Lycanthropes were in the same place. So now all that was needed was to set them against each other. But it was also necessary to make sure that the Aspens focused their attention only on him. He needed to show himself as the main threat to them, so terrible that they would not think about anyone else. And at that very second, everyone felt the aura of our hero. Even the monsters standing below felt the incredible power. Roger gritted his teeth and muttered something under his breath. And then, clenching his teeth, he shouted for them to deal with the black-haired man first. At this time, monsters were already climbing up the wall, straight towards the people, while our hero fought off the soldiers, forcing them to scream as loudly as possible. And just a moment later, a huge lycanthrope appeared right from behind our hero. Feeling a monster approaching from behind, our hero immediately turned to face it, having successfully avoided his attack. Now the words enemy or friend had no meaning. At that very moment, real chaos reigned here. Pin and Torres, who were running at the time, could not believe that they had abandoned their comrade. Each of them blamed themselves. Torres was the first to ask if it was even possible to do this. However, hearing a wild noise, they immediately turned around. They saw their comrade standing alone in a sea of enemies. Torres immediately shouted to Pin that they needed to go back. However, as soon as he took a closer look, he immediately fell silent. Pin couldn't believe her eyes, asking him how he did it. After all, right before their eyes, Enkrid dodges all the blows. The boy himself thought that in the midst of this chaotic battle, there were those who sensed his bloodthirstiness and attacked. Therefore, he must use all his senses and spread his concentration on one point. In breadth, even into areas that he cannot see. The most important thing is lightning-fast decision-making. The slightest mistake could lead him to death. However, he thought in his mind that they would not live to see this. Roger immediately gave the order for the Grey Dogs to form up. Our hero understood that once they got into formation, they would easily deal with the lycanthropes, but he needed the chaos to continue. So he accidentally discovered something in one of the past todays. He recalled one saying that he had challenged Roger himself, the untouched helmet. Remembering the expression on their commander's face, our hero wondered for a long time why he was named that way, and once knocking off his helmet in one of the battles, it rolled loudly through the cave, creating a noise, and because of this, the soldiers turned their attention to the commander. After all, now everyone understood why he didn't take off his helmet. Our hero even joked at that moment that there was nothing shameful about being bald. However, he realized that the old man was ashamed of his head. So our hero immediately shouted for Roger to take off his helmet, starting to provoke him, talking about the desert on his head. He was angry, even though he tried to calm himself down mentally. However, our hero continued to provoke him, starting to shake her beautiful hair, looking carefully towards the commander-in-chief. Seeing this, Pin knew it was going to be hot. That's exactly what happened, and Roger was really angry. Running up to our hero, he was about to kill him. However, our hero was not as simple as before. With incredible strength, he repelled the attacker's attack. Due to anger, Roger did not realize that his opponent was superior in strength. So he continued to beat, and here is one of the attacks, almost reached the helmet. At the last moment, Aspans managed to dodge. However, our hero was already ready to kill him. He understood that he would not have time to dodge this attack. Our hero sensed the approach of danger, and now, right from under his nose, one of the lycanthropes stole Enkrid's loot, having killed the commander-in-chief by tearing off his head. At that very moment, the ranks of the Aspanians began to collapse. However, our hero did not look towards the soldiers, because he realized that a rather smart freak stood in front of him. With incredible speed, he rushed towards our hero. However, Enkrid managed to evade, thinking that he was hiding in the chaos and suddenly killing people. And now our hero realized that this one-eyed man was a more serious problem. What was Roger? Because he was much smarter and stronger than the others. Our hero had already experienced a lot today, but he was about to finish. And so another battle between two monsters began. This lycanthrope was much stronger than the others. But our hero was not so simple. Taking advantage of the moment, he cut off one of the monster's arms. And then he cut his body, causing him to scream in pain. His painful cry was heard throughout the battlefield. However, our hero did not intend to end it there. Thinking that this was the end, he tensed every muscle, thrusting his sword straight into the monster's chest. The fight was over. The leader was dead. And the chaos continued at that moment. Our main hero's comrades stood with their mouths open, not believing their eyes. Pin noticed that none of the others even intended to approach Enkrid, and Torres noted that he wouldn't dare approach him either. Pin suggested going to the black-haired man. Hearing the cries of his comrades, he heard them screaming at him to get out of there. Realizing that the matter was over, our hero began to run away. The humans were about to rush after him, but the monsters did not let them. Without any problems this time, our heroes escaped. Pin had too many questions. She couldn't keep them to herself. However, Enkrid didn't answer. Torres didn't understand when Enkrid had become so cool. Our hero himself understood that he could not tell the truth. So he interrupted them, saying that the mission was still not over. He began to peer into the distance, saying that it was time to overcome this wall. By the wall, he meant that very woman, a sorceress who used vines. And so, sometime later, our heroes reached the wall. This time our hero was ahead of everyone. Pin didn't understand why Enkrid was so good at everything. But Torres didn't know the answer to that question. After all, now even he didn't know who this guy was. Having climbed up, Enkrid thought that because of the sorceress, there was no point in putting his sixth sense into full combat readiness. After all, he knew that she was located in this post in all the countless today, which he had already experienced many times. He immediately raised his hand, giving a signal. Everyone froze. Having said that he would go first, because there was an enemy there. Pin didn't understand, and neither did Torres. However, our hero had already pounced on the enemy. Naturally, she noticed him almost immediately, seeing the sword approaching her at incredible speed. However, this attack was blocked. Our hero was thrown back with the help of vines, but he had already been through this, so he cut them down with ease. The sorceress asked the guy how he could refuse here. She was sure that her children were definitely in action, but our hero, laughing, said that they were busy with the dogs. He laughed and said that she was a bad trainer. She immediately understood what he meant, and began to get angry. However, our hero successfully dodged this attack as well. He understood that he needed to get closer to her in any case. These thick spear-like shoots need to be parried, and the thin ones, similar to a whip, could simply be cut. Our hero knew this from many today. Pin couldn't believe that Enkrid was fighting at such a level with a mage, also adding that they would only get in the way of the fight. At this time, soldiers ran from behind to help Rechi. However, they will not reach Enkrid. After all, our hero's comrades also entered the battle. Recha began to get angry because all her plans were broken. She immediately started shooting some flowers, but Enkrid had already figured out how to defeat her. After all, she is still a human being, and it will die if it is pierced or cut, so you just need to create the opportunity. And in order to create it, he just happened to have the perfect little thing lying around for this. So he was going to take advantage of her. With incredible speed, he began to approach the magician, forcing her to even begin to retreat back. Having made his way through, he extended his hand with the bag forward. After all, his trump card is hidden up his sleeve, like a hidden blade. Those same magical instruments that remained. Even then, he knew that they could come in handy, and this was the perfect moment to use them. After all, this is a magical trinket from the cave, which sparkles quite brightly. Its light is so bright that it can be seen even several kilometers away. The light was too bright, creating a bright sun on the dark night. The sorceress immediately screamed, starting to close her eyes. Naturally, our hero was going to take advantage of this, making a powerful cut along Rechi, cutting her body in half with his blade. Our hero realized when he learned to relax. He realized that there was no need to choose only one path. After all, each of the walls was magnificent in its own way, so he decided to use each of them. And he succeeded in doing this. He was happy. At this time, our hero's comrades were cutting down the enemies. Torres shouted that there would soon be many enemies here because of this light. So our heroes immediately started running. A few minutes later, the aspens were patrolling below the wall, carefully examining the surroundings of the wall. Our heroes managed to throw it into the crosspiece, and now all they have to do is save the Kaina, as they had originally planned. Pin pointed out where they needed to go, because she knew where the place was. Looking inside, they noticed signs of a struggle. Enkrid assumed that they had discovered that the cat was a ship-on. Seeing this, Pin could now confidently state that the cat was dead. Enemy forces are on their way here. The informant they were supposed to meet is dead. Now our hero is sure that the letter from the kitty, which said that there was information, was a fabrication of the aspens. To lure them here and finish them off, Enkrid told his comrades. All this time, Aspen's soldiers continued to search for our heroes. Pin gave the order that they retreat. Torres didn't understand how to divert attention from them. And our hero immediately said that there is one proven method. And literally a minute later, all the aspens were putting out the fire again. And our heroes took advantage of this situation. Our hero at this time thought that at this rate he would become a pyromaniac, not a knight. So when he returned, he was going to engage in intensive sword training. And a few minutes later, our heroes had already left the city. Several hours later, the Hispanis were finally able to put out the fire. One of the soldiers reported to someone that the scouts had escaped. And he, in turn, exhaling heavily, could not believe that all their traps had failed. Because of this, they suffered heavy damage. He could not believe that Rechi was dead. He believed that this was the best plan to finish off their trackers and spies and deal a heavy blow. He exhaled heavily and said out loud that there was nothing wrong with that. After all, they still have many options available for how events might develop. This boy was Aspen's chief strategist, Abner, and now our heroes were already sitting on the boat. Each of them felt extremely bad, tired, dirty, but not our main character, who was full of villages, neat. Our hero offered Torres a duel, but he was not particularly happy about it. And finally the boat moored to the shore. Even while walking along the shore, Torres grumbled at our hero. Enkrid switched to Pin, but she also refused. Approaching the entrance, our heroes were confronted with a picture of a man asking to join a platoon of madmen. At that very moment, Enkrid became serious, saying that he knew him, so he asked to report on their return. And that man at that moment heard Enkrid immediately shouting joyfully. He rushed towards him, shouting about trouble because Kreis was in danger. Having caught his breath a little, he said that the frogs had come. And our hero began to remember how Jiplin told about the previous chapter. The boy who received money from someone understood everything. A little earlier, to be more precise, 4 days ago, Kreis thought that there was still a lot to prepare, since they were soon to be packed up. After all, he had not been at the location for a week. His thoughts were interrupted by Jiplin, who had arrived, who said that he had been informed about the Aspen spy. The Jiplin Guild has now volunteered to act as night guards and provide security in various nooks and crannies. Thanks to her reputation, it skyrocketed, which affected both income, and every local in the city had their ears and eyes. Kreis even considered expanding his influence in the future. He thought that in a year or even 6 months it would be possible to subjugate all the outskirts and back alleys. And then the evening of that same day came, nothing out of the ordinary. As it might seem at first glance, Kreis's security guard tried to stop the man. However, nothing good came out of it. He broke the door with his body. The silhouette that came in frightened me with its aura. Kreis immediately tensed up, realizing what kind of spy they were talking about. Taking a closer look, Kreis immediately realized who was in front of him. After all, it was a frog, the strongest fighting tribe. He slowly began to take off his cape. The red-haired man immediately looked at his subordinate, realizing that if he was still alive, he had a chance to come to an agreement. With a smile on his face, he immediately asked the guest to sit down. The frog looked towards the guy for a few more seconds. And later she began to smile, saying that it was an interesting reaction. He was wondering who he took him for. To which Kreis replied that it was not important yet, asking whether the guest had eaten. She thought about it again, answering that she didn't think it was important now. And then it started moving at incredible speed, making everyone in that room spit blood. Jiplin immediately fell to the ground. The frog grabbed our baby and lifted him up. Their guest explained that people needed to be shown strength, so that they would understand everything and start to obey. However, Kreis continued to speak with a smile, as if he would have answered even without these kicks. The frog asked where the last leader had gone and who he was, to which the baby immediately replied that the leader was dead. The frog immediately began to ask who killed him, to which the red-haired man began to smile even more. They said that it was Ragna. That was the name of the soldier who killed the chief. At that very second, the frog's face changed. He ordered the bald man to bring this Ragna to him. Kreis also joined in, starting to shout for Jiplin to bring the real leader here. The bald man immediately tensed up, realizing what his comrade meant, immediately rushing towards the exit. And here he is, waiting for Enkrid. After all, his entire squad is on separate missions. Our hero immediately began to replay what had happened in his head. Enkrid didn't understand how the entire squad went on the mission, since they only listened to him. Our hero asked him if Kreis was being tortured, to which the man replied that everything was fine with the guy. Our hero himself began to remember his previous meeting with the frog. After all, in the last fight he knocked him down with one punch. However, now he was thirsty for revenge. Our hero wanted to test his strength. Our hero thought that he needed a day to recover, asking Jiplin to tell him that Ragna would come tomorrow. Enkrid understood that Kreis would not die in a day. After all, he is holding Kreis hostage, biding his time. A stupid person wouldn't do that. Our hero came to Marcus, reporting his arrival, who immediately began talking about the members of the squad. Enkrid understood what was being said, so he said that he needed to rest for 2 days, and then rejoin them. In case he dies in the battle with the frog, I needed to get myself into my best condition. So he immediately ate a hearty meal, and then he also thoroughly stretched his body. Naturally, fully equipped, taking all your weapons. Unfortunately, he only had 2 whistling daggers left. He even thought about finding a way out where to get them. However, Esther distracted him from these thoughts. Having said that she was cute today, she did not leave Enkrid's side. So he decided to take her with him, asking her not to come close. Suddenly, after a few seconds of silence, a guy's voice was heard. His face was crazy. He couldn't wait to fight the frog. At this time, the frog complained discontentedly. After all, he had already waited long enough, and Kreis promised him that Ragna would arrive today. Noticing how hard he was trying, Kreis's guest laughed, saying that at this rate he would feel sorry to kill him. The red-haired man continued to flatter the frog. He himself thought that someone should come already, because he would die soon. The boy didn't understand why they were taking so long, because he could have already gone after them. But there was one big but. This crazy frog barely slept and kept an eye on him all the time. He understood that he had to hold out for just a little while. He prayed that someone from the squad would come to his aid. At this time, our hero was already approaching the door. The frog ate the apples without suspecting anything. Suddenly she felt something. At that very second, the door was broken again. Our hero had already made a swing to throw the knives. Kreis gradually began to change his face. He immediately shouted that he shouldn't have come, because he was the weakest of the squad. However, Enkrid didn't listen to him at all, having already attacked the frog. Naturally, he immediately dodged this attack, jumping onto the table, looking at the black-haired man's swing. Our hero was going to kill this uninvited guest, but his opponent dodged it with ease, drawing his weapon. He was going to attack Enkrid from the air. The black-haired man was able to dodge, increasing the distance. He immediately looked towards the frog. Just like that, their crazy glances met, and just a moment later, they touched with their swords. Christ couldn't believe their captain was fighting there. After all, right at this very second, he manages to hold his own in battle against the frog. Our hero himself at that time thought that a complete idiot would measure his strength with him. After all, one mistake and all the bones will be smashed to pieces. It redirects the momentum with a flowing sword style, forcing all the force to be transferred forward, without touching the sword at all. The target is their only weak point, namely, the heart. It needs to be pierced with one precise blow, so that it won't be able to react, our hero thought. However, naturally, this is not at all easy to do. After all, frogs are quite strong opponents, even very strong ones. That's why she was able to throw our hero aside with ease. Christ immediately began to remember how the captain passed out from such a direct hit. She, approaching him, asked what right he had to dare to aim at the frog's heart. The frog herself thought that she had a gift for determining the abilities of others, which is why he is called a talent reader. But looking at the man in front of him, he could not understand. After all, he has already reached the limit of his abilities, but he didn't understand how he managed to go beyond its limits. However, our hero himself rose with a smile on his face, because now he could withstand the frog's blow. Seeing this expression on his face, she immediately rushed towards him. He was infuriated by the satisfied expression on our hero's face. But our hero was still aiming for the heart. Dodging the attack, he was about to cut a hole in the frog. Our hero understood that in order to stop regeneration, it was necessary to hit the heart. However, it was worth making it a little easier for himself, so he delivered a powerful blow, sending this redneck's hand straight into the air. Enkrid knew he didn't have enough energy to regrow his arm in the middle of a battle. However, this only made the Liakuhu angry. He shouted that he could defeat the bug even with one hand, dealing a powerful blow to our hero, and then getting ready to finish him off. Looking at this blow, our hero understood that today would end exactly like this. However, he will challenge him next day, and he will definitely win. Enkrid was not afraid to die. However, the frog stopped here at the last moment. He exhaled heavily, as if even growling. The boy didn't understand why he stopped before finishing him off. However, she forgot all about her opponent and began to look away. He felt a powerful surge of magic, which came from the beast, as if warning him that if he kills this man in front of him, his life will be in danger. However, he also understood that he had to finish this man off. After all, he had crossed his limits. An unpredictable person stood before him. This kind of person had to be killed. Esther tensed up at that moment because he swung. But a second later, he hid the weapon and began to walk away. As she left, the frog told the man to remember. His name was Melran, he promised, which will definitely finish off Enkrid next time. And then he began to move away, heading towards the exit. A few seconds later, his presence disappeared completely. Christ couldn't believe that the frog was gone. He happily asked the captain since when he could fight on equal terms with a frog. However, our hero, leaving, said that this was not enough. After all, his last blow broke his wrist, and he dropped his sword because of it. He didn't have all three today to beat him. Already on the street, Enkrid explained why no one came to save him. They both couldn't believe that their captives had submitted to someone. These thoughts did not leave Enkrid. Why did not he kill them? After all, he could have easily finished them off at that moment. Looking at Esther, he asked her if it was her business, to which she meowed. Suddenly, the commander of the first company ran up to Enkrid. He, noticing the wound, said that this was an unfortunate moment. Enkrid urgently needed to get into action, because there was a request from his immediate superiors. Hearing this, our hero immediately realized that they were talking about the elf. She watched the battle of the crazy squad all this time, and now she understood why the squad was called Psychos. Rem was counting some incomprehensible numbers, and then he finished abruptly, saying that he had fulfilled his quota for today, even though there were still a bunch of enemies behind him. Without moving from the spot any further, Ragna showed up a day after he went missing, covered in blood. Yawning, he threw something to one of them, saying he was going to bed. It was the head of an enemy commander. Auden also showed his best, tormenting his opponents by breaking bones right on the battlefield, frightening not only enemies but also their allies. Even Jackson wasn't much different from the others, just dodging all attacks. His enemies even prayed for death at one point. Having observed this, the elf understood absolutely everything. Marcus asked her how she managed to get them out onto the battlefield, to which she replied that it was as easy as pie. After all, she simply said that they would cover their commander. Andrew immediately agreed with her, to which Rem began to angrily shout that it was their own fault. The elf immediately said that they did not obey, and the failure to subordinate the platoon will fall on the shoulders of their commander. He exhaled heavily and said, "Just 3 a day. They will only kill 3 enemies." She herself thought that even the murder of 3 was a gift from them. Marcus talked about how they were in the midst of a war. Even after telling how Aspen resorted to cheap tricks, they were discussing some kind of duel, thinking that they needed to put up a worthy opponent for this duel, and these madmen could solve this problem perfectly. However, the elf said that they refused orders. Marcus immediately asked if there was a way to tame them, to which she immediately stood up, saying that there was. And now only Marcus was left in the tent, thinking that the Aspanian scum always loved their dirty tricks. But tactics have never stooped to this level. And then some new young talent appeared in Aspen, so Marcus assumed it was his doing. As he walked, Andrew thought about the fact that he was the heir to the House of Gardner, but at the moment he serves as the leader of a squad of complete psychos. Instead of a captain, he bears the heavy burden of keeping them in check. The green-haired man asked Andrew to stop fighting with Rem, but he couldn't, because then he would cause chaos in the camp. However, that wasn't even the point, because in the fight with him, he became stronger. Even Meg noticed this, saying that he too was getting stronger. He also thought that fortunately, the 3 were constantly busy with their own affairs. And then one man shouted at the squad of the finished ones. Standing in front of Rem, he shouted at him that this war was no joke. Seeing this, Andrew began to think in fear that this was the new captain, and he would most likely die now. He immediately stood in front of Rem, saying that their independent unit takes orders exclusively from its direct superiors. However, he continued to shout with displeasure. Immediately, everyone around felt the rage emanating from Rem. The boy immediately rejected the new captain, thinking that he had to save him. Rem listened attentively to all these screams. Watch as the kid offers the captain a duel. He exhaled heavily, looking high into the sky. Thinking that it was all boring, all these fights were creepy. He thought he would have fun, but he didn't have time because the loot was taken away. He thought that nothing interesting was happening in this camp. Entering the tent, he looked around carefully. I thought that it was time to end this boring soldier's life soon. At this time, Ragnar was lying on the bed, not wanting to move even a hair from his body. He thought about the captain, because there had been no news about him for a long time.